A bent paperclip sits beside my glass, unwound by my fingers while hours pass. The list of things I should have done today is twisted up in the exact same way. My notifications pile up like snow. People ask me how my projects go, and I just nod, type a polite reply, while 3 different worries swallow my mind whole. The clock ticks louder when the room goes dark. I stare at the metal looking for a spark. My thoughts are tangled in a knot, so tight I can't even tell what I feel tonight. My head is a room with the windows closed, heavy with words that I never chose. I try to straighten out every line, telling myself that I'll be fine, but the metal snaps if I've been too far. I'm just sitting right where the answers aren't. I check my calendar, then blankly stare. Everyone my age seems to get somewhere. They build their dreams on solid ground while I turn a tiny piece of wire around. It's 20 to 3, the room is cold. I'm carrying thoughts that feel too old. Too many options, too little space. A crowded heart in a quiet place. Maybe I don't need to fix it all tonight. Maybe a broken loop can still be alright. I drop the wire on the wooden grain and let the dark absorb the noise inside my brain. My head is a room with the windows closed, heavy with words that I never chose. I try to straighten out every line, tell myself that I'll be fine, but the metal snaps if I've been too far. I'm just sitting right where the answers aren't. Just a bent paper clip under the lamplight, breathing in slow, letting the noise go. Silence takes over the night. Late night buzzer breaks, screech through the alleyway. You step inside without taking off your scarf. I see the knot tied across your shoulders, the silent weight you carry from your desk. Just sit down on the edge of the sofa. Don't force a polite smile for my sake tonight. Your phone screen flickers on the glass table, unanswered messages stacking up like unwashed dishes. I know that hollow stare in your eyes when the whole world demands an instant answer. Put down that heavy head on my shoulder, let all the tangled thoughts fall to the wooden floor. You don't need a master plan for tomorrow morning. Just breathe in slow while the neighbor slumbers. If your mind feels like a crowded intersection, let me pull you to this quiet side street. Yeah. You hold a chip mug with both of your hands, watching steam rise up and blur against the window. You whisper that you feel like you're running backward while everyone you know buys a home and moves ahead. I won't hand you cheap words of optimism or pretend that hard work fixes everything. Your phone screen flickers on the glass table, unanswered messages stacking up like unwashed dishes. I know that hollow stare in your eyes when the whole world demands an instant answer. Put down that heavy head on my shoulder, let all the tangled thoughts fall to the wooden floor. You don't need a master plan for tomorrow morning. Just breathe in slow while the neighbor slumbers. If your mind feels like a crowded intersection, let me pull you to this quiet side street. The city moves too fast for honest hearts, demanding constant progress every single hour. So press pause on your frantic racing thoughts. Let the dim lamplight rest over your eyelids. The street outside has finally gone mute. Leave your heavy coat right by the entryway. We can stay right here until the first morning train. You don't have to solve a single thing tonight. Dim concrete fumes and burnt coffee float through the alley window. He stares at 30 open tabs, unable to decide which line to eyes. The notifications stack like unread flyers in the dark hallway corner. His fingers hover above the keyboard, frozen under flickering LEDs. The city outside keeps moving at 100 beats per minute, while his own pulse drags along at a heavy, sluggish pace. He pulls his oversized hood down low to block the screen glare. Every small decision feels like climbing a broken spiral stair. He tries to take a deep breath, but his chest is crowded with noise, searching for the simple quiet he lost when he was still a boy. When his mind becomes a tangled knot of copper wires, he just stands and watches through the convenience store glass. All the passing neon lights blur into soft pink fires, waiting for the sudden thunderstorm of thoughts to pass. He cannot fix his whole life tonight or clean his heavy screen, so he lets the cold wind hold the words he doesn't mean. The crumpled receipt in his pocket lists a cold drink he barely tasted. His manager sent 4 messages at 10, but he leaves them unread. He walks past the bus stop where tire workers cluster under plastic roofs. His sneakers leave dark wet prints on the pavement, dragging his week behind. So many expectations packed tight into a single canvas shoulder bag. He forgets which station he was heading for and just steps off the curb. Sometimes a brain needs a sudden power outage to remember how to rest. He stops outside a late night pharmacy, not knowing what to buy. The glowing green cross buzzes softly above his tilted head. He exhales a long cloud of mist into the midnight dampness. No clear answers arrive, but the static slowly drops its volume. He steps back out under the light rain. The damp air clears his lungs just a fraction. One quiet step toward a small apartment. He puts his hands in his coat pockets and keeps walking. Quiet holds the dark into one sharp memory speaks. The digital clock glows neon blue at 3:43. A half-empty tumbler sweats on the edge of the wood, and my unread messages stack like a tower of cards. The projector inside my skull turns on with a warning, casting huge shadows of failures against the wallpaper. Every conversation from 3 years ago plays in high definition. My thumb hovers over a blank text box, paralyzed. The room is a camera holding a freeze frame shot. The air is thick with dust, most caught in the LED glow. I count the beats between my uneven breaths. Everything is frozen except the static inside my brain. The noise inside my head gets louder than the midnight traffic outside. Tangled wires of thoughts I cannot untie before the morning. I freeze in the center of a quiet room that feels too heavy to carry. Pressing my forehead against the cool glass, waiting for the dark to slow down. Wish I could mute the audio playing in my head tonight. The lens zooms in on a cold cup of instant ramen broth. Receipts from last week scatter across the faux wood floor. My shoulders hunch forward under a gray oversized hoodie. I rewatched the exact second I said the wrong thing at work. The timeline splits into 100 different choices. I miss street lights outside, flicker through the dusty aluminum blinds, drawing long yellow bars across my knees like a prison cell. Cut to the kitchen sink where a faucet slow drips and beat. Drip, pause, drip like a metronome for overthinking. No soundtrack plays, just the hum of the refrigerator coils. I close my eyes, but the screen behind my eyelids stays lit. How do I shut down a mind that runs on an endless noise inside my head gets louder than the midnight traffic outside. Tangled wires of thoughts I cannot untie before the morning. I freeze in the center of a quiet room that feels too heavy to carry. Pressing my forehead against the cool glass, waiting for the dark to slow down. Wish I could mute the audio playing in my head tonight. The clock ticks over to 4 in the morning. The shadow on the wall shifts an inch to the left. I stay perfectly still while the storm inside burns out. One quiet frame at a time, just wait. for the static to fade. Where do all the deleted messages go when the screen locks? I stare at the blinking cursor until my eyes started watering. The barley tea in the plastic mug is lukewarm. Now why did I phrase that sentence so awkwardly at 6 o'clock? My manager probably forgot it before it even reached the elevator. But my chest feels like a compressed file that refuses to open. A delivery motorbike rattles the glass in the balcony frame. My mind is 40 open tabs, every single one playing background noise. I try to sort the laundry by shade and fabric, but my socks are all identical, black cotton anyway. Everything in this room is black or faded gray. I sit on the rug untangling earphone wires just to use my hands. My head is a transfer station during evening rush hour. Everybody is shouting, but nobody's getting on the train. I just want the noise to turn into falling snow. Step back behind the yellow safety line, step back from myself. Too many thoughts colliding inside 20 square meters. I swallow cold water, but the heavy knot remains in my throat. Did I pay the utility bill or just start the reminder email? The salt from instant soup stings the corner of my lower lip. 29 years old, coming fast, or maybe 30 already. Everyone on my feet is signing leases or taking photos in Jeju. I'm sitting on the floor holding the half-empty soda can. Why does my left shoulder ache whenever I take a deep breath? I tell myself to delete the apps, then open them. 5 seconds later, the refrigerator hums a flat, low pitch that vibrates through the lemonade. If I push open the window, will the night breeze clean my head, or will it just fill the room with soot from the ring road? There is no fire escape built into the back of my mind. I trace the seam of the wallpaper with my index finger round and round. Where do the deleted messages go? Still no answer on the screen, just the refrigerator motor kicking off, and my thumb scrolling through nothing at all. For still legs grown under my 27-year-old frame. This cheap swivel chair takes the full weight of my name. I pull up a blank document and write to your old address. To the boy who thought failing midterms meant absolute death. Listen to me, 19-year-old, running on energy, drinks and dread. You do not need to carry every single word they ever said. Your shoulders were never built to hold up the whole room, and missing one arbitrary deadline will not seal your doom. Your head feels like a crowded subway car at 8 a.m. Too many loud expectations screaming who you ought to be to them. I know you're sitting on that cold library stool right now, wondering if you will ever figure the future out somehow. Take a breath, kid, you make it out alive. The future is not a cliff, it is just turning 25. When the noise gets too crowded inside your spinning head, just rest your heavy arms and put the pen to bed. You do not have to win today to prove that you exist. I am sitting in the future, writing out this list. The warm plastic armrest bear the tilt on my slouching spine. I used to believe adulthood meant having every piece in line, but I still get overwhelmed when 3 deadlines overlap. I still stare at the ceiling, wishing for a quiet nap. So stop beating yourself up for taking 10 minutes to breathe. The world will not collapse if you roll down your sleeves. You thought you needed perfection before you turned 23. Turns out you just needed to learn to set your own mind free. Your head feels like a crowded subway car at 8 a.m. Too many loud expectations screaming who you ought to be to them. I know you're sitting on that cold library stool right now, wondering if you will ever figure the future out somehow. Take a breath, kid, you'll make it out alive. The future is not a cliff, it is just turning 25. When the noise gets too crowded inside your spinning head, just rest your heavy arms and put the pen to bed. You do not have to win today Fun fact, untie your shoes, turn off the desk lamp. You did enough today, son. The guy sitting in the chair you built. Yeah, bruised violet templates down the plastic canopy, casting a muted lavender wash over my worn sneakers. My mind is a crowded train car at peak hour, thoughts stepping on each other with no room to breathe. Yeah, you sit 2 plastic chairs away on the convenience store porch, steam rising slowly from a hot paper cup in your hands. You ask if I happen to have a lighter on me, your voice carrying the same exhaustion pressing on my shoulders. I hand you the matchbox and tell you it is past 3 a.m. You nod once and say the night moves slower when you overthink. We do not trade names, we do not ask for origin stories, just 2 cluttered minds taking shelter under one shade. Sometimes a stranger understands the noise inside your head better than the people who have known you for years. We talk about the weather, we talk about the chill, leaving all the unbearable heavy things unsaid in the soft indigo glow. My thoughts begin to slow, just a brief pause before we walk back into the dark. Yeah, you mention you failed to meet a deadline you work months for. I tell you I am exhausted from pretending I have a clear plan. We share a brief chuckle that turns into white fog in the air, admitting that everyone our age is secretly adrift. You offer me an extra warm drink you bought by accident, a small gesture that feels far bigger than a promise. My chest loosens half an inch, the tangled wires unwind, listening to the faint hum of a late night street sweeper. Sometimes a stranger understands the noise inside your head better than the people who have known you for years. We talk about the weather, we talk about the chill, leaving all the unbearable heavy things unsaid in the soft indigo glow. My thoughts begin to slow, just a brief pause before we walk back into the dark, 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 dark. No promises to meet again tomorrow evening, no contact info saved into a glossy screen, just 10 minutes of borrowing someone else's calm, washing off the pressure in a quiet, unexpected stream. The crosswalk signal light shifts from red to green. You stand up, throw your paper cup away and wish me well. I watch your shadow stretch across the empty asphalt. The bruised violet light around me feels a little lighter now. My head is quiet enough to finally walk home. You told me yesterday I complicate things. The sentence stays suspended in my hallway air. I noticed 3 dust motes floating near the light switch. My left sock has a loose red thread hanging down. The blue plastic pen on my desk has a chew cap. A half-peeled discount sticker clings to my laptop corner. My brain stores every tiny useless defect. Today, the edge of my wallpaper is lifting off the plaster. Nothing is broken enough to throw away. Nothing is clean enough to feel at ease. My mind keeps taking inventory of the room, adding up tiny flaws until my chest feels tight. My head is crowded with microscopic noise. A chipped coffee rim against my lower lip, a yellow bus car with a faint hairline crack. I am collecting shadows in a quiet storm, heavy thoughts building up from nothing much at all. I wish my mind could just turn black and blank. The convenience store receipt has 2 faded prices. An unread text message from 3 nights ago sits unopened. The ice melted in my tumbler, watering down the espresso. I count 7 gray scuffs on my white sneakers. You said yesterday that I looked too far inside. Maybe you were right, I'm staring at a stain on my sleeve. The street light outside flickers every 14 seconds. I timed it twice while holding my breath. Nothing is broken enough to throw away. Nothing is clean enough to feel at ease. My mind keeps taking inventory of the room, many flaws until my chest feels tight. My head is crowded with microscopic noise. Chipped coffee rim against my lower lip. A yellow bus car with a faint hairline crack. I am collecting shadows in a quiet storm. Heavy thoughts building up from nothing much at all. I wish my mind could just turn black and blank. I tilt my head back against the cold wall. Why do I remember the exact shape of your sentence? You said I make simple problems feel like concrete blocks. Now I am watching water drip from the sink faucet. One drop, then two, then three. Everything keeps piling up behind my eyes. A bent staple on the floorboards. A low battery warning flashing red. You told me yesterday I think too much. I close my eyes and let the room go dark. Yeah. Nightstand screen, counting every thought that refuses to leave. Open tabs in my head and there's notifications. Drowning in my own overthinking equations. I close my eyes and force a leap ahead. Skip past the deadlines cluttering my bed. Picture me standing in a sunny hall. No heavy static hanging off the wall. Right now the noise is spinning around. Too many answers I haven't found. But if I travel 6 years down the line, I see an afternoon where I am fine. One day at 02 p.m. on a random spring day, I will sit by a window with nothing to say. No tangled thoughts pulling down my mind. Just warm yellow light and the peace I will find. My shoulders relaxed and my breathing complete. Watching the quiet afternoon on the street, I will look back at tonight and gently smile, knowing the silence was worth every mile. Yeah. I map out the kitchen in the future place. Clean wooden table, no urgency to race. Steam rising slowly from a clear glass cup. No urgent messages calling me up. This current panic feels like permanent rain. Like I'm trapped in an endless loop of pain. But in that room the air feels soft and wide. Nothing left to conceal, nothing to hide. The tangled wires in my head untie under a clear and open blue light. Our noise is spinning around. Too many answers I haven't found. But if I travel 6 years down the line, I see an afternoon where I am fine. One day at 02 p.m. on a random spring day, I will sit by a window with nothing to say. No tangled thoughts pulling down my mind. Just warm yellow light and the peace I will find. My shoulders relaxed and my breathing complete. Watching the quiet afternoon on the street, I will look back at tonight and gently smile, knowing the silence was worth every mile. Yeah, I hold on to that picture when the headache grows. When the room closes in and the dark cold blows. It is just a temporary night inside my head. I will reach that sunlight like the vision said. Every happy hour is a step toward the doorway, leading straight out of this crowded hallway. So 3:40 blinks once more in the dark, leaving a tiny glowing blue mark. I hold that future room inside my chest and finally lie down to rest. Yeah, this tiny brass key rests beside my mug. I do not remember which lock it belongs to anymore. My thoughts are spinning like an unwound tape. Yeah. Trapped in a room where the air feels too dense to breathe. I scroll through calendar apps, deleting empty promises, wondering why simple choices turn into mountains overnight. Everyone now seems to move with clear direction, while I stare at dust floating through low yellow light. My mind is a tangled web of hypothetical regrets. I count every misstep before I even make a move. Is it normal to feel this tight at 29? I just want the static in my head to quiet down. When the noise inside gets too loud to carry, I shut my eyes and try to find the baseline. my mind stops racing through the dark. I replay 3-year-old conversations on loop, picking apart tone like a bitter critic. My shoulders stay tense even when I try to rest, living in a constant state of mind emergency. Work deadlines pile up on my focus, slips away, and coffee only amplifies the tremor in my fingers. I wanna press pause on every expectation, just breathe without evaluating my own progress. When the noise inside gets too loud to carry, I shut my eyes and try to find the baseline. Too many unanswered texts, too many heavy thoughts. I am losing track of who I was supposed to be. I just need a moment where the pressure fades away, where my mind stops racing through the dark. Maybe I do not need to solve every problem tonight. Maybe it is alright if the answers take their time. The world keeps spinning regardless of my speed, so I can let this heavy curtain fall for now. The tiny brass key stays quiet on the table. I close my notebook and turn off the lamp. One deep exhale into the cool room air, letting go of the noise, one thought at a time. A passing scooter revs its tiny engine down below. You sit across from me, staring at your shoes, breathing slow. I know that look you give when the world gets too loud inside. Every thought you kept locked up is running out of places to hide. You have been carrying 3 different futures in your head, counting every small mistake, rewinding things you said. Stop trying to solve the dark tonight. You do not need a map, just catch your breath right. The city keeps spinning, but we can sit still. If you cannot walk today, I know who will. Put your nuts on the table, let them sit a while. You do not have to force that exhausted little smile. Your head is like a room where every speaker plays at once. Just lean back, pull your shoulders down, give yourself a break. Or maybe just tonight, let the silence take its space. I see the open tabs stacked up on your phone screen, job post, old text, and everything in between. You overthink the commas in a message you will not send, trying to fix tomorrow before today can't even end. Take off those heavy shoes, drink some water from the cup. The world will not collapse just because you gave it up for an hour. Trying to solve the dark tonight. You do not need a map just to catch your breath right. The city keeps spinning, but we can sit still. If you cannot walk today, I know who will. Put your nuts on the table, let them sit a while. You do not have to force that exhausted little smile. Your head is like a room where every speaker plays at once. Just lean back, put your shoulders down, give yourself a break. Or maybe just tonight, let the silence take its space. We used to talk about absolute nonsense on this floor. Now you measure every breath like you are walking through a war. It is okay to admit that you are tired of being strong. You do not have to repair what was never really wrong. The alleyway below has finally gone quiet now. Just close your eyes for a minute. We will sort out the mess when you are ready to try. The smell of damp asphalt and diesel lingers near the curb. He stands outside the glass doors, clutching lukewarm canned coffee. His brain is an overcrowded subway car at 6 in the evening. Every thought steps on another's heels without an apology. He exhales a faint cloud into the chill October night. Numbers and a red email spin around like drifting flyers. He checks his wristwatch twice but forgets to read the time. Walking past the neon signs that flicker off their lines. He carries 5 different futures reaches inside his heavy coat, searching for a quiet shore where tangled thoughts can float. When the noise inside his skull turns louder than the street, he walks until his sneakers burn against the cold concrete. 100 unmade choices line up inside his head. He drags his shadow slowly through the pathways he misread. He just needs a single minute where the world stops asking why. Underneath the heavy gray of an indifferent sky. He sits on a green park bench staring at his scuffed shoes. His inbox is a ledger full of deadlines he might lose. He overthinks a sentence that his boss dropped at 3, replaying every syllable in endless high degree. The silence in a small studio feels a little too high, so he wanders through the midnight crowd with nowhere left to hide. No light switch for a restless mind, no easy exit he can't find. He leans his shoulder on the brick wall near the elevated train, waiting for the chill air to dissolve the quiet strain. When the noise inside his skull turns louder than the street, he walks until his sneakers burn against the cold concrete. 100 unmade choices line up inside his head. He drags his shadow slowly through the pathways he misread. He just needs a single minute where the world stops asking why. Underneath the heavy gray of an indifferent sky, he slowly unclasps his hands and lets his shoulders drop, waiting on the corner for the spinning world to stop. The city hums its rhythm, but he moves slow tonight, waiting for his heavy mind to finally turn light. Why does the ceiling fan turn counterclockwise when everything else feels wrong? Maybe my rent is due, or maybe I forgot to buy yellow trash bags again. Dust on the windowsill, yellow sticky notes stuck to my laptop screen. 27 open browser tabs about tax deductions and low interest loans. My brain feels like a subway transfer station at peak commuting hour. Hundreds of strangers bumping into each other without saying sorry. I should call my mother, but she will ask about promotions and marriage, so I scroll through pictures of adoptable dogs on Instagram instead. Thoughts overlap like radio static on a wet rainy highway. I swallow cold green tea left over from yesterday morning. There is no clear punchline to this useless afternoon, just a heavy gray cloud sitting quietly behind my eyelids. Everything is overcrowded inside the silent head. Too many unanswered messages, too many half-finished plans. I try to fold my laundry and end up staring at the wallpaper pattern, wondering how everyone else makes modern living look so easy. Tangled up in microscopic details that do not really matter. My heart beats fast while I sit on the rug completely still. Did I leave the stove on? No, I did not even cook a meal today. I ate a triangular rice ball and drank cheap convenience store espresso. My high school friends are buying property or pretending to on stories. I spend 20 minutes adjusting my desk chair height back and forth. Is it my posture or my 5-year career path that hurts more? The upstairs neighbor takes 3 heavy steps, stop. I trace the blue thread on my sock seam until my fingers feel numb. My mind jumps from quarterly evaluations to a pet fish I had at age 7. Let's overlap like radio static on a wet rainy highway. I swallow cold green tea left over from yesterday morning. There is no clear punchline to this useless afternoon, just a heavy gray cloud sitting quietly behind my eyelids. Everything is overcrowded inside the silent head. Too many unanswered messages, too many half-finished plans. I try to fold my laundry and end up staring at the wallpaper pattern, wondering how everyone else makes modern living look so easy. Tangled up in microscopic details that do not really matter. My heart beats fast while I sit on the rug completely still. Unopened envelopes piling near the front doorway. Little red notification badges glowing on every single app. What if I simply stop answering when the system calls my name? There is no major tragic reason for feeling this exhausted, just 10,000 tiny obligations piling up until the shelf collapses. The fan keeps turning counterclockwise above my head. I still do not have a good answer for anything. Slowly fold the laptop screen down until it clicks. Breathe in through the nose, breathe out, and sit with all this noise a little longer. Ebony and bleach through the glass of the corner store window. My head is a knot of wires, heavy with things I don't know. I pull out a red plastic stool on the freezing pavement outside. A man in a warm petticoat sits down 3 feet to my right. Yeah, he cracks open a warm canned coffee, staring out at the street. He says the late hours get heavy when your thoughts refuse to sleep. I tell him my brain feels like 30 tabs left open at once. He nods without asking my name, just listening to my front. We do not know each other at all. No history, no expectations to fall. Just two tired shadows caught in the pale yellow glare, breathing in the silent midnight air. My tangled thoughts don't vanish just because somebody listens, but sitting with a stranger under streetlights that glisten. The noise inside my head turns down a notch or two. He says everyone gets lost, but the road comes back to you. A soft, chill beat plays somewhere down the block. Sometimes a stranger is the best place to stop. Yeah, he tells me he failed his interview for the second time this week. I tell him I'm paralyzed by the promises I cannot keep. We laugh a little bit, white steam rising from my mouth. No judgment in his eyes, no pressure, figure it out. My mind was spinning in circles until I sat on his bench. Now the chaos settles down slowly, inch by inch. He finishes his drink, tosses the tin into the bin. I take a long breath, let in the quiet cold air. Then we will never see each other again after tonight. He will take the first subway, I will walk home under morning light. Yet this 10-minute talk cleared the clutter from my chest. Instead of drowning in tomorrow, my mind finally finds rest. The amber neon stays bright on the quiet lot. He stands up, says stay strong, and vanishes into the dark. My head is still a work in progress, but the burden feels light. Two strangers sharing coffee in the middle of the night. My brother said yesterday my voice sounds thinner. I stare at the radiator cap missing its tiny metal screw. The blue ink on my thumb won't wash out after 3 scrubs. A single white thread hangs from the hem of my hoodie, swaying whenever I breathe. The elevator button for the 5th floor clicks twice before it lights up red. My mug has a faint coffee ring on the ceramic handle right where my knuckle sits. Every small detail gets logged into my head like a stray receipt I forgot to throw away. The crosswalk timer counts down from 9 to 8. A yellow food delivery box sits crooked on a park scooter. My thoughts feel like a drawer filled with tangled charger cables. I keep tracking things that do not matter just to keep from sinking. Noticeable gaps between these floorboards collect small gray specks of lint. A plastic barcode sticker on my desk is peeling slowly at the corner. My brain is far too full tonight, recording every crack in the tile. When everything hurts inside, I just count the scratches on the window frame. Noticeable gaps between these floorboards. Notice how the city never cleans its edges. I carry all this heavy static in a mind that will not go quiet. The convenience store clerk taps the counter 3 times with his ballpoint pen. A discarded ice cream wrapper flutters against the metal sewer grate. My left shoelace is slightly shorter than the right one because it tore last month. The microwave hums and the key slightly lower than the refrigerator coil. I noticed 3 red umbrellas leaning against the laundromat door. Someone left the subway mat folded into a sharp triangle on the seat next to me. My head feels heavy like a wet wool coat left out in November rain. The crosswalk timer counts down from 9 to 8. A yellow food delivery box that's crooked on a park scooter. My thoughts feel like a drawer filled with tangled charger cables. I keep tracking things that do not matter just to keep from sinking. Noticeable gaps between these floorboards collect small gray specks of lint. A plastic barcode sticker on my desk is peeling slowly at the corner. My brain is far too full tonight, recording every crack in the tile and everything hurts inside. I just count the scratches on the window frame. Noticeable gaps between these floorboards. Notice how the city never cleans its edges. I carry all this heavy static in a mind that will not go quiet. He said my voice sounded thinner, like paper pulled too tight across a drum. Now I notice the faint buzz of the street lamp outside my window. It flickers once every 12 seconds. If you watch it long enough, I am watching it long enough. Because stopping means thinking about myself. A chipped fingernail, a dry water drop on my phone screen, a bent pin in my pocket. The world keeps offering me tiny, useless pieces to assemble. A red bus passes by with 3 empty seats in the back. The radiator pipe gives one final metallic knock. Then her voice crowded mine. Quiet room, the floorboards hold their gaps, and I just sit here counting gray specks until the daylight comes. Frayed threads on this faded sleeve drag against my palm, rough and pill from too many winners. I rub the coarse cotton between my thumb and forefinger, feeling every night a lump of spun fiber. My mind is a tangled grid of unread emails, unpaid bills and regrets I keep rewinding. Then the scratchy fabric shifts under my touch, pulling me straight back through 8 years of noise. Suddenly I'm 17 again, sitting on a rusted park bench after dark. You lend me this oversized hood when the autumn wind turns sharp against our necks. We share one cheap convenience store tea, watching her breath cloud the freezing air. I didn't worry about tomorrow back then, just listen to the quiet weave of our breathing. Now the noise inside my head turns every minor detail into a heavy mountain. I count the threads to slow my racing heart down. One rough, not too loose loops dragging me backward, back to when a single sweater was enough to keep the entire cold world away. When my mind gets too crowded to breathe, I trace the course weave on my sleeve. A sudden flash of a lost afternoon when life was just sitting beneath that pale moon. No deadline pressing against my chest, no endless list keeping me from rest. Just the scratchy texture of a borrowed coat and the quiet words you softly wrote. The present day slams back like a sudden draft under the door frame. My phone vibrates 3 times on the desk, another urgent notification asking for answers I don't have. I close my eyes and squeeze the frayed hem again, seeking that physical anchor in the memory. My shoulders weren't locked up tight, my jaw wasn't clenched until it hurt. We laughed about failing in exams as if the world wouldn't end if we failed a test. How did simple days become this maze of endless targets and performance reviews? The wool feels warmer against my knuckles, carrying the faint ghost of old laundry soap. It reminds me I used to know how to just exist without analyzing every second. Now the noise inside my head turns every minor detail into a heavy mountain. I kept the threads to slow my racing heart down. One rough, not too loose loops dragging me backward, back to when a single sweater was enough to keep the entire cold world away. When my mind gets too crowded to breathe, I trace the course weave on my sleeve. A sudden flash of a lost afternoon when life was just sitting beneath that pale moon. No deadline pressing against my chest, no endless list keeping me from rest. Just the scratchy texture of a borrowed coat and the quiet words you softly wrote. Maybe I don't have to fix every broken piece tonight. Maybe I can just hold this raw fabric and let the thought unravel. The weight of 29 years doesn't have to press all at once. I remember how to breathe in the dark ones, stitch at a time. Rough cotton between my fingers, the room grows quiet at last. I let the memories settle into the cloth, head still heavy, but the thread holds fast. Thread holds fast. A phone blinks red against my wall. The digits shift while tangled thoughts collide. I rerun every conversation from last week, wondering where my youth went, trapped inside this strap. My chest feels tight with deadlines I can't name. Scrolling through profiles of people doing fine, staring at the ceiling fan's rhythmic shadow, trying to untangle this anxious mind of mine. I close my eyes and try to leap ahead to a sunny balcony, bathing calm air, where I don't carry all this heavy thread, and my shoulders drop without a single care. 10 years from now I will be sitting somewhere soft, drinking a glass of cold water with a light chest. No urgent calls, no lingering fears held aloft, just breathing easy, finally taking my rest. I tell myself this dark storm isn't permanent. Someday I will look back and smile at tonight and wonder why I carried every small regret when everything was bound to turn out like my phone screen glows with unanswered messages. Friends asking if I'm free, I lie and say I'm busy. The truth is my brain is a crowded intersection. Red lights flashing everywhere, making me dizzy. In that future house, there's a big wooden table, no scattered receipts, no cool forgotten cup, just the sound of morning wind chime, steady and stable, and a quiet heart that never gives up. I close my eyes and step into that room, leaving behind this midnight heavy haze, finding a garden where slow flowers bloom, counting down the remainder of these noisy days. 10 years from now I will be sitting somewhere soft, drinking a glass of cold water with a light chest. No urgent calls, no lingering fears held aloft, just breathing easy, finally taking my rest. I tell myself this dark storm isn't permanent. Someday I will look back and smile at tonight and wonder why I carried every small regret when everything was bound to turn out light. It's hard right now, I know my hands are shaking, the weight of late 20s lingering in my teeth, but every future piece is currently in the making. Beneath this noise there's a steady ground underneath. I'm writing a letter to the person I'll become. Tell me you made it past this deafening drum. The clock ticks forward in the dark. 04:16 now. The red glow creeps ahead, 1 minute closer to that quiet spark. I lay my head down on this unmade bed. Yeah, this chair, plastic guitar pick rests against the dark veneer. I spin it 3 times around, watching it disappear beneath my fingernail. My thoughts are running a marathon inside a box too small to breathe. Deadlines stacking like unwashed dishes, promises I couldn't keep. I look at my inbox, left the unread notifications staring back. Every decision feels like a train derailment on a rusted track. My chest feels tight, not from coffee, but from all the words I swallowed down. Living in this crowded city while feeling completely out of town. I try to press reset, but the screen stays blue. Counting backwards from 10 doesn't pull me through. The silence in this room is getting far too loud. Just a tired 20-something standing in an invisible crowd. My mind is a room where the lights stay flickering, endless arguments with myself, endless bickering. I wanna turn off the static between my ears, clear out the clutter accumulated over years. Give me just 5 minutes of absolute space to stop running this invisible race. I tap the guitar pick again, listen to the dull plastic click. My calendar is full, but my energy is running thin and slick. People say take a break like it's a switch on the wall. When you stop moving for a second, you feel the momentum fall. Should I call a friend? Or they have their own baggage to carry. Showing vulnerability at midnight feels a little too scary. So I write these lines on a draft that I'll probably delete tomorrow, trading my sleep for a temporary loan on borrowed sorrow. I try to press reset, but the screen stays blue. Counting backwards from 10 doesn't pull me through. The silence in this room is getting far too loud. Just a tired 20-something standing in an invisible crowd. My mind is a room where the lights stay stop running this invisible race. Maybe I don't need to fix every broken thread tonight. Maybe leaving things messy is a different kind of ride. I'll let go of the guitar pick, let it drop where it lands. Taking a slow breath, open up my clenched hands. The room is still dark, the picks is still on the wood. I close my eyes, that's enough for tonight. A delivery bike's rusty chain rattles down the alley. You sit on the edge of the sofa, hands tucked in your hoodie. The screen in your palm keeps glowing with chats you can't read. Yeah, your eyelids drop low, heavy from thoughts you can't feed. I brought 2 cans of iced tea from the store down below. You don't need to say a word, just take it slow. Your breathing is shallow like you're running a steep hill. In a room full of pressure, you try hard to stay still. Every tiny problem keeps piling up like dust. Yeah, decisions for tomorrow that feel like an absolute must. You don't have to fix the whole world before midnight comes. Just loosen your shoulders and stop counting up the songs. When your head is full of loud static, sit right here with me. We can watch the street lights blink until your mind feels free. You know an answer to anybody texting your line. It's okay to shut off the noise and take your own time. Let the tangled threads just rest on the floor. You don't have to carry it all anymore. Yeah, you keep checking your schedule like a test you're gonna fail. Comparing your timeline to someone else's quiet trail. Your neck is locked up stiff from the weight on your back, trying to pretend you're fine while you're slipping off track. Look out the window, see the red tail lights blur away. Nothing that's hurting, you need a solution today. I know that feeling when your brain refuses to sleep. So just lean back and let the silence run deep. When your head is full of loud static, sit right here with me. We can watch the street lights blink until your mind feels free. You know an answer to anybody texting your line. It's okay to shut off the noise and take your own time. Let the tangled threads just rest on the floor. You don't have to carry it all anymore. The city moves too fast, demanding a piece of your youth, making you feel like you're falling behind the truth. But I see how hard you struggle through every single day. You're allowed to pause, you're allowed to step away. The street below grows quiet now. Unclench your hands, slow down somehow. I'll stay right here till the noise fades out. There is nothing left to worry about. Yeah, sour citrus glitter and damp linen hang heavy in the stairwell. As he unlocks his room, he kicks off his worn sneakers, unties his hoodie and stares at the crowded floorboards. Yeah, hey. 3 unread emails from his supervisor flicker on a dim tablet screen. His brain feels like an overfilled hard drive, clicking on loop, refusing to clean. He opens the window just 2 inches to let the night breeze drift inside. The distant hum of the late subway line echoes like a low tide. He tries to organize the mess in his thoughts, sorting what matters from noise. Every deadline, unpaid bill and half-baked plan strips away his quiet joy. He sits on the edge of the mattress, shoulders hunched low, watching the city lights outside flicker in a steady row. He wants to untangle every night, pulling tight behind his eyes. He just wants a minute where no one asks him to look wide. His mind is crowded in a section at 2 in the morning. Traffic lights blinking amber without giving any warning. He carries 5 different lives inside a single heavy head, tracing the shadow of the curtain frames across his sun-made bed. If he could pause the noise inside for just a single hour, maybe he would remember how to regain his simple power. Yeah, he scribbles half-formed thoughts on the back of a grocery receipt, crosses out 3 sentences, admitting another small defeat. His friends texted earlier asking if he wanted to get drinks in Hongdae, but explaining why he feels so drained was too much to say. He stares at the radiator clicking against the cold plaster wall, wondering why every small decision feels 20 feet tall. He takes a slow drink of cold tap water, hoping to clear his throat, drifting inside a sea of worry without a reliable boat. Nobody sees the storm raging behind a quiet expression. He keeps his voice even, hiding every single concession. The world moves too fast, expecting him to sprint along, while he is still trying to learn the chorus of his own song. His mind is a crowded intersection at 2 in the morning. Traffic lights blinking amber without giving any warning. He carries 5 different lives inside a single heavy head, tracing the shadow of the curtain frames across his unmade bed. If he could pause the noise inside for just a single hour, maybe he would remember how to regain his simple power. He finally turns off the tablet screen and lets the room go black. In the dark, the scent of damp linen gently settles back. He breathes in slow, letting the midnight air take its place. One quiet night to give his weary thoughts some space. Silence fractures like ice underfoot when that old regret speaks up again. The tiny studio room is dead quiet, just the hum of the fridge in the corner. I stare at the ceiling, count faint water stains like a map of my mistakes. My chest feels tight, heavy with all the words I never said out loud. The digital clock ticks without remorse while my mind spins out of control. Receipts from last week and unfinished tasks pile up beside the doorway. The city outside is asleep, but my thoughts are pacing back and forth. Every small decision feels like a heavy brick stacked directly on my ribs. I pull my knees close to my chest and breathe into the cold air, searching for an off switch inside this crowded, endless maze. Every doubt arrives at once when the room goes dark. A million tangled threads pulling tightly on my heart. I just wanna clear the screen and turn off the sound. My head is spinning fast while the world is sitting down. Wish I could untie these knots and finally breathe out. The blue power light from a monitor bleeds across the linoleum floor. I pour a glass of tap water, watching tiny air bubbles float up and pop. How did I get so trapped inside a web I built with my own hands? Friends text asking if I'm fine, and I send a quick smile back. Underneath that calm reply is a storm of missed chances and worries. I lean against the kitchen sink, letting the cold steel ground my hands. The city outside is asleep, but my thoughts are pacing back and forth. Every small decision feels like a heavy brick stacked directly on my ribs. I pull my knees close to my chest and breathe into the cold air, searching for an off switch inside this crowded, endless maze. Every doubt arrives at once when the room goes dark. A million tangled threads pulling tightly on my heart. I just wanna clear the screen and turn off the sound. My head is spinning fast while the world is sitting down. Wish I could untie these knots and finally breathe out. Maybe I do not need to solve every single problem before morning. Maybe it is alright if the answers take a little longer to appear. I close my eyes and wait for the quiet to settle in the corners, letting go of expectations that were never mine to carry. The refrigerator settles down, the monitor goes to sleep. One long breath in the dark, the spinning slowly stops. How long can a single question hang inside an empty room? Is there an end to this thread or just another spool? Receipts on the linoleum p.m. calendar marked in red ballpoint pen. Deadline was Tuesday, or maybe last night, I forget again. My socks don't match, the convenience store clerk knows my face too well. Buying sweet pastry and bitter canned coffee just to give my hands something to hold, something to tell. Tangled earphone wires in my jacket pocket feel like my brain right now. I keep pulling at the center, not without knowing how. Did I reply to that manager? Did I forget to lock the front door? Every minor detail turns into a wave crashing on to the shore. The quiet in this kitchen is way too heavy tonight. My cursor blinks on a blank document like a tiny hazard light. I jump from one thought to another, no bridge between the sides, just stepping on cracks while the shadow outside grows wide. My head is a dozen tabs that won't close down, 100 voices whispering at once across this town. I keep scrolling through the darkness just to waste the clock, looking for a simple path or a place where thoughts can stop. When everything tangles up behind my eyes, I just sit on the cold floor and drop disguise, running out of words for fine, tracing every broken line. Why did I say that awkward phrase 4 years ago at a team dinner? Why does my stomach tighten whenever someone talks about a winner? Rent is due on the 5th, my bank balance looks like a countdown timer. I wanted to be a builder, now I'm just a late night recliner. The refrigerator hums in a strange low frequency tone. I try to pick up on my panic like a straight thread on a coat I own. One strand is tomorrow, one strand is yesterday's stain. One strand is the fear that I'll always be caught in this rain. Swipe left, swipe right, check the weather app, 10% chance of storm. Why do I check the sky outside when my mind won't stay warm? The quiet in this kitchen is way too heavy tonight. My cursor blinks on a blank document like a tiny hazard light. I jump from one thought to another, no bridge between the sides, just stepping on cracks while the shadow outside grows wide. My head is a dozen tabs that won't close down, 100 voices whispering at once across this town. I keep scrolling through the darkness just to waste the clock, looking for a simple path or a place where thoughts can stop. When everything tangles up behind my eyes, I just sit on a cold floor, drop the skies, running out of words for fine, tracing every broken. Maybe I should clean the decks, maybe I should stack the mail. Maybe I should stop assuming every attempt has to fail. Or maybe I'll just sit right here, watching the screen dim low, a passenger who forgot where the train was supposed to go. Surrounded by half-finished sentences with nowhere to belong, trying to breathe through the middle of a tangled song. How long can a single question hang inside an empty room? Still no answer coming through this dim midnight gloom. Just the refrigerator hum, just my cold fingers going numb, running out of words for fine, just tracing lines. The swivel cushion presses back against my spine like it is carrying 27 years of quiet decisions. The mesh back creaks under the full weight of a body that cannot turn off its brain at 2 in the morning. To that little kid in the oversized school hoodie staring at the ceiling fan in a cramped bedroom. You thought 25 would mean having every answer neatly printed in a folder. You thought the tangled thoughts inside your chest would untie themselves as soon as you grew taller. Now I am sitting in this modern office chair, surrounded by muted monitors and unread notifications. And I wish I could send a message back through a decade of noise, just to say it was fine to drop the ball. The city streets below are empty now, but the noise inside my head keeps buzzing. Every small choice we made feels like a domino that fell too fast. If you can hear my voice through this old memory, just let your shoulders down for a second. I'm writing this back to the boy who stayed up worrying about tomorrow. You did not ruin everything, even when the halls felt far too narrow. My mind is a crowded room tonight, but I am living on the courage you saved. Do not hold your breath so tight, you are gonna be okay. still standing here, even when the sky turns gray. Yeah. Remember how you used to bite your lip until it bled when the exam results came back? You thought one bad mark meant the whole future was sliding off the track. Now I sit in this padded desk chair, holding a completely different set of heavy deadlines, realizing we were always running toward a finish line that constantly shifts its lines. You were so terrified of letting down people who do not even call us anymore. You spent entire summers preparing for storms that never even reached our front door. I wish I could reach into the past and gently pull your clenched fingers apart to tell you that an overworked mind does not mean a broken heart. The city streets below are empty now, but the noise inside my head keeps buzzing. Every small choice we made feels like a domino that fell too fast. If you can hear my voice through this old memory, just let your shoulders down for a second. I'm writing this back to the boy who stayed up worrying about tomorrow. You did not ruin everything, even when the halls felt far too narrow. My mind is a crowded room tonight, but I am living on the courage you saved. Do not hold your breath so tight, you are going to be okay. We are still standing here, even when the sky turns gray. Take off those heavy shoes you wore through every lonely hallway. Stop trying to guess every harsh sentence the world might say. I am feeling the heavy press of this chair beneath me tonight, but I learned how to endure from you. You were so much stronger than you realized back then, and I am still learning that truth too. The cushion holds my frame, and I hold both of us together. To the boy sitting in the dark 10 years ago, thank you for being brave. Unclench your jaw now, I will carry the rest of the way. Yeah. Pale cyan glare spills off the vending machine, paint in my worn sneakers in a cold fluorescent glow. My thoughts are a tangle knot of unpaid bills and missed calls, tightening around my chest until breathing feels slow. An older man steps out from the shadow of the overhang, shifting his heavy back from one shoulder to his hip. He nods at my empty coffee can sitting on the concrete, then pulls a warm aluminum bottle from his coat with a quiet grip. He sits 2 feet away without asking for my story, just watches the intersection blink red and yellow then red. He asks if the noise in my head is keeping me awake tonight, and I nod because I cannot find a cleaner word instead. Sometimes a stranger holds the key to the quiet room, listening to troubles they do not need to fix or name drop. We drop our heavy secrets into the midnight air, unloading all the tangled thoughts before the final bus stop. No history between us, no promises who to keep, just 2 tired souls finding where the shadows fall deep. Yeah. You carry tomorrow like it is already ruined, Nisa softly blowing a thin stream of steam into the chilly air. I used to spend my 20s trying to solve the dark, until I learned the dark does not care. His voice is flat and grounded like an old stone wall, stripping away the drama that I built inside my head. I tell him about the endless loops that run inside my sleep. He laughs a low dry laugh and offers me half his bread. He sits 2 feet away without asking for my story, just watches the intersection blink red then yellow then red. He asks if the noise in my head is keeping me awake tonight, and I nod because I cannot find a cleaner word instead. Sometimes a stranger holds the key to the quiet room, listening to troubles they do not need to fix or name drop. We drop our heavy secrets into the midnight air, unloading all the tangled thoughts before the final bus stop. No history between us, no promises who to keep, just 2 tired souls finding where the shadows fall. The headlight beam cuts through the pale cyan dust, engine idling like a quiet heart beating in the lane. He stands up, slowly taps his knees and taps my shoulder once, leaving me with a silence that feels less like pain. The bus doors just hiss shut and pull away into the night. The curb is cold again, washed in pale cyan light. My head is not She mentioned yesterday that my eyes look drained, like I'm staring through people without hearing the word. Now I'm sitting on this bus counting yellow painted lines, watching a torn paper fly peel off a light post. The driver's navy jacket has a bleach stain on the pocket. A kid 3 rows ahead keeps spinning his key ring. I focus on these details just to anchor my mind, because inside my head is a storm I can't unwind. The plastic green bottle rolls across the floorboards. The street sign at the corner leans slightly to the right. Why does every small detail catch my attention tonight? Because my own thoughts are too heavy to hold. My head is too full, overcrowded and loud, like standing alone in a deafening crowd. Scratch on my sneaker, loose thread on my sleeve, looking at everything except what makes me grieve. I list what I see just to keep from falling down, tracing tiny details through this quiet city town. The convenience store sign flickers on the second letter. I hold a warm tin can and feel my hand shake. The cashier's name badges pinned a bit. Crooked raindrops leave uneven trails down the glass pane. My reflection in the window shows heavy dark circles. A straight cast is dry under a discarded box. The digital clock displays 11:43 in red. I keep cataloging objects so I don't go insane. The sidewalk tile is chipped right at the corner edge. A dry brown leaf is trapped on a low window ledge. If I keep my eyes on the concrete under my feet, maybe the noise inside me will finally concede. Just one steady breath, just one still moment now. My head is too full, overcrowded and loud, like standing alone in a deafening crowd. A scratch on my sneaker, loose thread on my sleeve, looking at everything except what makes me grieve. I list what I see just to keep from falling down, tracing tiny details through this quiet city town. She mentioned yesterday that my eyes look drained. A red bus passes by under dim street lights. The crosswalk signal clicks, changing back to green. I take one step forward on the damp asphalt. My mind slows down just a little bit. Yeah. Current swaffle we've gotten rubs my wrist as I lean against a window frame. My brain is a web of overdue tasks, unanswered messages and silent blame. This rough thermal shirt was a gift back then, bought from a street stall in Hongdae Lane. You told me the pattern felt like a rug, laughing aloud through the autumn rain. I touched a stiff hem where the tag was pulled, and suddenly 22 fills the room. No rent in my head, no deadlines to chase, just streetlights dissolve in the evening gloom. Now I sit here with a heavy skull, trying to untangle what I ought to be. Every thought is a knot I made myself, tightened up by insecurity. My head is spinning with 1,000 whys, stacking up questions under midnight skies. I close my eyes and feel the waffle weave, reaching for a time I used to breathe, when life was simple as a thermal shirt. Before every small misstep started to hurt, I wanna step back to that Hongdae street, and rest my mind on quieter feet. The ribbon at the cuffs has lost a stretch, much like the patience I pretend to hold. At 28 the world demands a price, and every promise feels expensive and cold. I remember us sharing a convenience store meal, steam rising off cheap ramen broth. You noticed me rubbing this exact same sleeve, wiping off dust with the bumpy cloth. You said, why do you overcomplicate the night? Just wear the sweater and walk straight ahead. Now repeat those words to the quiet room, lying awake on my unmade bed. I'm carrying weights that nobody placed on my shoulders except my restless mind, searching through memories tucked in the seams for the effortless peace I left behind. My head is spinning with 1,000 whys, stacking up questions under midnight skies. I close my eyes and feel the waffle weave, reaching for a time I used to breathe, when life was simple as a thermal shirt. Before every small misstep started to hurt, I wanna step back to that Hongdae street, and rest my mind on quieter feet. It's funny how a texture brings it back, The smell of wet pavement, the laughter we shared. Before I measure my worth in a bank account. Before I got so exhausted and scared. The fabric is scratchy, worn out and old, but holding it now keeps away the cold. Tracing the waffle pattern with my hand. Maybe tonight I don't need to understand. Slow down the beat, unbind the knot, remembering the boy who forgot he had so much. Coarse cotton under my thumb, until the noise goes numb. Yeah, 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 pale on the dashboard screen. My mind is a crowded intersection where every single light turns red at once. Engine idling in the empty lot, chest tight with tangled wires. I keep asking myself when this heavy storm expires. So I close my eyes and project my life 5 years ahead, past the unpaid bills and the panic thoughts that fill my bed, to a quiet corner of a room I haven't rented yet, where the air smells like rain and I have no regrets. In that future place I hold a warm mug in my hand, not pacing back and forth, trying to force a master plan. Just watching shared curtains drift across the floor, with no impending danger knocking at my door. Someday I will sit in that sunlit chair and wonder why I carried every single burden here. My head will be empty of the late night rewinds, no desperate questions running out of time. Just a cool wooden floor, tea left to cool, and me finally breathing like I used to do. Yeah, in that imagined moment my phone lets screen down. I don't scroll through the noise just to drown out the town. I don't check my bank balance 4 times before I sleep or count every single promise that was too hard to keep. The 30-something me will find my old scribbled notes, smile at how fiercely I kept this paper boat afloat. He will pull up in the window to let the cold breeze in without feeling like the room is starting to spin. I am building that peaceful place right now, with every uneven breath that I manage to take. It takes time to clean out the noise in my mind. It takes time for a feverish cycle to break. Every dollar I stress over, every late shift I survive, is just brick and mortar keeping that future me alive. I will sit in that sunlit chair and wonder why I carried every single burden here. My head will be empty of the late night rewinds, no desperate questions running out of time. Just a cool wooden floor, tea left to cool, like I used to do. On the dashboard, the engine is still hot. I'm stuck in the middle of a very tangled knot, but I hold the future vision steady in my head. A quiet room, a steady pulse, and nothing left to dread. I put the car in drive and head home. A dentist server bottle caps is right beside my glass. I spin it 3 times clockwise, watching reflections pass. My brain is full of bookmarks that I never got to read. Every unreplied message turning into urgency or need. I count the quiet moments like I'm running out of cash, sorting through the memories I should have turned to ash. Why does every little decision feel impossibly heavy? Standing on the edge of a breaking emotional levee. The room is warm, but my feet are cold. I'm tired of trying to act brave and bold. I keep a list of worries in the margin of my mind, searching for a simplicity I left somewhere behind. My head is tangled up in loosely threads tonight, trying to convince myself that everything is fine and right. Too many thoughts competing for the space inside my chest. I just want a minute where my brain can finally rest. Sweep the dust off the tabletop, put the noise away. I don't have the energy to care about tomorrow. Today I check my screen 3 times without opening a single app. Trapped inside a self-constructed mental map. Should have said it differently when we spoke at noon. Why does feeling better always feel like it's coming too late or too soon? The bassline in my headphones keeps a low and steady beat while I watch my shadow stretch across the laminate floorboards at my feet. Everyone my age seems to walk with so much grace, while I'm just trying to keep my breathing at a steady pace. My head is tangled up in loose leaf threads tonight, trying to convince myself that everything is fine and bright. Too many thoughts competing for the space inside my chest. I just want a minute where my brain can finally rest. Sweep the dust off the tabletop, put the noise away. I don't have the energy to care about tomorrow. Today, maybe I don't need to solve every problem before dawn. Maybe it's alright if half my stamina is gone. I flip the bottle cap over, let it lay flat on its back, giving myself permission to step off the track. The quiet settles softly in the room. No more rushing through the midnight gloom. Just me and this tiny piece of metal on the wood, understanding myself the best way I could. Unplug the noise, close my eyes, finally still. The crosswalk signal chirps a steady warning sound, cutting through the quiet where your heavy thoughts are bound. You're leaning on the brick wall, staring at your boots, trying to sort out problems that have grown too many roots. I brought 2 canned coffees from the corner store below. You don't gotta explain a thing, just take it slow. Your phone keeps buzzing with a task you couldn't finish, feeling like your youth is just starting to diminish. Put your hands in your jacket pockets for a minute. If the world is a race, you don't gotta win it. Look at me, take a breath, let the city hum around. We can stay right here until you feel grounded. When your head is a crowded subway train and you can't hear yourself over the pain, you don't have to carry every weight alone. I'll sit on this curb until the night is gone. Let the dark untangle what you couldn't fix. We'll just breathe through the 32 beats and clicks. You said you feel useless when the weekend rolls away, comparing your life to people making twice your pay, overthinking every message that you sent at noon, wondering why success didn't happen for you soon. I get it, my friend, I've stared at the same blank wall, scared that if I rest for an hour I will fall. But your mind is just tired from the endless fight. You don't need a solution to survive tonight. Put your hands in your jacket pockets for a minute. If the world is a race, you don't gotta win it. Look at me, take a breath, let the city hum around. We can stay right here until you feel grounded. When your head is a crowded subway train and you can't hear yourself over the pain, you don't have to carry every weight alone. I'll sit on this curb until the night is gone. Let the dark untangle what you couldn't fix. We'll just breathe through the 32 beats and clicks. No lectures, no advice that you didn't ask to hear, just a friend on the pavement while the cold air clears. If you wanna vent, I'll listen till you're done. If you wanna stay quiet, that's fine too. We don't gotta run. The crosswalk signal finally stops its chirping noise. Take your time, my friend, I am right here beside you. We can head back whenever you are ready. Burn espresso grills hang thick along the narrow alley behind his apartment block. He leans against the brick with his collar pulled up, watching his breath mix with the diner steam stack. His inbox is a 99 unread, a heavy fog taking over his head. Every deadline feels like a siren in the dark, leaving no room for a single quiet spark. He scrolls through a feed that he doesn't really see. Everyone is moving while he feels stuck on concrete. The weight in his shoulders is quiet and deep. Another late evening with no promises of sleep. When the noise inside his head gets too loud to bear, he just stands under the streetlight, staring into air. No words come out, no tears fall down, just a tired shadow in the middle of town. He wishes someone would tell him it's okay to just stop running for a single day. He steps back inside, leaves his shoes by the door. A plastic convenience store bag hits the floor. Warm instant soup that he doesn't want to taste. Another 24 hours going straight to waste. His mind is a room with the drawers won't close. Stuffed through regrets and endless what ifs and pros. He tries to turn off the constant radio inside, but the bass keeps thumping where the anxious thoughts hide. When the noise inside his head gets too loud to bear, he just stands under the streetlight, staring into air. No words come out, no tears fall down, just a tired shadow in the middle of town. He wishes someone would tell him it's okay to just stop running for a single day. The glowing green sign of the pharmacy across the street casts a pale shadow on his weary feet. He isn't broken, he's just far too full, caught in an endless gravitational pull. He takes off his watch, lets the tick and finally freeze, waiting for the night to offer him a breeze. The city slowly lowers down its volume now. He closes his eyes and exhales somehow. Just one quiet breath in the dark studio room. Maybe tomorrow the flowers will bloom. A sharp memory punctures a hush, right between the ticking clock and wall. My screen goes dim, the shadow starts to push 1,000 scattered worries down the hall. I trace the static on the curtain fold, every unsaid sentence taking form. The room is freezing, but my temple is high, standing right inside an invisible storm. Camera tilts down to my trembling knees, replaying every mistake in high-def resolution. The sound design is just a heavy breeze, looking for a simple, quiet evolution. My head is a theater playing old mistakes, cut to the scene where the anchor breaks. Too many thoughts in a single shot, holding on to things that I shouldn't have caught. Focus shifts slow as the midnight dies, framing night motion under heavy eyes. Wide shot shows a cold mug full of tea, red text stacked up like paper towers. Am editing a life I barely see, losing track of 4 consecutive hours. Dissolve to gray, ambient noise turns loud, a crowded mind inside an empty space. Trying to zoom out from this heavy cloud, searching for a softer, kinder place. Camera tilts down to my trembling knees, replaying every mistake in high-def resolution. The sound design is just a heavy breeze, looking for a simple, quiet evolution. My head is a theater playing old mistakes, cut to the scene where the anchor breaks. Too many thoughts in a single shot, holding on to things that I shouldn't have tried. Focus shifts slow as the midnight dies, framing night motion under heavy eyes. Faint blue glow casts a long shadow line, each frame heavy with an unspoken doubt. If I hit pause on this endless film of mine, would I finally figure what it is all about? Step back, let the projector fade to black, let the dark take everything back. The lens cleans off, the static settles down, just a quiet room in a sleeping town. One deep breath in the dark, leaving no mark. Where do all the draft texts end up after you hit cancel? My phone battery sits at 19% while I stare at an unpaid bill on the desk. Did I lock the front door twice? Or just imagine the sound of a click? My head feels like 30 tabs open on a laptop with a dying fan. Someone at work asked how my week was going and I said doing great, but great is just a quick coat of paint over a crack in the wall. Subway line 2 was jammed again, smelling like damn coats and lukewarm tea. I was thinking about 6 years ago when I assumed adults had answers. Static buzzing in my left ear, second sticking in my right. I delete the whole sentence before I even figure out what to say. Why am I so exhausted from sitting in a chair all afternoon? Everything feels like a deadline, but nothing actually matters tonight. My mind is a hallway with every single light bulb unscrewed, jumping from a forgotten errand to an old mistake from school. I just wanna find a switch that turns down the speaker in my skull. Too many thoughts overlapping, making every single corner feel full. Tell me how to park the car when the engine refuses to stop. I bought an iced coffee this morning and forgot it on top of the microwave. Now it's warm and watery, sitting next to a pile of unopened mail. My friend dropped a funny video in the group chat, so I sent back a heart. I didn't actually laugh, just executed the routine so nobody asked if I'm fine. Should I switch my career path? Wait, I already made the choice twice. Why does my brain keep studying for an exam that ended years ago? My shoe is untied, but if I bend down now I might just stay on the floor. Is everyone else navigating smoothly? Or did I miss the orientation day? My mind is a hallway with every single light bulb unscrewed, jumping from a forgotten errand to an old mistake from school. I just wanna find a switch that turns down the speaker in my skull. Too many thoughts overlapping, making every single corner feel full. Tell me how to park the car when the engine refuses to stop. 1, 2, 3. Count the ceiling tiles, but the air stops halfway down. If I call my mother right now, she'll hear the shaky edge in my voice. Maybe I should walk down to the corner store just to buy a bottle of water, just to hear the chime above the door, prove that I'm standing somewhere real. Where do all these unanswered questions go? Draft deleted again. Key turned in the lock, the screen fades to black. I'm still waiting for the noise to clear. The solid wooden base holds down my weight while shadows stretch across the kitchen floor. My mind is like a tangled web tonight, 100 thoughts colliding at the door. I'm looking back at who you used to be, standing in that oversized school coat, scared that every mistake was permanent, swallowing the panic in your throat. You thought the noise inside your head would never find a place to rest. You carried every single doubt like iron armor on your chest. Listen to me now, across the years, you don't have to carry every fear. When the room goes loud and dark inside, you don't always have to run and hide. Take a deeper breath and let it fall. You were stronger than you knew through it all. I see you sitting on the concrete stairs, worrying about a future 5 years out, writing down a list of all your flaws, choking on the quietness of doubt. If I could reach through time and touch your arm, I'd tell you that the pressure isn't real. The world won't end because you missed a step, or because you didn't know just how to feel. You thought the noise inside your head would never find a place to rest. You carried every single doubt like iron armor on your chest. Listen to me now, across the years, you don't have to carry every fear. When the room goes loud and dark inside, you don't always have to run and hide. Take a deeper breath and let it fall. You were stronger than you knew through it all. The tangled thoughts still visit me sometimes. heavy, had the late night endless loop. But now I know the storm eventually clears, and we survive the turns inside the hoop. So rest your shoulders, kid, you're doing fine. You'll make it to this heavy chair of mine. This heavy chair is holding both of us. Breathe out the noise, you're doing fine. Just breathe out the noise. Magenta neon hums low above our bench. The wet pavement reflects a soft plum hue. I sit with my elbows on my knees, hands tightly clenched, trying to untangle everything I have to do. An older man steps out from the glass doors, holding a warm aluminum drink in his palm. He looks at my face, takes a slow breath, and breaks through the heavy night air with quiet calm. He asks if the weight in my head is keeping me awake, or if I just forgot how to take a simple break. I tell him my mind feels like a crowded train, every thought pushing against the doors in vain. He doesn't offer advice or tell me it gets easy, just sits 2 feet away while the wind blows breezy. We talk about nothing that matters at all, under the purple light against the brick wall. A stranger who doesn't know my name or my past, reminding me that every stormy season doesn't last. My chest loosens up with every word we trade in the small midnight shadow that the street lamp made. He tells me he spent his 20s running out of time, chasing after goals that were never really his to climb. When your head gets too full, you gotta put the bag down, he says, pointing a finger at the sleeping town. I laugh a little bit, first time all week long, realizing I spent 3 days carrying what felt wrong. He nods, takes a final sip, stands up to leave, leaving behind a quiet space where I can finally breathe. I tell him my mind feels like a crowded train, every thought pushing against the doors in vain. He didn't fix my life or give me any map, just gave me 10 minutes to pull out of the trap. Woo! We talk about nothing that matters at all, under the purple light against the brick wall. A stranger who doesn't know my name or my past, reminding me that every stormy season doesn't last. My chest loosens up with every word we trade in the small midnight shadow that the street lamp made. Sometimes the people who know you best expect you to be strong, so you mask every headache and pretend nothing is wrong. But a stranger on a curb sees the tiredness in your eyes without expecting any polished speech or quiet lies. The purple light flickers as he walks away down the street. The cool night breeze hits my face, fresh and sweet. My head is still messy, but the weight feels lighter now. Just 2 strangers sharing warmth, learning how. My coworker remarked yesterday my laughter sounded paper thin. I watched the tea bag swell in lukewarm water at my desk again. A sticky note with 3 crossed out taxes tilted on the frame. I count 4 cracks in the bus stop glass and try to clear my name. The corner of my subway pass is peeling at the edge. My thumb keeps tracing plastic lines while standing near the ledge. A plastic fork with 1 broken prong rests beside my plate. I spend 5 minutes staring at the silver clock by the gate. The green crosswalk counter blinks down from 9 to 0. Watch a stray cat tucked behind a stack of folded cardboard. My screen lights up with news I do not really care to read. My thoughts are piling up like unopened mail I never need. When the knot in my head grows too tight to undo, I just look at the floor till the noise passes through. A cold metal handrail, a scuffed leather shoe, an empty green bottle sitting under the blue. The screen in my mind is a crowded display, so I catalog small things to make it through the day. chime rings twice when someone steps inside. I check my coat pocket for a receipt. I try to hide a barcode sticker on my notebook ripped halfway in two. The battery icon turns red at 12%, right on cue. I notice how the condensation drips from a plastic cup. I draw a wet circle on the laminate and wait for it to dry up. Two straight threads hang loose from my canvas bag strap. I fold my train ticket twice and stuff it in my lap. When the knot in my head grows too tight to undo, I just look at the floor till the noise passes through. A cold metal handrail, a scuffed leather shoe, an empty green bottle sitting under the blue. The screen in my mind is a crowded display. So I catalog small things to make it through the day. A flickering street light blinks 3 times and then stays bright. My key ring rattles softly as I step into the night. Why do the quietest details hold the heaviest kind of weight? I leave my sneakers unlaced beside the iron gate. My coworker remarked yesterday my laughter sounded then. The low hum of the fridge is the only voice within. The yellowed receipt tucked deep inside my sleeve. I close my eyes and take a breath before I leave. So scratchy polyester lining chafes my skin every time I turn around inside this room again. My head is spinning fast with bills and deadlines on the line. Too many unanswered messages, I'm losing track of time. This cheap nylon windbreaker smells like damp wool and rain. And suddenly the friction pulls me straight down memory lane, where we used to sit at midnight on the convenience store bench, buying 2+1 iced coffees, ignoring every storm and trench. Back when a headache meant we stayed up playing games, before every conversation turned to career titles and names. I close my eyes and let the rough fabric rub my neck, wishing I could clear the mental clutter from this wreck. My brain is tangled up in static tonight. I can't seem to make a single choice feel right. So I'm leaning on a shadow from 6 years ago, when the winter wind blew and we didn't need to know how to solve every problem in the universe. Just watching late night taxis put the city in reverse. I rub the frayed elastic band around my right wrist, reminded of the day you handed me this jacket in the mist. You said I looked too pale standing out beside the station gate. We joked about our 30s like it wouldn't bring away. Now my desk is piled high with printed receipts and doubt. Ever anxious thought of screaming trying to get out. The lo-fi beat is playing from my laptop speaker low. Oh, where did all those simple days and easy laughs go? Back when a headache meant we stayed up playing games, before every conversation turned to career titles and names. I close my eyes and let the rough fabric grab my neck, wishing I could clear the mental clutter from this wreck. My brain is tangled up in static tonight. I can't seem to make a single choice feel right. So I'm leaning on a shadow from 6 years ago, when the winter wind blew and we didn't need to know how to solve every problem in the universe. Just watching late night taxis put the city in reverse. Maybe I don't need to figure out the whole design. Maybe I just need to let this memory realign. The rough weave reminds me that I made it through back then, when I thought I'd never find my footing once again. Rough nylon on my skin, letting quiet settle in. 6 years back, simple street, slow the pounding of my beat. Just one breath at a time. wave LED, tracing the neon green while my thoughts run free. Receipts on the counter, deadlines pressing my chest. Every minor anxiety fighting over who gets listed next. I close my eyes and fast forward 3 whole years, sitting on a quiet balcony where none of this appears. A cold breeze coming through the open sliding door. No longer counting debts or keeping track of the score. Right now the room is heavy and my head is spinning fast, wondering how long a night like this can really last. But I picture myself pouring water in the glass, knowing all these tangled threads will eventually pass. In that future place, my breath comes out so light. No more staying up to fight the middle of the night. I'm sitting by the glass, looking down at the street, watching all the world below move on steady feet. My brain is racing, my shoulders aren't tight. Yeah, just a quiet little afternoon bathed in yellow light. I can see the wooden table where my coffee mug rests. No urgent notifications, no unresolved tests. I wear the plain white hoodie that I keep in the back, walking down the pavement with my mind off the track. The day feels like a knot that I can't untie, 100 different questions with no clear why. But that future version of me is looking back right now, smiling through the distance, saying I survived somehow. Right now the room is heavy and my head is spinning fast, wondering how long a night like this can really last. But I picture myself pouring water in a glass, knowing all these tangled threads will eventually pass. In that future place, my breath comes out so light. No more staying up to fight the middle of the night. I'm sitting by the glass, looking down at the street, watching all the world below move on steady feet. My brain is racing, my shoulders aren't tight. Just a quiet little afternoon bathed in yellow light. It is just a mental snapshot, a room I haven't rented yet, a moment where I do not carry lingering regret. The clock ticks forward 1 second at a time, bridging the gap between this mess and peace of mind. Holding on to that future line by line, my head will be clear soon. I will be sitting in that sunlight soon. A silver paperclip straightened out flat lies beside my lukewarm mug tonight. I worked it back and forth until the curve vanished, just to see if it would snap in half. My mind keeps spinning in the exact same spot, a loop of deadlines and rent payments. Everyone says take a breath and rest, but sitting still just lets the noise climb higher. I turn my phone face down on the wood, the screen light bleeds into the dark anyway. I wanna clear the clutter in my chest, but I don't know which thought to throw out first. My head feels like a room with the lights left on, furniture piled up against the door. I try to trace where the tangled string starts and end up staring at the ceiling board. It's too loud inside this quiet house, wishing I could press a single button, shut it all down for just 1 hour, and let the heavy thoughts fall away. Yeah, I check my calendar for the 3rd time. Tomorrow looks as crowded as today. Friends ask me out for a drink downtown. I send a quick excuse and say I'm working late. It's not that I don't wanna see their faces, I just don't have the energy to talk. I'm spending all my strength inside my skull, negotiating with my own anxiety. My head feels like a room, the lights left on, furniture piled up against the door. Try to trace where the tangled string starts and end up press a single button, shut it all down for just 1 hour, and let the heavy thoughts fall away. Maybe tomorrow the weather will clear. Maybe I don't need to fix everything tonight. The bent paperclip won't ever be straight again, and maybe that's fine. Maybe I don't have to be perfect either. The desk is cool beneath my palms. I push the thin wire to the corner, still breathing slow in the dim room, waiting for the quiet to finally take over. The sharp hiss of a city bus air brake cuts through the alley behind us. You rest your elbows on your knees, staring down at your scuffed sneakers. I can almost hear the gears turning inside your head, fast and loud, trying to solve problems that haven't even happened yet. You sigh into your folded hands, foggy breath rising into the chill, holding on to a bad day like you're under contract to keep it still. Put down your phone, the notification light can wait a while. I see how exhausted you are behind that quick practice smile. You don't have to explain every piece of the mess tonight. Just sit right here beside me till the heavy feeling turns light. Your mind is a room overflowing with open tabs you can't close, where every single thought keeps pulling you down, where the dark river flows. So leave the clutter on the pavement, give your heart a place to rest. You don't need all the answers, you're already doing your best. Let the cold air cool the fever in your brow. We can just be quiet right now. I brought 2 heated cans from the convenience store. Heater box, you press the warm metal to your palms, untangling your thoughts. Late 20s hit us like a sudden shift in the weather. Everyone pretending like they have their entire lives together. Yeah, you compare your draft notes to someone else's finished page, trapped inside a quiet panic on an invisible stage. Take a slow sip, feel the sweetness hit your tongue. You aren't falling behind, my friend, we're still figuring out how to be young. Put down your phone, the notification light can wait a while. I see how exhausted you are behind that quick practice smile. You don't have to explain every piece of the mess tonight. Just sit right here beside me till the heavy feeling turns light. Your mind is a room overflowing with open tabs you can't close, where every single thought keeps pulling you down, where the dark river flows. So leave the clutter on the pavement, give your heart a place to rest. You don't need all the answers, you're already doing your best. Let the cold air cool the fever in your brow. We can just be quiet right now. When the ceiling in your bedroom feels like it's coming down, call my number, I'll walk across the sleeping town. No lectures, no advice you didn't ask to hear, just 2 friends sitting on plastic chairs while the night grows clear. Breathe out the heavy static, let the engine idle slow. It's alright if you don't know where you're supposed to go. A city bus rolls away into the distant street. Warm tin can resting in the palm of your hand. Take your time, I'll stay right here with you until your head feels light again. Stale peppermint vape hangs near the exit door. He leans his shoulder on the cinder block, wall eyes on the floor. A pile of unread emails stacking up inside his phone. He counts the flickering ceiling lights while sitting all alone. Every single thought is tangled up in threads of gray, replaying every tiny error made earlier today. His manager sighed, his deadline got pushed back again. He wonders when his youth turned into an endless spend. He pulls his padded coat against the chilly evening draft, remembering a time he used to talk so loud and actually laughed. Now his chest feels heavy like an anchor forged from lead, trying to quiet down the panic ringing in his head. When the thoughts grow far too loud to carry, when the tomorrow opens up his bank app, scrolls past the notifications. 28 years old with too many expectations. A scent of fried sugar from the waffle cart nearby drifts through the narrow alley under a violet sky. He rewinds a conversation that he had at 3 p.m. Wishing he had said a different sentence back to them. His mind is like a laptop, running 30 open tabs, freezing it completely while exhaustion takes his grab. Nobody ever taught him how to handle this much weight. Working through the evening just to feel like he's on date. He drops his heavy hands and blows a pale mist in the dark, standing right outside the entrance of the sleeping park. It is okay to rest against the cold steel railing now, without proving anything or making another bow. When the thoughts grow far too loud to carry, when the tomorrow that he planned feels scary, he just stands there watching street lights blur into the night. He doesn't need an answer, just a little bit of light. Slow down the pulse, breathe out the strain, waiting for the quiet to wash across his brain. The minty vapor disappears into the winter air. He walks toward the bus stop, sitting on the metal chair. One slow breath coming and one slow breath going out. He lets go of the pressure, he lets go of the doubt. Just a tired soul under the yellow streetlight glare. A heavy doubt drops through silence, striking like iron on marble floor. The fan hums low in the corner, spinning slowly past 334. Blue ambient light from the television reflects off the table frame. My phone screen lights up with a message that I do not care to name. I watch a single speck of dust flow slow through the projector light. The stillness was safe until that single sentence took away the night. My shoulders tighten up, the studio apartment grow 5 degrees cold. Another endless spiral unfolds from a story that never got told. The window pane hums with the distant highway lane. I count every shadow washed out by the yellow rain. My ribs feel pressed together like pages in a wet book. I am caught staring blankly at the coat rack on the wall hook. My mind is a crowded intersection where no traffic lights turn green. Tangled in thoughts that I never meant to keep inside the scene. Cold coffee sits quietly beside the unopened mail on the floor. I'm trying to breathe past the noise that knocks on my door. The city keeps breathing, but my chest forgets how to move. Looking for a quiet beat that my heart can finally approve. I walk out onto the balcony. The damp asphalt smells of old rust. A yellow delivery scooter cuts through the fog and the settling dust. Every street lamp casts a long cone of light over empty concrete spaces. I try to sort the tangled worries into neat, predictable places. Did I say too much? Did I leave too soon? Was I wrong to walk away? Questions pile up like receipts left on an acrylic tray. The cold wind stings my knuckles pressed hard on a metal bar. I watch a red tail light disappear slow and far. My mind is a crowded intersection where no traffic lights turn green. Tangled in thoughts that I never meant to keep inside the scene. Cold coffee sits quietly beside the unopened mail on the floor. I'm trying to breathe past the noise that knocks on my door. The city keeps breathing, but my chest forgets how to move. Looking for a quiet beat that my heart can finally approve. A high-speed train rumbles underground beneath the damp street. Vibrations travel up my socks and through the soles of my feet. I close my eyes tight and let the cold air fill up my lungs, unraveling knots in a language spoken with quiet tongues. One thought at a time, I let the heavy weight drop to the ground, waiting for the moment when the silence turns back to sound. The refrigerator clicks off, leaving just the sound of rain. A faint glow shifts on the ceiling, melting off the window pane. I step back inside and turn the lock upon the wooden door, leaving all those tangled thoughts scattered on the linoleum floor. Why does the clock tick loudest when I ask myself where I lost my direction? No answer comes back, just a low hum under the refrigerator in the corner. Did I pay the bill on time, or did I just stare at the notice on the door? My sneakers are still on, muddy soles leaving prints on the entryway tile. Thought about replying to that message from Tuesday, but the screen timed out. If I slow down right now, does the rest of the world keep racing past? Paper receipts on the desk, iced coffee melted into watery milk. My shoulders locked tight, forgetting how to relax my tongue against my teeth. Everything collides at once, like the transfer corridor at Hapjong Station. Line 2 to line 6, crowded tangled thoughts pushing past my mind. I just need a single minute to clear out the endless draft box. Why is every simple decision suddenly turning into a wall? My head is a browser tab that won't ever finish loading. Swiping through old days, looking for the place where I got so exhausted. Nothing links together, just static buzzing on an open frequency. I ask the empty room what comes next, but the darkness stays silent. I'm sitting here with too many thoughts sinking into the feedback. Should I walk down to the convenience store for another cold drink? The green sign outside flickers through the blinds like an unsettled pulse. Suddenly remembering the high school classmate's face. Why bring that up now? My memory picks the worst hours to dig out forgotten mistakes. Rent due next week, lower back aching from the second desk chair. Wondering if everyone else is moving forward while I just simulate progress. Notification flashes then fades and I lack the energy to unlock the screen. Ideas bouncing off the inside of my skull like coins dropped in a tile sink. Is there a quiet room somewhere beneath this noise? I keep asking the air, searching for a circuit breaker I can't find one. Anxiety bleeds right into the next, no clear start, no end. Just a stream of broken questions circling in the dark. Try to rest when the noise stops. For still leg, press hard into vinyl tiles, carrying all 80 kilos of my exhaustion tonight. My head feels like a gym browser with 20 tabs playing loud audio at once. And I'm writing this down for the kids sitting in the back of the class. In 2014, you were biting your nails until the blood, convinced every exam was the end of the world. Yeah, you thought failing that math test meant you would never amount to anything real. I wish I could send a message back in time to tell you to unclench your teeth. You spent every evening staring at the ceiling, wondering if you would ever breathe easy. You thought growing up meant finding all the answers. The truth is we just learn to carry the noise. So drop your shoulders down right now. Take a deep breath and listen to me. Kid, you make it out of that dark bedroom. You survived the winter you thought would break your collarbone. The bills get paid, the tears dry up. Even in my head gets crowded now and then. You do not need to figure out the whole story tonight. Just sleep, little brother, you are doing fine. I still overthink when midnight rolls around, but the flavor of the panic has changed. Back then you worried if anyone liked you. Now I worry about rent and broken dreams. I see you eating convenience store ramen alone on the curb after cram school. You thought nobody noticed how hard you were trying to hold your life together. I noticed, and I am sitting in this heavy office chair right now because of your sweat. Thank you for not giving up when the world felt too steep to climb. You spent every evening staring at the ceiling, wondering if you would ever breathe easy. You thought growing up meant finding all the answers, but truth is we just learn to carry the noise. So drop your shoulders down right now. Take a deep breath and listen to me. Kid, you make it out of that dark bedroom. You survived the winter you thought would break your collarbone. The bills get paid, the tears dry up. Even in my head gets crowded now and then. You do not need to figure out the whole story tonight. Just sleep, little brother. brother, you're doing fine. When my mind feels tangled like a ball of thin wire, I look, get an old picture of your small, tired face. If you could hold on through those silent nights, I can handle whatever tomorrow throws. In my desk, we are still here, still breathing, still moving forward. Put down the pencil, turn off the desk lamp. The heavy chair carries me, and I carry us both. You did good, you did good. Tungsten amber floods the plastic chairs outside the quiet convenience store doors. My head is a closet bursting with clothes I never asked to wear or sort through anymore. Receipts and unread messages pile inside my brain. Every single choice turning into a silent strain. A man in a worn denim jacket sits 2 steps away, cracks open the green tea, looks up at the haze. He says, "Kid, your eyes are staring right through the wall." I laugh a short breath, saying nothing at all. He sighs, "Whatever you're carrying in your chest tonight, you don't have to fix it before the morning light." I trace the condensation dripping off my can. My thoughts are tangled wires I can't understand. He doesn't ask my name, I don't ask his age. Just 2 lonely shadows turning the same exhausted pain. When the noise in your mind gets too loud to breathe, sometimes a stranger gives you room to leave. No complicated answers, no heavy advice, just a quiet hum of night in a moment carved out twice. The yellow glow washes over the stone, reminding my heart I'm not the only one alone. He takes a slow drink, kicks a loose pebble down the curb. Says, "When I was 28, every little word felt like an eviction notice from my own peace of mind." You think you're falling behind, but you're just on your own time. I look at his callous fingers, the ash on his sleeve. My messy future doesn't seem so impossible to believe. I tell him it feels like my brain won't ever turn off. He smiles slightly, tapping the rim with the soft clink against the glass, saying, "Let it run till it's tired. You aren't broken just because your head is over." I taste the condensation dripping off my can. My thoughts are tangled wires I can't understand. He doesn't ask my name, I don't ask his age. Just 2 lonely shadows turning the same exhausted pain. When the noise in your mind gets too loud to breathe, sometimes a stranger gives you room to leave. No complicated answers, no heavy advice, just a quiet hum of night in a moment carved out twice. The yellow glow washes over the stone, reminding my heart I'm not the only one alone. Night bus passes by, splashing water on the street. The silence between us feels oddly complete. He stands up, tosses his empty can in the bin, nods once, pulls up his collar against the wind. "Get some sleep, kid," he says without looking back. And just like that, the pressure in my chest starts to slack. Tungsten amber still holding the floor. My head is still full, but it hurts a little less than before. A stranger's brief words floating on the breeze. Just a night outside the store, putting my mind at ease. My friend told me yesterday I blink too much when I am stressed. I stared down at my sneakers and I didn't answer the rest. Now sitting on the sofa while the room is turning gray. A yellow price sticker that I never peeled away. The battery icon hovers right at 7%. 3 unread group messages that someone else sent. A tiny crack runs along the bottom of my phone case. I count 5 different small objects sitting out of place. A black rubber band wrapped twice around a blue pen. A dry water ring from a mug I used back then. My head feels like a closet where nobody clears the floor. Every little detail keeps on knocking at the door. When the thoughts pile up until I cannot move, I just stare at the scratches in the table groove. half-drained plastic bottle on the side table ledge. The barcode slightly torn along the cardboard edge. I left my commuter card inside a plastic tray beside a crumpled wrapper from 3 days away. The sudden low buzz when the refrigerator kicks in. I start a draft text and erase it back again. A speck of white link out on my dark wool sock. The steady plastic tick of an old desk clock. Yeah. Yesterday she said I looked exhausted in the face. Tonight I am just measuring the clutter in the space. One dry drop of coffee on the wooden veneer. 2 folded receipts from the middle of the year. If I focus on the tiny things right in front of me, maybe I can quiet down the noise I cannot see. Thoughts pile up until I cannot move. I just stare at the scratches in the table groove. The loose thread on my sleeve, a smudge upon the glass, waiting for the crowded hours in my head to pass. Nothing heavy happens. It's just 1,000 little things floating through the heavy silence that midnight brings. My friend told me yesterday I blinked too much. A worn out ballpoint pen that lost its touch. 7% screen, a faint watermark, just tiny little observations in the dark. Yeah. Peeled acrylic fabric catches against my knuckle as I pull this oversized gray cardigan tight. My brain is a web of unmade decisions, 30 open tabs in the dead of the night. The wool feels heavier than it used to, and suddenly I'm back in the crowded studio flat. You were folding laundry by the windowsill, shaking out the wrinkles with a gentle snap. I didn't have a schedule or a deadline then, just a beat playing low on a broken phone speaker. Now every small task feels like lifting a boulder. My thoughts keep spinning in an endless loop. I close my eyes and let the fabric drift me back, tracing the thread where the story took a detour. Too many noise walls inside my head tonight. I'm trying to untangle all the knots behind my eyes. Back when a warm sweater was enough to keep us calm, before the whole world demanded a price. I just wanna freeze that old memory, put my forehead down and breathe for a while. I remember the smell of detergent and rain on the glass, sitting on the lemonade floor with the cheap paper cup. We spent 3 whole hours talking about nothing at all. No notification telling us to hurry up. Now my calendar looks like a crime scene. Red ink over every single weekend box. I stare at my phone screen, picking at the loose threads, wishing I could jump back through the ticking of the clock. The friction of this cotton brings the quiet right back. The 3 brief seconds before the static attack. Every small task feels like lifting a boulder. My thoughts keep spinning in an endless loop. I close my eyes and let the fabric drift me back, tracing the thread where the story took a detour. Too many noise walls inside my head tonight. I'm trying to untangle all the knots behind my eyes. Back when a warm sweater was enough to keep us calm, before the whole world demanded a price. I just wanna freeze that old memory, put my forehead down and breathe for a while. Maybe I don't need to fix every problem by morning. Maybe the mind gets full so it learns how to clear. I squeeze the soft sleeve between my palms, holding on to the person I used to be back here. No big answers, just the quiet of the yarn. Heavy head on a soft shoulder, soft sleeve against my palm. Taking one slow breath, let the static subside. Yeah. Yeah. My thoughts are piling up like unwashed dishes in the sink. Receipts for worries I never meant to buy are scattered across the cold linoleum floor. I count the rhythmic hums of the refrigerator, trying to untangle every deadline and unanswered question. My brain feels like a browser with 50 open tabs, all playing different songs at the exact same time. So I close my eyes and travel forward past this narrow room and this suffocating air. I set a mark of 5 years down the line, to a place where I can finally breathe in deep. In that distant kitchen with the balcony door pushed wide, I will sip lukewarm barley tea and watch the Looking back at this dark hour and knowing it ended well. I see the wooden floorboards painted pale gray, a potted monster we're catching the evening orange haze. No overdue notices resting on the glass table, no tight knot sitting right underneath my collarbone. The young man who stayed up picking in this dark room is just a soft shadow I vaguely remember now. He survived the endless loop of overthinking. He paid off all the sleepless nights with interest. I close my eyes again and hold that picture tight, stepping out of this narrow room into that quiet hole. I fix my eyes on that 5-year marker where every loud voice in my head is turned to dust. In that distant kitchen with the balcony door pushed wide, I will sip lukewarm barley tea and watch the street lights flicker on. My head will be completely empty, light as a falling leaf. I will laugh at how heavy tonight felt from the sofa. Looking back at this dark hour and knowing it ended well. Future me will look at his wristwatch and smile. He will send a quiet nod back through the years, telling me to just get through this single midnight, because the noise eventually runs out of batteries. The heavy air settles, the room fills with daylight. But I am already sitting in that sunny afternoon, holding a warm mug with both hands, finally resting my mind. A blue plastic bread tag lies right beside my lukewarm water cup. I've been staring at it 20 minutes, hoping that my thoughts would line on up. My calendar is full of color boxes, deadlines bleeding into late night hours. Every little task feels like a mountain, staring down my missing motivation powers. I count the tiny ridges on the edge, wonder where my clarity went wrong. My brain is like a crowded subway car, where every single worry rides along. I try to take a breath and slow it down, but the noise inside my chest won't quit. I'm holding on to things I can't control, wishing I could just let go a bit. My mind is tangled up in threads I cannot pull, a heavy room that's overflowing and too full. I sit here with the below in my ears, trying to unpack these piled up years. When everything gets way too much to bear, I trace the plastic tag and breathe the air. Just one quiet moment to clear the floor before I step back out and ask for more. Messages are piling on my screen, people asking what my plan will be. I give them polite answers every time, acting like the answers come to me. Truth is I'm tired of the rush. 2030 life is mostly noise. We trade our peaceful nights for ambition, slaving over artificial joys. The bassline on my headphone keeps me grounded, snare drum ticking like a steady clock. I whisper to myself to take a break and turn off every single mental. I try to take a breath and slow it down, but the noise inside my chest won't quit. I'm holding on to things I can't control, wishing I could just let go a bit. My mind is tangled up in threads I cannot pull, a heavy room that's overflowing and too full. I sit here with the beat low in my ears, trying to unpack these piled up years. When everything gets way too much to bear, I trace the plastic tag and breathe the air. Just one quiet moment to clear once bloom. Delivery scooter backfires in the alleyway behind us. You're staring at the ice melting down your paper cup. 3 unread emails from your manager still glowing on your phone screen. You haven't touched your food, just stirring it all up. I know that look you get when the world gets way too loud. When every tiny choice feels like a mountain you must climb. You keep your shoulders tight, pretending you're alright, but your mind is running laps, burning out on overtime. Don't try to fix the entire universe tonight. The world won't fall apart if you take a breath right now. Just let the noise drift past the plastic table where we sit. We can leave the heavy questions unanswered for now. Leave the tabs open on your desk for a while. You don't have to solve every single problem today. Put your hands in your jacket, let the cold air hit your face. I'm right here beside you. We can sit in the quiet when your head is a crowded street at midnight. Just let your heavy thoughts rest on me today. Yeah, you talk about your rent, your career, your late 20s fading fast. Though everyone your age seems to have it figured out. You pull your beanie down low to hide your tired eyes, apologizing softly for pouring out your doubt. Stop apologizing for being human for once. You've been holding up a ceiling that was never yours to bear. The city lights are blinking through the yellow dusk outside, and nobody in this town has it all together, I swear. Don't try to fix the entire universe tonight. The world won't fall apart if you take a breath right now. Just let the noise drift past the plastic table where we sit. We can leave the heavy questions unanswered for now. Leave the tabs open on your desk for a while. You don't have to solve every single problem today. Put your hands in your jacket, let the cold air hit your face. I'm right here beside you. We can sit in the quiet when your head is a crowded street at midnight. Just let your heavy thoughts rest on me today. Look at the traffic passing on the main road. Red tail lights blurring into long streaks of light. None of those drivers know where they're going either. We're all just navigating through the middle of the night. Take off the pressure, loosen up your chest. You don't need a grand plan just to make it through tonight. The convenience store sign hums soft in the background. Finish your drink, there's no rush to go home. Whenever it gets too hard to carry by yourself, remember you don't have to walk through it alone. Leave the tabs open, just breathe. Dim ozone and fried or drift through the narrow subway stairs. As he steps into the drizzle with his hood pulled low, his phone vibrates twice against his thigh. In the cold, another unread thread he isn't ready to know. He keeps his eyes fixed on the cracked yellow tiles, counting every line just to steady his breathing. The thoughts in his head are like 50 open browser tabs, are playing different songs while his pulse keeps racing. He stops under the green canopy of a closed fruit stand. The city hums low like a bass line underwater. Everyone around him seems to know where they're running, while he feels like a ghost getting slower and smaller. When the tangled mind gets too heavy to carry around, he walks through the alleyways without any plan, tracing the damn curb with the toes of his worn sneakers, trying to remember how he used to understand. Too many expectations stacked up like dusty boxes, no room left to breathe in the small apartment air. So he lets the night breeze wash over his face, standing under streetlights with his overburdened stare. He pauses by the laundry shop windows on the corner, watching round soapy water swirl behind the thick glass. He wishes he could toss all his worries in the dryer, spin away the static in the days that drag past. His coat smells like damp wool and cold convenience store tea. He pulls a crumpled receipt out and drops it in the bin. At 27 years old, the weight of being someone is a silent kind of fever burning underneath the skin. He doesn't want a grand piece of advice from a friend, nor a quote from a book that promises a new start. He just wants 5 minutes where the noise subsides, where no one is waiting for a quick and clever reply. Just a pause in the beat, a breaking the rain, a chance to reset without explaining his pain. His shadow stretches long across the wet asphalt. He exhales a cloud that fades into the lamp glow. One step then another through the sleeping neighborhood. He isn't fixed yet, but he lets the heavy thoughts go. Damp ozone lingering softly in the night. He keeps walking forward under street lamplight. Where does the energy go when you do nothing? I sit here staring at my socks. Under a green stripe, yellow hill. I bought them on sale last winter. Should I order food or just drink tap water? My brain feels like a web browser with 32 windows hanging. Someone asked me my long-term goals on Thursday. I laughed and said something about saving money, but honestly I just want my head to stop buzzing. The fluorescent bulb makes a tiny clicking sound. Click, click, like an old turn signal left on forever. I jump from task to task without finishing one. Clean the desk, check the mail, scroll the feed, put it down. Everything feels urgent and completely pointless at the same time. My chest feels tight, but my pulse is slow. My head is an overcrowded subway train. Too many thoughts pushing to get off at the same station. I cannot sort out what matters from what is just noise. I am exhausted from doing absolutely nothing at all. Just staring at the wall until the shadows tilt sideways. I wish somebody would press pause on my mind. Did I pay the water bill or did I just think about paying it? I checked my banking app, swipe past 3 overdue notifications. My mother called earlier, I left it on silent. Not because I'm angry, just because talking takes breath. I remember a song from 5 years ago. Try to remember the chorus, forget the lyrics. Halfway through, drift to my tax return. Is everyone that's better keeping up with being an adult? My shoulders are up near my ears. I force them to drop down. 2 seconds later they are back up again. It is exhausting being trapped inside my own head. My head is an overcrowded subway train. Too many thoughts pushing to get off at the same station. I cannot sort out what matters from what is just noise. I am exhausted from doing absolutely nothing at all. Just staring at the wall until the shadows tilt sideways. I wish somebody would press pause on my mind. Thought A leads to thought B, then jumps to a mistake from high school. Why did I say that to my manager during the team meeting? We probably forgot it 2 minutes later, but I am keeping it alive. Feeding fuel to a tiny fire that does not even exist. I close my eyes, but the mental screen stays bright white. Where does it go? All this useless thinking. Socks on the rug, green stripe, yellow hill. I should probably go to bed now, or maybe just lie here a little longer with the static. Just a little longer with the static. The dirt mesh seat pushes down hard against my carpet floor. I lean my tired head back and count the scuffs along the door. My brain is spinning circles like a broken ceiling fan, sorting out the endless things I promised that I can't. I pull a blank white sticky note and write your forgotten name to the kid who thought that growing up was just a simple game. You were so obsessed with where we would end up at 25, staring at the ceiling fan, just trying to feel alive. Your shoulders are so tight in that old school uniform, trying to keep yourself afloat inside a quiet storm. If I could send a message back through all this heavy noise, I would tell you not to listen to the clutter in the void. Hold the pen a little lighter than you do. You do not have to carry every worry, but for two. When the dark is far too crowded in your mind, leave those heavy expectations left behind. I am sitting in the future that you feel. smoke cleared. I remember how you panicked over tests you could not pass, watching raindrops make a quiet pattern on the window glass. Now I sit with different spreadsheets and a mug of bitter tea, realizing that we shared the exact same anxiety. You thought the future adult would have every answer clear. Instead I just learned how to sit beside the quiet fear. So take a breath and loosen up your fingers on the desk. Life is messy at the edges, it does not need to be best. Your shoulders are so tight in that old school uniform, trying to keep yourself afloat inside a quiet storm. If I could send a message back through all this heavy noise, I would tell you not to listen to the clutter in the void. Hold the pen a little lighter than you do. You do not have to carry every worry bill for two. When the dark is far too crowded in your mind, leave those heavy expectations left behind. I am sitting in the future that you feared, and the sky did not collapse when the smoke cleared. We survived the midnight hours that we thought would break our chest. Even when the thoughts are loud, you deserve a little rest. Stop trying to solve tomorrow while you're sleeping in the dark. You are doing just enough. You leave a quiet mark. The sea still holds my weight tonight. I fold the paper small and light. You will be okay, my younger friend. We make it to the other end. Deep indigo glow bleeds off the awning, casting purple across my shoes. A stranger sitting on the concrete bench asks if I have a lighter to spare. I tell him I do not smoke, but I pull out a box of matches from my coat. They strike one against the side, yellow flame flickering against the cool blue shadows. You look like your head is about to explode. They say hand in the box back. I look down at my phone, 30 notifications waiting, and I just sigh. It feels like every thought in my brain is competing for room at the exact same time. Sometimes a person who does not know your name is the only one who notices you dropping under the weight. No backstory needed, no excuses to explain. Just two shadows breathing under the same cold shade. We can just sit here and say nothing at all, or talk about the weather while the city gets small. My mind was running 90 miles a minute when I sat down, but your quiet voice is pulling me back to the ground. When everything feels heavy and the noise will not stop, we let the silence take over till the pressure drops. They blow smoke up toward the street lamps, muted ember halo. I worked 20 years in accounting, they say, and none of it mattered. I tell them about my endless deadlines, the fear that I am falling behind. They laugh softly, leaning back against the tile, saying the world keeps spinning anyway. It is strange how a stranger's voice can untangle a knot inside my chest. There, I'm not trying to fix my life, just sharing the bench for a minute. We can just sit here and say nothing at all, or talk about the weather while the city gets small. My mind was running 90 miles a minute when I sat down, but your quiet voice is pulling me back to the ground. When everything feels heavy and the noise will not stop, we let the silence take over till the pressure drops. No advice given, no promises to keep, just two tired people sharing an island before we go to sleep. They crush the ember out under worn out shoe, and the tight grip inside my forehead slowly comes loose. The indigo light flickers once and stays steady. They stand up, nod goodbye, and walk into the mist. My head is still crowded, but the air feels clear. I guess I just needed someone to sit right here. Yeah, but my younger brother said yesterday evening, I speak like someone running out of breath. I watch the convenience store, coffee sweating, condensation running down the plastic side. The blue light on my charger keeps flickering twice, a green leaf stuck underneath my sneaker tread. My transit car beat with a low balance tone. I spent 5 minutes staring at a torn red poster hanging by one piece of faded tape. The city keeps moving while my thoughts get stuck. Small details stack up in the back of my brain. I count 3 cracks on the concrete floor, trying to quiet down this heavy strain. When my head gets crowded and the noise grows thick, I pick at a loose thread on my winter coat. Ice melts down into a watery shade of brown, and I hold every small breath inside my throat. Notice the yellow light blinking at the crosswalk. Notice the dust gathering on my shoe. Everything is quiet in a strange fast world, just waiting for the daylight to clear on through. A price sticker half peeled on my desk mug. My phone screen shows 4 missed text messages. A tiny scratch on the frame of my glasses. Someone left a folded wrapper on the train seat. The elevator hums with a slightly off-key beat. I check my watch, then forget what time it was. I reread the same email sent in 7 times. My mind is a desk buried under old paper. Nothing is urgent, but everything feels heavy. The city keeps moving while my thoughts get stuck. Small details stack up in the back of my brain. I count 3 cracks on the concrete floor, trying to quiet down this heavy strain. When my head gets crowded and the noise grows thick, I pick at a loose thread on my winter coat. Ice melts down into a watery shade of brown, and I hold every small breath inside my throat. Notice the yellow light blinking at the crosswalk. Notice the dust gathering on my shoe. Everything is quiet in a strange fast world, just waiting for the daylight to clear on through. A line of ants near the edge of the curb. A single shoelace dragging on the wet pavement. I do not know why I notice all these useless things. Maybe it is easier than facing what hurts. One small observation after another, filling up the room where my worries used to shout. My brother's words lingering softly now. A cheap ballpoint pen clicking 3 times. The train door closing with a gentle rush. Breathing out slow, just letting the clutter sit. Curse, let it press into my temple. As I slump across the dining table. The weave is stiff from air drying on the balcony rail, catching the edge of my jaw while my thoughts derail. 5 missed messages glowing on the phone screen. Text notices, budget sheets, places I haven't been. My mind is a crowded subway carriage at 8 a.m. Every thought pushing against another one again. I touched the freight cup for this blue shirt, and the rough surface pulls me straight through the dirt. Suddenly I am 19 on the library lawn, wearing this exact shirt before the color was gone. Yeah, you spilled peach soda right down the front hem. We laughed so hard we forgot to care about them. Back when a full day meant just walking home slow. No heavy calculations of how far we had to go. When my head gets too full to breathe, I hold on to the weave. I hold on to the sleeve. The fabric is rough, but it anchors the ground. Stops the noise from spinning around and around. Too many obligations stacking up high. I close my eyes and let the past slide by. Just a boy in a worn out blue cotton shirt, learning how to stay unhurt. Now I sit in a small room off the green line, counting up the hours that I spend trading time. My brain feels like an overloaded power strip. Sparks flying out every time I loosen my grip. Project deadline bleeding in the weekend nights, staring at the ceiling and the neon lights, but rubbing this rough seam between thumb and index finger. Lets the smell of cheap laundry detergent linger. That cheap orange soap from the corner shop down the lane. Before everything got wrapped up in quiet stress and pain. We thought 25, no, we would have it figured out. We thought 30 minutes into all the silent doubt. Instead I just carry a bigger bag of tasks, answering polite questions with polite little masks. But this fabric remembers the wind on the bridge is the cheapest. The ramen on the windowsill ledge, it doesn't ask me for a report or a fee. It just holds the shape of who I used to be. Rough thread quiet back in. The room is still dark, but the beat stays slow. Breathe in, let the tangle go. Just caught in this memory, just me. Oh, 5, 4 turn blinks twice on the stovetop display. My brain is a web of overdue texts and unanswered calls. I close my eyes and project myself 5 years forward to a quiet balcony where the wind doesn't rush me. I can see my older hands holding the warm ceramic cup. No notifications buzzing against my palm. Just the slow rhythm of morning buses 3 floors down. Right now the ceiling feels too low for my breath. Every small choice feels like a wrong turn at midnight. But I hold on to that scene like a folded train ticket, knowing one day I will arrive there safely. Someday I will sit in a brighter room where my thoughts don't tangle like loose wires. I look at these heavy nights and smile softly, glad I kept walking. I picture a Tuesday where I don't check my phone first thing, where my chest isn't tight before my feet touch the floor. We will talk about these years over warm belly tea, saying remember when we thought we wouldn't make it through. The heavy city noise won't feel like a wall anymore, just a distant sound that cannot reach my soul. Someday I will sit in a brighter room where my thoughts don't tangle like loose wires. I'll look at these heavy nights and smile softly, glad I kept walking through the dark fog. It won't always feel like I'm drowning in my own head. Someday the air will feel easy and light. It is hard to believe why the pressure is this heavy when my pulse beats fast like a muffled drum. But the future version of me is already at that window, looking back at this moment, waiting for me to arrive. I take one deep breath and loosen my shoulders. I am moving toward that quiet room. Step by step, I'm getting closer. A cracked tested pen cap rests beside my wrist. I rolled it back and forth until the edge just split. My screen is dimming down, another deadline missed, and every single thought is getting hard to fit. I count the tiny scratches on the wooden top, wishing all the racing in my brain would stop. I try to list the reasons why I feel this way, but words just tangle up at the end of the day. My shoulders feel like stones I forgot to drop. The quiet in this room is getting hard to brave. I pull my knees up close and let the shadows sway, just waiting for a wave that I don't have to say. My head is overcrowded with the things I should have said. 1,000 different threads spin around inside my head. I try to sort the noise, but it all just turns to gray. I'll leave the mess right here and just turn off for the days. It's heavy when you feel like you're running out of room. Just sitting with myself in the midnight bloom. Hey, hey, I opened up 3 tabs I don't intend to read. My inbox has a number that I hate to see. Everyone my age seems to know just what they need, while I am staring down at where I used to be. I bought a quiet coffee that I barely drank. My energy is sitting in a broken bank. No big disaster happened, no dramatic fall, just 20 different worries stacking up so tall. My shoulders feel like stones I forgot to drop. The quiet in this room is getting hard to brave. I pull my knees up close close and let the shadows sway, just waiting for a wave that I don't have to say. My head is overcrowded with the things I should have said. 1,000 different threads spinning around inside my head. I try to sort the noise, but it all just turns to gray. I'll leave the mess right here and just turn off for the days. It's heavy when you feel like you're running out of room. Just sitting with myself in the midnight bloom. Maybe I don't need to fix it all tonight. Maybe thoughts can wander till the morning light. I'll press my palm against the surface, cool and clear, and let myself just exist right here. The cracked end caps stay still upon the desk. No answers coming through, no final test. I breathe in slow and let the ceiling blur. Tomorrow can handle whatever occurs. Iron gray clatters down the alleyway outside as a late delivery van speeds past the curb. You haven't moved your shoulders in the now and now, staring at the screen like it holds an urgent word. Your temple hurts, I see you rubbing at the skin, trying to sort through every thought you're keeping in. The coffee's cold, you didn't even take 3 sips, just letting heavy sighs drift past your silent lips. You don't have to fix the whole world before midnight. You keep putting every single problem in your sight. Look at me a second, let your fingers loosen up. Set down the handle of that paper cup. Your head is loud tonight, but you don't have to run. We can sit right here until the weight is gone. No need to answer every message in your queue. I'll just share this quiet space with you. Let the chaos settle on the pavement floor. We can leave the heavy questions at the door. Yeah. A city bus squeaks, its brakes 2 blocks away, echoing between the brick walls in the dark. You tell me that your mind won't ever shut it down, chasing every worry like a sudden spark. You're feeling like you're somehow falling way behind, trapped inside the maze you constructed in your mind. I get it, friend, the pressure builds up in your chest, but even the strongest need a minute just to rest. We used to walk these streets without a place to go. No deadlines hanging over us, no tempo slow. You're allowed to pause, you don't owe anyone a speech. Whatever you're afraid to lose is still in reach. Your head is loud tonight, but you don't have to run. We can sit right here until the weight is gone. No need to answer every message in your queue. I'll just share this quiet space with you. Let the chaos settle on the pavement floor. We can leave the heavy questions at the door. The traffic fades out on the avenue below. Breathe in slow. You don't have to figure it out today. We can just let the night fade away. Burnt barely tea drifts through the narrow hallway, settling on the collar of his faded coat. He stands beside the window with his eyes half closed, counting every unpaid bill that floats inside his head. The city keeps on moving like a quiet train, while he just stares at carpet stained with yesterday. Too many thoughts are knocking at his tempo now, and no one taught him how to quiet down the noise. He checks his wrist but isn't checking time, just looking for an anchor in the line. His thumb moves slow across the glass, waiting for the heavy storm to pass. When the mind gets far too tangled to untie, he leaves the light on, staring at the sky. He carries 3 years of quiet regrets, paying for the promises he hasn't met. 100 voices humming in his ears, stuck between his 20s and his fears. He buys a Sweet and coffee at the corner shop, listening to the automatic door sliding open. His shoelaces drag across the chilly street, steps heavy like he's carrying a sack of stones. A friend sent a text 3 hours ago, asking if he's doing fine or working late. He types out 3 short words, then wipes them out, leaving the blank cursor blinking in the dark. He checks his wrist, but isn't checking time, just looking for an anchor in the line. His thumb moves slow across the glass, waiting for the heavy storm to pass. When the mind gets far too tangled to untie, he leaves the light on, staring at the sky. He carries 3 years of quiet regrets, paying for the promises he hasn't met. 100 voices humming in his ears, stuck between his 20s and his fears. Nobody asked him why his shoulders drop, or why he sits until the bus runs stop. He thinks if he just sits still long enough, the world will smooth out everything that's rough. He takes off his shoes and drops his keys, begging for a second of simple peace. The roasted barley smell begins to fade away. He rests his forehead on the cool glass pane. One deep breath into the quiet room. Tomorrow can't wait until tomorrow comes. An uninvited thought shatters the silent room, dropping like a heavy stone into the standing dark. The blue LED on the router blinks a steady rhythm, while my head spins through 1,000 open questions. Did I make the right choice staying in the city? The silence was peaceful until the noise kicked in. A mental inbox overflowing with soft anxieties. I stare at the ceiling grid, counting every square inch. Shadows from the curtain lines stretch across the wallpaper. My chest feels squeezed by things I haven't figured out. The digital clock shifts from 1 minute to the next. The street lamp casts long shadows on the linoleum floor. Every quiet corner starts to echo with my doubt. I just need the background noise to wash it all away. When the room gets too quiet, the mind gets too loud, stacking up worries like papers on a crowded desk. Walking through the city with a heavy frame of mind, looking for a pause button inside this crowded head. Too many late nights, been wrestling with tomorrow. I just wanna freeze the frame and let the engine rest. Cut to the view from my balcony facing the alley. Red neon from my closed diner reflects on wet asphalt. A delivery truck idling by the corner. Traffic light, exhaust fumes rising slow into the midnight air. I wrap my arms around my knees on the cold tile edge, thinking about my 20s drifting into 30s now. Everyone my age pretends they have it organized, while we all stare at bright screens trying not to sink. The quiet snaps again with another sudden worry, rewinding every conversation from 6 hours ago. The digital clock shifts from 1 minute to the next. The street lamp casts long shadows on the linoleum floor. Every quiet corner starts to echo in my doubt. I just need the background noise to wash it all away. When the room gets too quiet, the mind gets too loud, stacking up worries like papers on a crowded desk. Walking through the city with a heavy frame of mind, looking for a pause button inside this crowded head. Too many late nights, been wrestling with tomorrow. I just wanna freeze the frame and let the engine rest. Wash out of the building, 20 stories high, 100 yellow windows, each with someone awake. Maybe we are all just staring at the darkness here, trying to quiet down the storm behind our eyes. Step back inside, close the glass, lighter tight, pull the blanket over, wait for the noise to subside. The router blinks twice in the corner dark. A single deep breath fills up the quiet space. The city keeps humming outside the big glass. One window stays lit until the dark turns gray. How long have I been holding this empty convenience store cup? I was supposed to buy trash bags, but I bought 3 cans of sweet coffee instead. My left knee hurts when it rains, but it isn't raining tonight. Maybe my body is just predicting bad luck for tomorrow. Did I reply to that team leader email? No, I opened the app, stared at the salutation, then checked my savings account. 14,001 left until Friday. Why do I keep thinking about my middle school math teacher's hair? It was always parted down the middle, perfectly straight and neat. I wish my thoughts had a parting line. Everything is tangled up in the back of my neck like cheap earphone wires. My head feels like a subway train during peak rush hour. Everyone is shoving, but no one is getting off at any station. I just stand on the crowded platform, watching the red tail lights disappear over and over again. There are 20 different conversations happening inside my skull. One is worrying about next month's rent. One is humming an old advertisement jingle. One is asking why I said that weird thing 3 years ago over dinner. And the rest are just screaming quietly into a heavy pillow. I just wanna turn off the main switch for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes of empty gray background noise. I walk past the fried chicken place with the dim neon sign. The hot grease smell hits my nose, and suddenly I remember high school graduation. My dad was wearing that stiff blue coat. He hated, why am I thinking about him right now? He called yesterday afternoon, but I let it ring 4 times and pressed decline. I'm in a long meeting. I texted him right after. I was actually lying on the linoleum floor, staring at a dead fly near the radiator. Is it bad that I felt relieved when the screen went black? My mind jumps from my dad to rent to the dentist appointment I missed back in October. My wisdom tooth aches a little bit, or maybe I'm just imagining the pain to give myself a valid reason to cry out loud. My head feels like a subway train during peak rush hour. Everyone is shoving, but no one is getting off at any station. I just stand on the crowded platform, watching the red tail lights disappear over and over again. There are 20 different conversations happening inside my skull. One is worrying about next month's rent. One is humming an old advertisement jingle. One is asking why I said that weird thing 3 years ago over dinner. And the rest are just screaming quietly into a heavy pillow. I just wanna turn off the main switch for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes of empty gray background noise. I drop the cup into the green plastic recycling bin. It makes a sharp plastic thud that aches against my temples. What if I just kept walking right past my apartment building, past the 24-hour pharmacy, past the bus stop, past the river bridge, with the noise in my head stay inside my room, sitting on the unnamed mattress? Or would it follow me down the street like a heavy wet coat? How long have I been holding my breath? I take a shallow pull of cold alleyway air. The yellow sign flickers twice and shuts off for the night. Midnight already, still so many questions with nowhere to go. Just my shoes on the damp asphalt, carrying a noisy brain back home. Yeah. Raw violet glow spills over concrete steps outside the laundromat. My mind isn't overcrowded in a section where the signals all failed. Unanswered messages in the unpaid bills stacked up in my head. A guy in a warm jacket sitting 2 feet away hands me a cold drink. He says, you look like you're fighting a war that isn't even real. I pop the metal tab and let the chili tin press against my palm. He tells me his night shift ended hours ago, but home feels too quiet. Says sometimes the outdoor air cleans the static out from your skull. I watch the washing machine drum spin in slow blue circles. And for the first time since yesterday, the pressure in my chest dropped. When the thoughts get too tangled to untie on your own, sometimes a random voice in the dark sets the tempo back right. We don't ask for names or explain why we're out this late. Just 2 strangers breathing cool air on a concrete plate, letting the heavy mind rest while the city sleeps in white. He talks about turning 30 and realizing nobody knows the path. I admit I stared at a blank screen for 5 hours, feeling completely stuck. He laughed softly, pointing at a stray dog crossing the empty lane. That animal doesn't ask if it's living up to its potential tonight. It just walks, finds a dry spot, and takes a breath. I pull my zip-up collar higher and let his words calm my pulse. He doesn't offer big solutions or try to solve my life. Just simple observation, drop casually into the nighttime. Inside, the dryer bell dings to signal the end of the cycle. I exhale the hot knot of worry that's been sitting in my throat. When the thoughts get too tangled to untie on your own, sometimes a random voice in the dark sets the tempo back right. We don't ask for names or explain why we're out this late. Just two strangers breathing cool air on a concrete plate, letting a heavy mind rest while the city sleeps in white. No history to protect, no expectations to meet, just a brief overlap of two lives on a silent street. I thought my head was the only one spinning out of control. Turns out everybody carries a burden that breaks their soul. He tosses an empty can into the wire mesh bin, says take care of yourself, man, with a small nod. The violent neon flickers out as the sky turns gray. My mind feels clear enough to walk home now. My sister said yesterday I speak too quietly now. I stare at a bent paperclip on my keyboard layout. The corner of my laptop stickers peeling back slow. A yellow sticky note lost its glue 3 hours ago. There is a dry watermark at the bottom of my ceramic mug. A tiny piece of red lint rests on the greatest rug. When my head is full of thoughts that refuse to align, I count the small scratches on this plastic ruler of mine. Too many unread emails sitting in the lower tab. Every single deadline feels like something I cannot grab. So I stare at the ceiling grid, counting white tiles, trying to quiet down the noise across 30 miles. When the mind gets tangled and the chest gets tight, I focus on the tiny things under fluorescent light. A faint smudge of pencil on the edge of my palm, the hum of the refrigerator keeping me calm. I do not try to solve the bigger picture today. I just watch the dust floating in a quiet way. On the sidewalk later there is a crushed green soda can, a little tear at the cuff of my dark navy cardigan. The crosswalk timer ticks down from 15 to 4. A receipt from 3 weeks ago slips out the bus door. The barcode on my water bottle is slightly scratched off. An old man on the bench gives a quiet little cough. When everything inside feels like an endless knot, I notice every single small detail I forgot. Too many unread messages sitting in my phone, trying to navigate the crowded streets all alone. So I stare at the concrete cracks under my shoes, finding little pieces of the world I cannot lose. When the mind gets tangled and the chest gets tight, I focus on the tiny things under fluorescent light. A faint smudge of pencil on the edge of my palm, the hum of the refrigerator keeping me calm. I do not try to solve the bigger picture today. I just watch the dust floating in a quiet way. You speak too quietly, she told me over the line. Maybe my voice is just saving up its own time. I press my thumb against a cold metal key, tracing the small grooves meant for only me. A single water drop hanging off the faucet tip, a frayed black cat at my sleeve's bottom lip. My mind stops spinning for a second or two, just looking at the small things till I make it through. Scratching it wool bites my wrist as I lean on my desk. My brain is a web of tangled thoughts and overdue stress. I touch the peeled sleeve of this beat up gray sweater, and suddenly the present moment fades into something better. The roughness of the thread pulls me back 6 long years to a cold bench and apple before all these heavy fears. My mind was so quiet, that no pressure in my chest. Just sitting under streetlights while the city took a rest. You pulled at my sleeve and the midnight air turned sharp. We shared cheap cup noodles beneath the streetlight spark. No deadlines in our heads, no desperate need to succeed. Just two kids in oversized clothes with everything we need. When my head gets crowded and the noise won't stop, I trace these rough fibers till the panic starts to drop. I'm back on that corner where the winter wind blew, holding on to a memory just to make it through. My mind is a maze of tomorrow's regrets, but this old woven fabric helps me forget. Scrolling through notifications, 30 tabs open on my screen. Everyone my age is moving fast toward a bright screen. I rub the freight cup between my thumb and my index finger, letting the faint scent of old detergent linger. Flashback to sitting by the hand river drinking canned tea. You told me that the future wasn't something we should fear to see. Now I'm trapped in the noise of my own expectations, chasing ghost titles and endless applications. Yeah, the course weave beneath my skin breaks the heavy spell, reminding me of a time when everything felt well. The fabric hasn't changed a bit through all these passing years. It caught my quiet laughter and it held my hidden tears. My thoughts are spinning fast, but the texture stays the same. A grounding touch of cotton when I forget my name. Course pull against my skin. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Take it one slow breath in. The static in my head recedes into the dark. Back to that cold bench in the quiet park. Just for tonight, I'll let the memory win. Our thoughts are tangled in a knot that refuses to give way. I count the receipts and unread emails from the week, searching for words my exhausted mind can barely speak. Too many voices arguing inside my heavy chest, an endless loop of deadlines taking away my rest. I lean my back against the kitchen cabinet on the floor, wondering how much longer I can carry all this and more. So I close my eyes and travel far ahead to a scene where I am finally calm instead. I imagine a morning 5 years from tonight, where the weight in my chest is suddenly light. I see myself standing on a balcony alone, in an apartment where peace is the only thing I have known. My mind isn't spinning and the loud static is gone. I drink warm water as the gentle daylight comes on. Looking back at this dark room where I sit right now, I whisper to my younger self that we made it through somehow. Every tangled thought resolved, every heavy night passed. The quiet future I wished for arrived at last. Yeah, in that imagined year, I don't check my phone in fear. My calendar is room to breathe, the answers are clear. No late night panics over things I cannot control. Just simple routine, restoring my exhausted soul. I see myself smiling at a green plant on the sill. No racing pulse, just a heart that is steady and still. I am wearing a loose gray shirt, feeling soft and light, not staring at digits in the middle of the night. I close my eyes again and hold that picture tight, using that future piece to guide me through the night. I imagine a Tuesday 5 years from tonight, where every broken piece is finally put right. I see myself standing on a balcony alone, in an apartment where peace is the only thing I have known. My mind isn't spinning and the loud static is gone. I drink warm water as the gentle daylight comes on. Looking back at this dark room where I sit right now, I whisper to my younger self that we made it through somehow. Every tangled thought resolved, every heavy night passed. The quiet future I wished for arrived at last. Right now the room is dark and my head is a storm, but picturing that future self keeps my cold hands warm. It is just a difficult phase, a bend along the road. Someday I will put down this unbearable heavy load. I will reach that calm room, I will breathe that clear air, and thank the person sitting in this dark hour of despair. 1 minute closer to a better way. The noise inside my head begins to settle down. I'm heading toward that quiet, peaceful town. 5 years ahead, I'm already waiting there. This brass key ring sits on the wooden veneer, next to 3 forgotten coins and a sticky smear. I sit in the quiet while the bass line loops inside my chest, counting every mistake like a tired late night guest. My mind is a crowded subway carriage at 8 a.m. People pushing past with problems I cannot defend. I keep scrolling through the messages I shouldn't read, looking for a breath of fresh air that I desperately need. The ceiling fan spins like a broken clock face. I am running out of breath in a standing still race. Every thought is a knot that I pull too tight, trying to make it make sense in the middle of the night. When the noise in my head gets louder than the room, and the ambient glow feels like heavy winter gloom, I just lean my temples back against the cold wall, waiting for the sudden avalanche of thoughts to fall. I try to put the pieces in a simple neat piles, but my brain keeps walking down endless dark aisles. I told myself tomorrow would be lighter than today, but I keep collecting words that I never get to say. Salary slips, rent checks, expectation on my spine. Everybody my age seems to cross the finish line while I spin the brass key, ringing circles on the board, fearing every promise that I couldn't quite afford. Rhythm in my headphones is the only thing that holds the scattered little pieces of a story untold. The ceiling fan spins like a broken clock face. I am running out of breath in a standing still race. Every thought is a knot that I pull too tight, trying to make it make sense in the middle. When the noise in my head gets louder than the room, and the ambient glow feels like heavy winter gloom, I just lean my temples back against the cold wall, waiting for the sudden avalanche of thoughts to fall. I try to put the pieces in those simple neat piles, but my brain keeps walking down endless dark aisles. Maybe I don't need to fix every single thread. Maybe it is okay to leave the hard things unsaid, just for 3 short minutes while the snare drum hits. I can't let the chaos rest where the brass key sits. The key ring stops spinning on the dark wood veneer, breath slowing down as the bass fades near. Just me in the quiet room, setting down the heavy room, one breath at a time. A squeaky bicycle chain clicks down the damp alleyway outside. You sit on the edge of the sofa with your shoulders tight, counting every missed deadline like a debt you cannot pay. Your phone keeps blinking like you keep turning away. I watch you type 3 words and delete them twice, trying to package up your stress so it sounds nice. You do not need to make sense to me tonight. Just breathe out the air that feels too heavy inside. The city keeps running even when you freeze. You try to solve everything on your knees, put down the heavy glass you keep trying to fill. Everything outside this window is standing still. When your head is a crowded room with no door, you don't have to carry what you carried before. Let the thoughts spill out on the cold lemonade floor. I will stay right here until you feel sure you don't have to fix it all before. The midnight train. Just let your thoughts fall down like quiet rain. spent your 20s trying to be the steady one, hiding every shadow under a painted sun. Now your brain is 10 open tabs that won't load, standing in the middle of a two-way road. We don't need a deep talk or a grand design. I bought 2 warm drinks from the convenience sign. Leave your coat unzipped, leave your worries on the chair. There is nothing you need to prove sitting there.
City keeps running even when you freeze. You try to solve everything on your knees, but down the heavy glass you keep trying to fill. Everything outside this window is standing still. When your head is a crowded room with no door, you don't have to carry what you carried before. Let the thoughts spill out on the cold lemonade floor. I will stay right here until you feel sure. You don't have to fix it all before the midnight train. Just let your thoughts fall down like quiet rain. We can walk to the corner where the yellow street lamp burns. Watch how the night slow motion turns. You don't owe anyone a clean summary of your pain, or a cheerful smile on the subway train. If your mind is not a threat, let it drop. Sometimes the bravest thing is just to stop. The chain clicks away down the empty street. Slow down your heavy pace, slow down your feet. I am right here with you. Nothing to do, just sit through the night with you. Sweet sesame oil floats across the alley behind a small tavern. He rests his back against the damp brick wall and unbuttons his collar. A stack of unread text messages glow softly inside his palm. The day was a collision of numbers that never quite added up. He stares at his scuffed leather shoes resting on the drainage grate. This just feels like an overfilled drawer jammed shut at the edges. Nobody asked if he made it home or if he ate dinner. He just watches his breath turn into thin gray mist in the cool night. Every choice feels like a wrong turn at a 5-way intersection. He loops the same quiet playlist through his bruised earphones. The static inside his brain louder than the passing city bus. He wonders how everyone else walks with such light shoulders. He walks until his ankles ache under the street lights, trying to shake the knots out from behind his tired eyes. The city keeps on spinning while his thoughts stay frozen solid. He doesn't need an answer tonight, just a place to stand still, 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 still. Step by step, the noise begins to fade into the dark air. His jacket smells like convenience store steaming late officer. He drops his bus card back into his coat and checks his watch again. Midnight came and went without a single noise or celebration. 3 missed calls from a friend he hasn't seen since winter. He types a brief message then deletes every single word. Explaining the mess in his mind takes more energy than he has. So he keeps walking past the shuttered bakeries and laundromats. The rhythm of his heels on pavement becomes his only anchor. Every choice feels like a wrong turn at a 5-way intersection. He loops the same quiet playlist through his bruised earphones. The static inside his brain louder than the passing city bus. He wonders how everyone else walks with such light shoulders. He walks until his ankles ache under the street lights, trying to shake the knots out from behind his tired eyes. The city keeps on spinning while his thoughts stay frozen solid. He doesn't need an answer tonight, just a place to stand still, 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 still. Step by step, the noise begins to fade into the dark air. The river wind hits his face. Near the edge of the bridge railings, he leans forward and lets the cool current fill his lungs. No deadlines waiting on the water, no expectations to fulfill. For 3 whole minutes, the heavy weight slips right off his chest. He isn't broken, just terribly worn out from trying so hard. The alleyway smell fades as he turns down his home street. A yellow light glows gently from the 4th floor window. He takes one last deep breath of the midnight air, unlocks the iron door and quietly steps inside. Still swivel legs, grown under under pressure as the frame takes my weight. This desk chair remembers every long hour I spent calculating fate. The noise inside my head feels like a transfer station at 7 p.m. I dig up a photo of a 19-year-old kid in faded denim. You were sitting on a plastic step stool, knuckles raw from the cold. Believing every wrong choice would ruin the story before it got told. Staring at the water stains along the ceiling wall, terrified that missing one deadline meant you would fall. If I could reach through the screen of that old laptop light, I would loosen your grip on the pencil tonight. Stop trying to carry every single outcome at once. The world won't collapse if you take a break for a month. Your chest feels tight because you're breathing for 3 years ahead, but I am sitting in that future and we made it instead. Put down the heavy notebook, let the static rest. Yeah, you thought every failed interview was a permanent mark. You walked home through the alleys alone in the dark, replaying every sentence you stumbled on in the room. I recognize it not in your throat, that quiet blue gloom. Now I am 30 sitting here in this higher end space, still tapping my thumbs when the pressure fills up the place. But we survived the cold rooms and the overdue mail. You build a foundation out of every time you thought you would fail. Staring at the water stains along the ceiling wall, terrified that missing one deadline meant you would fall. If I could reach through the screen of that old laptop light, I would loosen your grip on the pencil tonight. Stop trying to carry every single outcome at once. The world won't collapse if you take a break for a month. Your chest feels tight because you're breathing for 3 years ahead, but I am sitting in that future and we made it instead. Put down the heavy notebook, let the static rest. I won't give you shortcuts because you needed the climb. I won't erase the heartbreak that taught us to value our time. Just know the fog opens up into a clearer street line. You aren't running late, kid, you're right on time. The seat cushion shifts as I lean back real slow. I exhale all the panic you were afraid to let go. Lower your shoulders. 19, we turned out alright. Yeah, ebony and bleeds through the smudged glass overlaying the quiet bus shelter. I stare at my phone screen, 500 unread thoughts stacking up inside my skull. A man in a navy jacket sits down 2 feet away on the cold wooden slate. He exhales a long breath that turns to fog in the chill. Tough night, he asks without looking over, just tapping his lighter. I tell him my brain feels like a hard drive crashing under too many open programs. He laughs quietly, nodding like he understands the exact noise inside my ears. We do not know each other's names or where we come from, just 2 shadows caught in the same soft glow of street lamps. He passes a warm metal drink from his coat pocket across the space, and the heavy knot in my chest begins to loosen a little. When the thoughts pile up so thick I can hardly breathe. Sometimes a voice with no history is all I really need. No advice, no lecture, just a stranger on the corner bench telling me that even the stormiest mind eventually clears its head. We sit under the amber light until the bus arrives, leaving the weight behind in the middle of the night. He tells me he spent 10 years trying to fix every broken detail, until he realized some knots untie themselves if you just stop pulling hard. I look at his faded shoes, then back at my own tight knuckles. You think too much, he says softly, opening his own hot tea. I admit I spend every evening cataloging mistakes I've not even made yet. He says let the dark be dark tonight, tomorrow has its own troubles. The cadence of his speech feels like slow tempo drums on a late beat. We do not know each other's names or where we come from, just 2 shadows caught in the same soft glow of street lamps. He passes a warm metal drink from his coat pocket across the space, and the heavy knot in my chest begins to loosen a little. When the thoughts pile up so thick I can hardly breathe. Sometimes a voice with no history is all I really need. No advice, no lecture, just a stranger
stranger on the corner bench, telling me that even the stormiest mind eventually clears its head. We sit under the amber light until the bus arrives, leaving the weight behind in the middle of the night. No promises made, no contact saved in my phone, just 5 minutes of honesty before we go home. He gets up when the headlight beam cuts through the fog, gives a quiet nod, steps onto the bus, and he is gone. Amber neon still paste the empty wooden seat. My head feels lighter than it did 20 minutes ago. I take a breath, zip up my jacket, and start to walk. Just the strangest words lingering in the quiet glow. You told me yesterday I overthink every single word. That sentence stuck inside my mind while the street noise blurred. I stare at a price sticker pulling on my plastic bottle, half scraped away, leaving glue that catches gray dirt. Yeah, the corner bus stop lamp flickers 3 times, then stays dim. A guy in a black puffer jacket drops his subway ticket card, picks it up, wipes it on his knee, doesn't even look around. My brain is full of noise, but everything outside moves so slow. A forgotten receipt in my palm is crumpled into a tiny cue. When my head gets this tangled up, I just count the things I see. A dry watering on the desk, a red light that takes 2 minutes to turn green. Too many thoughts crowd in the space behind my eyes. I watch a band paperclip resting on the windowsill. The coffee machine clicks off with a tiny metallic sigh. I don't know how to fix the mess inside my mind, so I just list every little detail passing by. A yellow bus turning left, a scuff shoe on the tile, just waiting for the heavy air to fade out after a while. My laptop screen shows 40 different browser tabs open at once. The fan hums quiet like a motor trying to rest for a month. There's a straight thread pulling loose from my sleeve hem. I keep taking it slow instead of doing what I should. Someone left a blue umbrella leaning by the elevator door, dry at the top, damn, but the bottom standing all alone on the floor. Your voice from yesterday echoes through the static in my head. Why do you carry everything until your shoulders turn red? When my head gets this tangled up, I just focus on what's real. A cold breeze coming through the window gap, the smooth silver plastic of a broken seal. Too many thoughts crowd in the space behind my eyes. I watch a band paperclip resting on the windowsill. The coffee machine clicks off with a tiny metallic sigh. I don't know how to fix the mess inside my mind, so I just list every little detail passing by. A yellow bus turning left, the scuff shoe on the tile, just waiting for the heavy air to fade out after a while. The crosswalk timer ticks down from 10 to 0. A stray cat sleeps on top of an outdoor air conditioner unit. My phone battery drops to 9% in the middle of a song. Maybe I don't need to find an answer to every single thought tonight. Maybe I just need to let the evening run its course without a fight. You told me yesterday I overthink, maybe you were right. A red tail light fades down the avenue. The quiet takes over the room, just one small thing at a time. Stiff rib cuts rub against my wrist while I lean over the kitchen sink. Too many thoughts stacking up, late unwashed dishes before I can think. The rough cotton weed pulls me back to a bench behind our old school hall. October wind blowing dry leaves 5 years ago when we had no plans at all. You were wearing that same oversized hoodie with the frayed lower hem. We talked about turning 25 like it was a distant problem then. Now my head feels crowded with deadlines, unread messages and rent. I pinched the course thread between my fingers, wondering where the quiet went. The noise inside my temple clicks like an old cassette tape. Rewind, one touch of this faded fabric pulls back a gentler time when we sat on the concrete step with nothing left to prove. Before every small decision felt like a mountain I had to move. My mind is a tangled thread I cannot unknot tonight. Running through memory loops under the fluorescent light. I just wanna freeze the beat and lay my forehead down. Back when a torn cotton sleeve was the heaviest thing in town. Let the flashback wash over me till the static clears away. I am too tired to solve the rest of today. Yeah, the weaver's bobble now thinning at the elbow where I used to rest. Back when exam results were the only thing putting weight on my chest. I remember you sitting on the park bench laughing till your eyes went small. Sharing a single cheap iced coffee, not worrying about the future at all. Now my screen lights up when 6 different group chats asking what I will do. My shoulders are tight, my breath is shallow, everything feels overdue. I pull the collar up against my chin, feeling the familiar brush fleas. Trying to remember how 18-year-old me used to find some peace. My mind is a tangled thread I cannot unknot tonight. Running through memory loops under the fluorescent light. I just wanna freeze the beat and lay my forehead down. Back when a torn cotton sleeve was the heaviest thing in town. Let the flashback wash over me till the static clears away. I am too tired to solve the rest of today. Maybe I do not need to answer every question in my head right now. Maybe the past is just reminding me I survived back then somehow. The fabric is worn, the color faded, but the warmth is still intact. I take a slow breath in the dark and let my shoulders react. Faded cotton on my wrist, static slowly turns to mist. Head heavy, beat slow, letting all the pressure go. Just this sweater, just this room, silent in the midnight gloom. Yeah. On the bedside doc, the numbers don't rush, they just hold their ground. My brain is a web of unmade decisions, stacking up unpaid thoughts till the room gets loud. I close my eyes and project 10 winners ahead, sitting on a wire leather couch I haven't bought yet. Watching the rain hit a quiet glass porch without a single deadline, lingering on my breath. Every knot in my chest right now is just a temporary shadow on the floor. I try to hear the voice of the older me, standing on the balcony of 34. One day I will laugh at this crowded mind, pouring hot tea while the quiet daylight arrives. None of these heavy thoughts will follow me there, they just burn out like cheap street lights. I imagine myself looking back at tonight, saying, saying we made it through the static, alright. Trapped in the late 20s, grind again, saving up receipts, second guessing every choice. Wondering if the road I took is leaning off the track, or if I am just deafened by my own voice. In the future I see the apartment smells like pine, and the notifications on my phone are turned down. I don't check my bank balance 3 times an hour, I just listen to the soft city sound. Every knot in my chest right now is just a temporary shadow on the floor. I try to hear the voice of the older me, standing on the balcony of 34. One day I will laugh at this crowded mind, pouring hot tea while the quiet daylight arrives. None of these heavy thoughts will follow me there, they just burn out like cheap street lights. I imagine myself looking back at tonight, saying, saying we made it through the static, alright. The tangled threads no stay tangled forever. The sharp edges soften when the seasons rotate. Right now it feels like the ceiling is dropping, but 35 is waiting outside the gate. He smiles at the kid sitting here in the dark, telling me to put down the heavy weight. 40 turns slowly to 41. The future me is waiting at the end of this run. I breathe out the noise, let the screen go dim, holding on to the quiet place I will meet him.
translucent blue gel capsule rests near my cup. I spin it around with the tip of my index finger, counting the tiny bubbles trapped inside the liquid. Every unread message on my phone feels like a weight I cannot lift today. My head is a room where 5 songs play at once, each one competing for the loudest refrain. I promised myself I will wrap things up by 9, but now it is late and my thoughts refuse to align. I stare at the reflection in the dark screen. Who told me I had to have everything figured out by now? I breathe in but the air stops halfway to my chest. I just need the noise inside to slow down. My mind is tangled up in threads I cannot pull apart. Every small decision feels like heavy work tonight. I trace the sharp edges in my quiet room, wishing I could press reset and clear the clutter out. When everything is too loud inside my head, I sit right here and let the clock run out instead.
Yeah, I try to group my worries in a neat little rows. Rent next week, the project deadline, where the time goes. The capsule rolls against the edge of my notebook. A tiny blue oval watching me overthink every look. My friends say I take things way too seriously, that I should just go out and clear my mind easily. But my brain builds mazes out of simple open doors, pacing back and forth across these laminate floors.
My mind is tangled up in threads I cannot pull apart. Every small decision feels like heavy work tonight. I trace the sharp edges in my quiet room, wishing I could press reset and clear the clutter out. When everything is too loud inside my head, I sit right here and let the clock run out instead. Maybe I do not need an answer for every single doubt. Maybe it is fine to let the fog sit for a while. I do not have to solve the whole year in one sitting. I just leave the tablet on the table, still unswallowed. The gel capsule stops rolling, the lid casts a round shadow on the wood. My head is still heavy, but the room is quiet. I close my eyes and let the silence stay. Distorted bass hits from passing car outside. You sit across the lower table, staring at your dark screen with tired eyes. The red notification badges keep piling up like unpaid debts in your head. You haven't touched your cold coffee in over 40 minutes. I can see the heavy gear spinning behind your forehead, grinding until they smoke. Drop your shoulders down and tell me what's crowding your space tonight. You don't need to explain every tangled line in your head. You don't need a polished strategy to feel like a real person again. Just exhale the quiet knot you've been holding behind your teeth. I'm sitting right across from you and I've got nowhere else to be. Your screen can't wait until tomorrow morning comes. Let all those endless questions stay unanswered for tonight. Your mind feels like the transfer station during rush hour. So pull the emergency release and just lean back against the bench. We don't have to fix a single problem before the light comes back. A heavy trash truck hydraulic brake hits down on the corner. You rub the bridge of your nose and sigh into the front of your sweater. Career trajectories, rent deadlines, and the message you overthought for 3 hours. And feels like every tiny choice carries the mass of an entire building. I know that quiet panic when your own bedroom feels like a trap. Hand me your cup, let me clear off this messy table for a second. This city expects an instant reply every single minute of the day. It acts like taking up pauses a debt you'll have to pay back with interest. But you are allowed to be completely lost on a quiet Thursday evening. You don't know anyone, a clean summary or a bright full tone. Your screen can't wait until tomorrow morning comes. Let all those endless questions stay unanswered for tonight. Your mind feels like the transfer station during rush hour. So pull the emergency release and just lean back against the bench. We don't have to fix a single problem before the light comes back. The street outside is slowly settling into silence now.
just clears out. Your screen can wait. Everything else can wait. Sour roast coffee grounds linger in cold night air as he steps out the glass door and takes the long stare. 3 missed phone calls from a boss who demands too much. His fingers grow stiff from the mid-November touch. Too many unanswered emails stacking up inside. A tangled mess of deadlines he can no longer hide. He walks past a convenience store with eyes on the street, trying to slow the heavy rhythm of his hurried feet. His brain is a screen with 20 tabs running hot, searching for a peaceful place that he forgot. Every noise in the city feels a little too loud, a solitary figure in an indifferent crowd. When his head gets heavy and the thoughts won't cease, he keeps on walking just to trade them for peace. Underneath the faint orange glow of the street lamp light, he lets the noise dissolve into the quiet of the night. No clear answers to the pressure in his chest. He just hopes tomorrow lets him finally rest. Cold damn concrete smells like autumn turning gray. He counts his steps to push the tangled thoughts away. Rent is due next Tuesday and his bank account is low. Friends are getting married while he's moving way too slow. He stops near the riverbank and stares at the dark water, wishing for a moment where his breathing doesn't falter. Pockets full of crumpled paper receipts from today. He shakes his head gently and throws them all away. His brain is a screen with 20 tabs running hot, searching for a peaceful place that he forgot. Every noise in the city feels a little too loud, a solitary figure in an indifferent crowd. When his head gets heavy and the thoughts won't cease, he keeps on walking just to trade them for peace. Underneath the faint orange glow of the street lamp light, he lets the noise dissolve into the quiet of the night. No clear answers to the pressure in his chest. He just hopes tomorrow lets him finally rest. He pulls the drawstrings tied around his chilly face, realizing life isn't meant to be a single race. The world demands a quick fix and immediate cure, but standing in the dark, he lets his breathing go pure. One slow step, then another on the cold wet ground, finding small stillness where no words are found. Sour coffee on the wind, fading out at last. He leaves the heavy thoughts buried in the past. The night breeze cools his weary head. He walks back home to his waiting bed. Soft footsteps on the empty road, lifting a little bit up the heavy load. A sudden memory cuts the heavy stillness dead. The hum of the refrigerator drops an octave low. Outside the 4th floor window, yellow traffic blinks in code, while 30 different versions of my future crowd the bed. The wall clock ticks like plastic, knocking on a hollow door. I trace the shadow of the curtain folding on the floor. My head is full of unpaid debts, a time I couldn't save. Every word I said at dinner ripples like a muddy wave. The quiet was supposed to fix the noise inside my head. Instead the room expands until I'm floating off the thread. A single sharp regret pulls all the wires tight again. I close my eyes and wait for the fever to descend. Too many static signals cross the wire at the same time. The room is motionless but my thoughts are out of line. I pull the blanket higher just to block the city light. Try to clear the crowded screen inside my mind tonight. Everything is tangled in a knot I cannot break. Lying awake for hours just for my own sake. The blue LED power light reflects against the floor. A leftover convenience store receipt lies by the door. My shoulders stay pulled up into my neck like iron bars. I count the blinking lights of passing late night taxi cars. Did I forget to reply? Did I speak a second late? The endless list of minor faults begins to calculate. A heavy breath expands my ribs, then collapses down. The quiet in this bedroom feels like drowning in a town. The quiet was supposed to fix the noise inside my head. Instead the room expands until I'm floating off the thread. A single sharp regret pulls all the wires tight again. I close my eyes and wait for the fever to descend. Too many static signals cross the wire at the same time. The room is motionless but my thoughts are out of line. I pull the blanket higher just to block the city light. Try to clear the crowded screen inside my mind tonight. Everything is tangled in a knot I cannot break. Lying awake for hours just for my own sake. The ceiling fan turns once then glides into a stoppage. Every thought drops like a coin from the top. If I stop trying to arrange a mess inside my brain, maybe the silence will return and wash away the stain. Street lights flicker once and catch the condensation glass. I watch the quiet shadow of another hour pass. The room settles back into its dark and steady gray. The crowded thoughts drift slow and slowly fall away. Yellow light blinks outside the glass. I let the final heavy moment pass. Why does the water taste like iron tonight? Is there a reason the street light flickers 3 times and stays dim? I leave my shoes at the door and go sideways. 10 unread messages from people who want things I used to want. My ceiling is 34 small painted bumps. I counted them twice when my noodles got cold. If I don't answer the call, does the urgency disappear or does it just collect in the corners like lint under the bed? My shoulders feel like wet laundry hung out in November. Everything moves forward without asking if I'm ready. The subway timetable doesn't care about my chest tightening. I'm tracing my fingernail along the seam of my jeans, thinking about 5 years ago when at the 30 meant freedom. Now it's just higher rent and quite a panic. My head is a room where the doors won't shut. Drafts coming in from every year I messed up. I try to organize the noise, line it up on a shelf, but I'm so tired of trying to explain myself to myself. Just let the beat ride out while I sit here numb, waiting for the feeling or the sleep to come. Why do we buy plans just to watch the leaves turn yellow? I bought a green notebook last month, haven't opened the first page. Scared of ruining the clean paper with my messy handwriting. My manager says I need to be more proactive in meetings. I just nod and think about the price of eggs. Stream of thoughts running like a broken faucet in an empty apartment. Someone is laughing outside on the asphalt. It sounds distant like a recording from another decade. My knees hurt when I bend down to pick up a drop receipt. My head is a room where the doors won't shut. Drafts coming in from every year I messed up. I try to organize the noise, line it up on the shelf, but I'm so tired of trying to explain myself to myself. Just let the beat ride out while I sit here numb, waiting for the feeling or the sleep to come. What if the answer is just that there isn't one? What if I'm looking for a key to a door that was never locked? I unlace my sneakers slow, one lace at a time, breathing in the smell of dust and cold rain outside. No big breakdown, no dramatic scene, just a quiet overload behind a glowing screen. Why does the water taste like iron tonight? Still no answer. The bass hums low in my earphones. One more track before I turn off the light. Just let it drift away. Yeah,
this heavy dead seat bears every quiet thought I accumulated through years I spent overwrought. Leaning back until the cushion bottoms out today. I stare at an old photo where you turned away. 17 sitting in a cramped high school hall, biting your lips, afraid you'd fail at it all. You thought every exam was a final decree, drowning in expectations you couldn't set free. The clutter in my mind still piles up high under the same dim city sky. But if I could send a whisper down the track, I'd tell you to unlace your boots and relax. You don't need to hold the whole world on your chest. It's alright to pause and take a simple rest. Every tangle route you worried over then led to this moment where I breathe again. So loosen up your shoulders, child of 17. The future isn't as cold as it seems. I know your head hurts from the endless noise, comparing your quiet life to the luckier boys, checking your watch like time is running thin, wondering when your real story will begin. Trust me, the answers don't arrive all at once. I spent my 20s chasing ghosts for months. You don't have to carry every tomorrow today, just let the heavy thoughts drift far away. The clutter in my mind still piles up high under the same dim city sky. But if I could send a whisper down the track, I'd tell you to unlace your boots and relax. You don't need to hold the whole world on your chest. It's alright to pause and take a simple rest. Every tangle route you worried over then led to this moment where I breathe again. So loosen up your shoulders, child of 17. The future isn't as cold as it seems. We build a fortress out of overthinking dreams, bursting at the edges, tearing at the seams. If I could sit beside you on that old library bench, I'd take the tight knot in your heart and untrench. It turns out we survived the hardest nights, even without the perfect guiding lights. The chair holds my weight, steady and deep. You can close your eyes now and sleep. Dear 17, you did enough back then. I'm doing fine now. Breathe again. Pale chartreuse, fluorescent glare floods the laundromat floor, casting long shadows behind the rows of humming metal doors. I sit with 3 days of unwashed clothes in a tangled brain, looping every mistake I make today like an infinite train. A guy in a faded gray hoodie sits 2 chairs away, cracking open a warm milk tea, watching the dryer sway. He catches me staring at the concrete ground and speaks real low. That spin cycle has 5 minutes left, but your head looks stuck in slow. I laugh once, short and dry, staring down at my worn out shoes. My brain feels like a crowded room where everyone is yelling bad news. He slides an unopened can across the laminate seat. Sometimes a stranger's random voice makes the heavy air feel sweet. When the thoughts get too loud to sleep through, I end up in places where nobody knows my name. We talk about the rain and the rhythmic hum of the dryers, unraveling the knots without looking for who to blame. Just 2 ghosts waiting on a midnight spin, letting the cold outside wash away what's built up within. He tells me he failed his interview yesterday down in Mapo. I tell him I've been staring at my ceiling, feeling completely lost and low. We don't trade deep philosophy or pretend we have a master plan. He just laughs about his burnt dinner and crushes his aluminum can. The heavy bass from a passing sedan shakes the glass window frame, and suddenly my overthinking brain forgets its own heavy game. For 10 quiet minutes, I don't have to prove that I'm doing fine. I sip the sweet tea, feeling the warm drop hit my chest. My head was a jangled wire, but right now it gets a rest. He doesn't ask what I do or where I plan to go next. It's just 2 exhausted 20-somethings sharing unwritten text. And the thoughts get too loud to sleep through, I end up in places where nobody knows my name. We talk about the rain and the rhythmic hum of the dryers, unraveling the knots without looking for who to blame. Just 2 ghosts waiting on a midnight spin, letting the cold outside wash away what's built up within. The
loudly buzzing, timer rings, breaking the midnight spell. He stands up, folds his navy sweater and says, take care of yourself, kid, you'll do well. No phone numbers asked, no promises to meet next week. Just a brief shelter from the heavy thoughts I couldn't speak. The dryer drum grinds to a final halt. Pale char juice light still paints the glass wall. My shoulders sit an inch lower now than before. I grab my canvas bag, step out the door, and let the night air fall.
Yeah. Yesterday my coworker pointed out I chew my lip when I'm listening. I didn't notice I was doing it until the room got quiet. The paper cup in my hand is 3 bent corners now. I fold the cardboard down just to keep my thumb busy. The Wi-Fi router blinks 6 times, pauses, then blinks 6 more. The steam from the cup noodle dies before I take a single bite. Yeah. Everything is small, but everything takes up room. I count the yellow tiles on the crosswalk to block the noise. My transit card balance shows 3,001 left. I stand on the curb and let the green light turn to red. My head is a crowded hallway where nobody speaks out loud. I'm picking up useless details just to quiet the crowd. I scratch on my phone case, a drywall stain on the desk. I focus on the little things so I don't have to face the rest. The convenience store clerk scanned my iced coffee twice. I paid the extra $1,201 because explaining felt too long. A loose thread on my sleeve hangs 3 inches down. I pull on it slowly until the whole cuff starts to gather. Subway line 2 screeches as it turns near Hap John Station. A forgotten receipt in my coat has faded into plain white paper. Everything is small, but everything weighs 2 pounds. I count the metal handrails lining the platform wall. The digital clock in the car misses its top left bar. I watch 8 turn into 3 and 3 turn into 0. My head is a crowded hallway when nobody speaks out loud. I'm picking up useless details just to quiet the crowd. A scratch on my phone case, a drywall stain on the desk. I focus on the little things so I don't have to face the rest. Someone left a half-full plastic bottle on the window ledge. The condensation drips down onto the rubber floor. Drop by drop, it makes a tiny circle near my shoe. I stare at the water until my stop comes and goes. I don't even care that I missed my station tonight. It's just another 15 minutes sitting on this seat. Yesterday she said I looked somewhere else while she talked. She was right, I was staring at a tiny ink mark on her collar. Just small observations, just useless little details, counting them all until my mind stopped spinning. Yeah. 10:22 stand slow on the kitchen wall. My thoughts are tangled like earphone wires in my coat pocket. 7 tabs open in my mind and none of them will load. I calculate red deadlines and every mistake from last Tuesday. My shoulders stay hitched up near my ears without me noticing. The tea in my mug went cold 20 minutes ago. And my brain keeps running laps around things I cannot change tonight. I close my eyes and force a long breath down, projecting myself forward through the years, to an evening where my chest doesn't feel this tight, to a place where time moves like slow water. I see a quiet kitchen in 2029. The air smells like rain and toasted grain. I am sitting by an open window with no unread mails. My hands are resting easy on my lap. And when I look back at tonight from that soft future,
Imagine here I rest without a startle. No panic alarm ringing through my skull at 6 in the morning. I drink warm water from a glass that matches the dishes. The bills are paid on time, and the room feels spacious. I won't be checking my phone every 40 seconds for validation, or wondering if I chose the wrong path in my 20s. I will have plans on the sill that actually stay green, and in mind the less a quiet thought, just sit and rest.
I close my eyes and force a long breath down, projecting myself forward through the years, to an evening where my chest doesn't feel this tight, to a place where time moves like slow water. I see a quiet kitchen in 2029. The air smells like rain and toasted grain. I am sitting by an open window with no unread mails. My hands are resting easy on my lap, and when I look back at tonight from that soft future, I will smile gently, because I made it through the storm. Right now the noise inside my head is loud enough to shake the floor. Every small decision feels like a heavy mountain path, but this heavy hour is only a single frame in the movie. Future me is waiting in a sunny room, telling me to keep walking. 10:22 blinks once on the wall. The future is coming step by step. My hands unfold, I breathe out slow. A cracked plastic guitar pick rests beside my mug. It hasn't touched a string in 7 months. I count 30 unread messages on the glowing screen, each line demanding answers I don't have. My brain feels like a browser with 40 open tabs, some back on track playing that I cannot pause. I rub the bridge of my nose in the quiet room, watching tiny dust motes float through the lamplight. Everyone my age seems to move with clear direction. They polish up their profiles and sign off on big plans. Meanwhile, I am tangled in this midnight loop, wondering where all my forward motion went. My mind is too crowded to hear myself think. I pile up my worries like clothes on the chair. Can I just hold the clock still for an hour or two? No sudden enlightenment, no magic shift, just 10 seconds of peace in a cluttered room, just letting the heavy thoughts sit in the dark. I try to write down what hurts on a paper pad, but the blue ink bleeds into 3 short words. I am tired. It is not the kind of exhaustion a full sleep cures, more like my whole spirit stays on low power mode. The rent is paid and the fridge has water inside, so why does every simple step feel so thick? The avenue outside my window never shuts down. Air brakes hissing at the stop while I stare at the wood. Hey, my mind is too crowded to hear myself think. I pile up my worries like clothes on the chair. Can I just hold the clock still for an hour or two? No sudden enlightenment, no magic shift, just 10 seconds of peace in a cluttered room, just letting the heavy thoughts sit in the dark. Maybe I do not need to solve my entire life by dawn. Maybe these scattered worries do not define who I am. I lean my head back against the worn cushion, shut my eyes tight, and let the cold air fill my lungs. The guitar picks it silent on the desk. One tab closed, one slow exhale. That is enough for tonight. A heavy delivery scooter kickstand strikes the concrete down in the narrow alleyway. You haven't moved an inch since 8 o'clock, watching your laptop screen flicker on your knees. I brought 2 paper cups of hot tea from downstairs, set them right beside your tangled charger wires. Your eyes look heavy with 1,000 thoughts you never learn how to put into words. You keep trying to solve the whole world tonight, calculating tomorrow before it even arrives. Every small mistake is looping in your head like a broken tape playing on repeat. Unclench your jaw for a second, let the quiet room breathe for you. Yeah, you don't need to fix every twisted line or explain why you're tired out of nowhere. Sit right here, let the beat run slow. We can leave the lights off until you're ready. I know how your mind gets to 28, trapped between the bills and the fading dream. You count your fares like store receipts, adding up numbers that don't mean a thing. Look at me, take a long breath out. You don't have to carry every burden alone. The city outside keeps rushing on by, but inside this room, time can just stand still. Unclench your jaw for a second. Let the quiet room breathe for you. Yeah, you don't need to fix every twisted line or explain why you're tired out of nowhere. Sit right here, let the beat run slow. We can leave the lights off until you're ready. Sometimes the best answer to a stormy brain is doing absolutely nothing at all. No big plans, no sudden breakthroughs, just two friends sitting in the dark, letting go. The street below is finally turning quiet. Your shoulders are dropping just a little bit now. Ow, ow, ow. Rest your head, my friend. Tomorrow can't wait its turn. Yeah, down pine floor cleaner lingers softly in the draft. He leans his neck against the sofa's leather back. 14 unread chats stay pinned atop his screen. Each notification asking where he has been. His shoulders carry months of quiet compromise, trading hours of rest for deadlines he despises. The small apartment smells like disinfectant spray, while thoughts crowd in to steal another night away. Yeah. He rubs his weary eyes, no room inside his head. 1,000 tangled knots where simple words belonged instead. He tries to step outside the noise that will not settle down, watching red taillights crawl across the southern town. He is overloaded, breathing slow against the glass, waiting for the sudden storm inside his chest to pass. Too many questions hanging heavy in the room. He does not need an answer yet, just space to bloom. He lets the static settle down. Ow, 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 ow. One thought at a time, tracing lines of shadows where the neon street lights climb. The mug of barley tea turned cold 3 hours ago. He opens up his notebook, staring at the row of half-made plans and promises he could not keep, while delivery scooters echo through his broken sleep. His mind is like a closet packed too full to close, where every little worry takes the heavy pose. He pulls his collar high to block the winter chill, wishing all the mental chatter would for once sit still. He is overloaded, breathing slow against the glass, waiting for the sudden storm inside his chest to pass. Too many questions hanging heavy in the room. He does not need an answer yet, just space to bloom. He lets the static settle down, 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 down. One thought at a time, tracing lines of shadows where the neon street lights climb. It is not that he gave up on the dreams he kept, it is just a way to accumulate it while he slept. He turns the desk lamp off and lets the dark take over, looking for a quiet patch of green inside the clover. No urgent calls to answer, nowhere else to run. He takes a long deep breath before the morning comes. Pine scented breeze frozen through the narrow gap. He finally closes up his open laptop lap. The room is quiet now, he lets his eyelids fall. He gives himself permission not to solve it all. One sharp realization pierces quiet air. The projector in my forest starts to run. Fluorescent street lamps cast a long yellow glare across the stack of work that never gets done. Camera pans past the cold convenience store tea, condensation dripping down the plastic side. Every conversation loops endlessly inside me. A crowded cinema where I am forced to hide. My brain is buzzing like a dying neon sign, sorting through the errors of 100 different days. I pull my sweater hood up past my jawline, lost inside a maze of muted gray. The room is pitch black, but the screen is burning bright, replaying every single word I shouldn't have said. The soundtrack swells into the middle of the night, a heavy bass drum pounding inside my head. When the mind gets too loud and the air turns thin, I watch the movie of my life begin, frame by frame, every mistake in high def bloom, cinematic noise filling up my bedroom. I just wanna freeze the real, pull the plug today, step out of the theater and walk away. Cut to a shot of my hands on the desk, tangled chords, cold coffee, total silence outside. The script is shifting, making every simple task feel like a mountain where the shadows reside. Focus pulls close on the blinking red light, a low battered warning on my glowing screen. Too many overlapping thoughts in my sight, nothing makes sense in this crowded scene. I try to write a line but the ink runs dry, characters whispering rumors from the dark. I lean my forehead on the glass inside, waiting for the quiet to leave a mark. When the mind gets too loud and the air turns thin, I watch the movie of my life begin, frame by frame, every mistake in high def bloom, cinematic noise filling up my bedroom. I just wanna freeze the real, pull the plug today, step out of the theater and walk away. Fade out the commentary, lower down the game, let the dark scene rest without a single line. I don't need to analyze the static and the pain, just let the credits roll and give me time. The bright spotlight, slow down the pace, give me 3 seconds of empty space. The reel stops spinning at last, black screen, cold air, a deep exhale in the dark room, silence takes over again, just me. Where does the sound go when a room falls completely silent? I'm sitting on the edge of the mattress staring at my socks. Why did I buy this oversized mug last month when I don't drink tea? The phone screen lights up with 6 unread messages from work. Did I double check the door lock before I sat down? My head feels like 50 browser tabs running all at once. Audio playing somewhere in the back, video buffering in front. I'm 29 and still worrying about things I said in high school. Yeah, my chest is tight like I'm running a marathon while sitting still. Yeah, I try to press pause, but the button feels stuck. I'm paying interest on trouble that hasn't even arrived. Calculations spinning in circles around my temples, just trying to figure out how to put my thoughts in order. Too much static crowded inside my skull tonight. I can't tell if I'm breathing wrong or breathing too light. A continuous stream of random noise taking over my chest. When it's simple daily life gets so hard to digest, I just want the mental chatter to turn completely off. Let the slow beat ride while every heavy thought gets lost. Yeah, remember that boy from elementary school who forgot his lunchbox? Why am I remembering his face right now at midnight? My lease renewal email sits in my inbox like a threat. I should call my mom back, she tried reaching me at 7. I told myself I was too busy, but I was just staring at a wall. Is it normal to feel like every choice leads to another task? Yeah, the ceiling fan makes a soft clicking noise every 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. My brain keeps tracking things that don't help me survive. So much static crowded inside my skull tonight. I can't tell if I'm breathing wrong or breathing too light. A continuous stream of random noise taking over my chest. When it's simple daily life gets so hard to digest, I just thought gets lost. If I leave every question unanswered, do they fade away? If I close my eyes right now, just a more delay. I'm drifting through calendar invites, rent payments, old mistakes. Standing by the sink, taking vitamins for my body's aches. Nobody warned me adulthood was just managing endless clutter. 1,000 micro decisions, making every sentence stutter. Oh, where does the sound go? When the room stays dark, it just hangs in the air. Above the floorboards, clicking fan, blinking router light. Cold floor, let the instrumentals run out. Let the mind slow down. Nothing left to solve tonight. Heavy mesh cushions compress under my body as the desk clock ticks past midnight. The springs in the seat carry more than just weight. They hold every tangle that I couldn't organize. I'm writing a letter to the boy sitting in a cramped library stall back in 2015. You were clutching your pencil so tight, your knuckles turned pale, white convinced one misstep meant the end. You spent entire seasons worrying about tomorrows that never even arrived. I wish I could reach through the paper and pull those tight shoulders down just an inch. Your head felt like a crowded subway platform, everybody yelling at once. You thought if you stopped running for a single second, the whole sky would fall. But look at me sitting right here in this quiet room tonight. We survived every storm you swore would destroy us. Dear younger self, you can unclamp your teeth now. You don't have to carry the whole world. The deadlines you cried over are just dusty pages in an old cabinet now. When the room starts spinning and your mind gets too loud, just breathe out slow. You were always enough, even when you're sad alone. Wondering if you'd ever make it through. I still overthink sometimes, sitting on the same heavy chair, watching the screen glow dim. The bills get paid, the coffee goes cold, and the day moves forward, whether we panic or not. Back then you thought peace was a distant city where all the noise inside your head would freeze. Now I know peace is in an empty room. It's learning to listen to the rain without thinking it's a flood. So put down that marker, stop staring at the wall like it owes you an answer. The future isn't a cliff you're about to fall off. It's just tomorrow morning waiting to be met. Dear younger self, you can unclamp your teeth now. You don't have to carry the whole world. The deadlines you cried over are just dusty pages in an old cabinet now. When the room starts spinning and your mind gets too loud, just breathe out slow. You were always enough, even when you sat alone. Wondering if you'd ever make it through. If I could post this note to your bedroom door, I'd tell you that your doubts are just far. They look solid from a distance, but you walk right through them in the end. The way you felt back then built the strength I stand on today. So rest your tired head on the desk for a minute. It is gonna turn out okay. The chair shifts gently as I finally lean back. I forgive you for being so scared back then. I forgive myself for still getting overwhelmed now. We are doing just fine. Just breathe. Toe-bought blue radiant spills from the vending machine frame. My mind is overcrowded with too many worries to name. Deadlines and rent, notices piling high inside my head. I sit on a curb, dreading every word I haven't said. A guy sitting on a plastic crate turns his head around. Asks me if the night air feels too heavy on the ground. I look up surprised that anybody spoke at all. He passes me a can, drink before I can build a wall. Says people wear themselves out chasing things they do not need, running so fast that their own spirits start to bleed. He says the clutter in our minds is just a passing cloud. I tell him I'm 29 and drowning in the crowd. He laughs softly, kicking a pebble off his worn out shoe. Says nobody really knows what they're supposed to do. When the thoughts get too loud to sleep tonight, two strangers breathing under cobalt light. You don't know my name, I don't know your past, but this suffocating feeling isn't built to last. Just
is off his job 3 weeks ago today. Didn't call his family because he didn't know what to say. Just walked out when the fluorescent ceiling started to compress. I nod my head along, understanding that exact distress. It feels like running 30 open browser tabs at once, over analyzing every mistake from the past 6 months. He looks up at the dark sky, says and never tries to explain. Sometimes you just have to sit outside and feel the rain. I confess my heart feels tight whenever I wake at 3. He tells me I am trying to solve a life not meant to be solved on a knee. No introductions made, just 2 heavy souls on a street, unwinding all the knots that made the day feel incomplete. The cobalt radiance flickers as a night bus passes near. I take a deep breath and finally feel the atmosphere clear. When the thoughts get too loud to sleep tonight, 2 strangers breathing under cobalt light. You don't know my name, I don't know your past, but this suffocating feeling isn't built to last. Just let the minutes drift, let the tension fall away. We can share this quiet spot until the sky turns gray. He stands up, adjusts his jacket, and steps into the shade, leaving behind a small relief that 2 strangers made. The cobalt glow softens as the morning blue draws near. My head feels lighter now, the road ahead feels clear. Fleece linings grace my jawline as I pull the hood low. My brain is a tangled ball of wire, thoughts spinning out of control. Deadlines stacked on my desk like overdue notices I can't pay. I press my thumb into the warm sleeve fabric, course and fraying away. And suddenly the room shifts, and I'm sitting on that wooden park bench. Man, 2018, damn river air and a bit of night chill wrench. We were both broke, wrapped in oversized cotton hoodies that smell like detergent. Nothing in our features felt steady, but nothing felt quite this urgent. You sat beside me, holding 2 scalding cans of black coffee, saying that overthinking is just proof that I care too deeply. I can still hear the quiet rhythm of your voice through the night air, cutting right through the static when my mind was stripped bare. When the thoughts pile up until I can hardly breathe, I rewind the tape back to that ordinary night breeze, one cotton against my chin, holding me grounded here, wishing I could hear you tell me that the horizon is clear. My mind is a crowded hallway with every door locked tight, but standing in that old memory I can handle tonight. The faint smell of convenience store steam and wet asphalt in the street. Back then we had 0 savings, just tired legs and aching feet. Now I'm 30 years old, wearing this exact same gray zip up, sinking under unread emails and calls I do not want to pick up. I roll the pill fiber between my thumb and index finger, remembering how you laughed when I freaked out about turning 25. You told me we were just finding our cadence, learning how to survive. Why did I trade those simple worries for a cubicle and a necktie? You sat beside me, holding 2 scalding cans of black coffee, saying that overthinking is just proof that I care too deeply. I can still hear the quiet rhythm of your voice through the night air, cutting right through the static when my mind was stripped bare. When the thoughts pile up until I can hardly breathe, I rewind the tape back to that ordinary night breeze, one cotton against my chin, holding me grounded here, wishing I could hear you tell me that the horizon is clear. My mind is a crowded hallway with every door locked tight, but standing in that old memory I can handle tonight. I lost your phone number to carrier switches ago. Life dragged us into separate lanes, moving fast and moving slow, but this threadbare sleeve kept the warmth of that quiet space, a forgotten midnight where I was not running anyways. Rough fleece against my collar, cool midnight wind. I loosen my clenched shoulders, let the slow breath begin. The noise inside my skull begins to soften down. I pull the gray hood up, walk across the sleeping town.
a shred against a silent wall. My brain is running like an engine out of oil, untangling every word I shouldn't have said today. The heavy pressure makes it hard to push away. Yeah, I lock my eyes on the ceiling and take a slow breath, imagining a day where there is nothing heavy left. Picturing a season 5 years down the line, where my thoughts are fighting for my time, where I can just exist without a reason or a goal, and feel a sudden comfort settling in my soul. I will stand on a bright balcony in 35, feeling so untangled and genuinely alive. No endless notifications, no knot inside my chest, just a soft linen shirt and a mind at rest. I keep holding on to that future quiet place, knowing all the static leaves without a trace. Right now my desk is scattered with them red melon bills. I swallow down anxiety like bitter little pills, wondering if my 20s are just spent in a blur, trying to be the person that I wish I were. But future me is laughing as he pours a cup of tea. He looks back at this bedroom and he pities me. He says the head again did the path become clear. You don't have to carry every single fear. Every knot in my head is unraveling ahead, replaced by a silence that I don't have to dread. I can see the wooden floor polished by the sun. I can see the moment when the battle is won. I will stand on a bright balcony 35, tangled and genuinely alive. No endless notifications, no knot inside my chest, just a soft linen shirt and a mind at rest. I keep holding on to that future quiet place, knowing all the static leaves without a trace. Breeze is stronger. A bent cup of paperclip lies crooked on the glass. I've been staring at it for 40 minutes fast. My brain feels like a browser with 50 open tabs, every unpaid bill and missed opportunity grabbing at my lapels. I try to write a simple list to clear out the room, but the ink ran dry and left me sitting in the gloom. Late 20s hit like an unannounced rainstorm. No umbrella, just expecting me to stay warm. Everybody around me seems to run on schedule. They settle down, they figure out the special method. Meanwhile I'm on bending metal on my desk surface, wondering if all this daily friction has a purpose. My mind is too loud for this quiet apartment. I stack up my worries till I don't know where to start. When one small mistake turns into 20 different fears, and I'm breathing slow just to clear out the gears. If I could just pause the chatter for an hour or two, maybe I remember what I came here to do. I check my notifications, nobody is calling me. It's just automated reminders of who I ought to be. Deadlines on the calendar, rent due in a week, and this heavy quietness making my floorboards creak. I take the bent paperclip, try to bend it back straight. It snaps in half instead, guess that's my current state. Force things too hard when they're already one thing, and you want to break in the structure from within. Everybody around me seems to run on schedule. They settle down, they figure out the special method. Meanwhile I'm holding broken metal on my desk surface, wondering if all this daily friction has a purpose. My mind is too loud for this quiet apartment. I stack up my worries till I don't know where to start. When one small mistake turns into 20 different fears, and I'm breathing slow just to clear out the gears. If I could just pause the chatter for an hour or two, maybe I'd remember what I came here to do. I don't need a grand solution tonight. I don't need the world to suddenly turn bright. Just let the beat ride through my headphones low. Let the rhythm take over where my thoughts can't go. Exhale the pressure building up in my chest. Give this tangled brain a tiny moment of rest. 2 copper pieces on the glass.
table now. I will clean him up tomorrow somehow. Breathing in, breathing out, steady and slow. Letting the noise go, just letting it go.
A metallic shutter rattles down across the street, cutting through the damn midnight air. You have been staring at your knees for an hour, letting every bad scenario take its turn. Yeah, your phone keeps vibrating against the wooden table, but you just let it buzz until it stops. I see how tight you are clenching your fists underneath those oversized sleeves. You keep replaying that meeting from Tuesday morning, searching for mistakes. Yeah, nobody else noticed. You're trying to fix the next 5 years before tomorrow comes. You're carrying a burden that was never meant for one pair of hands. Just leave your keys right where they are. Step outside with me for a minute. Leave the messy thoughts upstairs for tonight. We can walk down to the corner store and grab something warm to drink. Sit on the plastic stool under the yellow light and let the clock reset. You do not have to figure out your entire life before the sun comes back around. You are doing just fine right here. Yeah, you compare your timeline to people you do not even talk to anymore. Every unread message feels like a fire you were supposed to put out with your bare hands. Look at me for a second, your breathing is getting way too fast again. Nobody expects you to carry the weight of this whole apartment building on your back. It is okay to admit that you are tired of being the reliable one. Leave the messy thoughts upstairs for tonight. We can walk down to the corner store and grab something warm to drink. Sit on the plastic stool under the yellow light and let the clock reset. You do not have to figure out your entire life before the sun comes back around. You are doing just fine right here. If the path ahead looks like a high wall, stop trying to climb it in the dark. We can just watch the cars roll past the intersection until your heart slows down. The world will keep turning even if you take a break from worrying. I am not going anywhere until you feel grounded again. Leave the rest for tomorrow morning. Just take a long breath out. We are right here on the sidewalk. You're going to be okay. Damp ozone, burnt caramel tea drift through the open kitchen screen. He sits beside a stack of unopened tax forms and half-written slides. His phone lights up with group chat notifications he cannot bear to read. Every thought overlaps like tangled power cables behind the desk unit. He rubs his temples until the skin turns red, trying to quiet the noise, the city outside. He's moving at 90 kilometers an hour. He counts his breath against the hum of the refrigerator. 3 seconds in, 4 seconds out, but the tightness will not ease. He wonders if everyone is just pretending to be fine, or if he is the only one drowned out by his own mind. His mind is a crowded intersection with all the signals broken down. He walks the midnight neighborhood just to escape his own ceiling. No clear answers wait at the corner of the convenience store. Cold air filling up his lungs until the static dies away. He tells himself to hold on through another restless night. The aroma of wet asphalt drifts up from the alley below. He puts on an oversized hoodie and steps onto the damn pavement. His footsteps fall in a slow, uneven rhythm on the faded yellow lines. Thoughts of promotion reviews, rent increases, and past mistakes collide. He pulls a drawstring tight around his chin to block the bitter wind. The world demands too many articulate answers he does not have. He counts his steps against the street lights turning amber. 3 blocks ahead, 4 blocks behind, searching for a quiet space. He wonders if everyone is just pretending to be fine, or if he is the only one drowned out by his own mind. His mind is a crowded intersection with all the signals broken down. He walks the midnight neighborhood just to escape his own ceiling. No clear answer
Sits outside the 24-hour laundromat watching tumblers spin. Warmth and a laundry detergent drifts out through the automatic doors. For 3 short minutes, he lets his shoulders drop an inch slower. He does not need to fix everything before the morning comes. He just needs to let the heavy thoughts pass through him like rain. His mind is a crowded intersection with all the signals broken down. He walks the midnight neighborhood just to escape his own ceiling. No clear answers wait at the corner of the convenience stores. Cold air filling up his lungs until the static dies away. He tells himself to hold on through another restless night. Damp ozone lingering in his jacket. He turns the key in his lock softly, one step at a time into the dim hallway. The room is quiet now. He lets his breath out slow.
Silence drops its guard the second my mind replays alarm from noon. The desk fan hums on level 1, casting shadows on the wallpaper moon. A single straight worry cuts through the dark like a bright headlight beam. I stare at the ceiling pester, tracking every faint drywall seam. Tossing my jacket over the chair, unbuttoning the cuffs of my shirt. The unread email sit in a stack, holding a quiet kind of hurt. Too many voices running parallel inside the small wooden space. I pull the blanket to my chin and slow my racing pace. Calculations in my head won't stop rolling down, comparing where I stand to everybody else in town. The clock ticks heavy, every second feels oversized. I try to close my eyelids, but the night remains wide. Drafting replies that never get sent to the dark, overthinking every word, trying to find a landing mark. When my head is full of tangled knots and heavy traffic lights, I just listen to the low bass pulsing through these quiet nights, letting the heavy thoughts sit until the air turns clear, sorting through the pressure accumulated year after year. The green router LED blinks once every 3 seconds or so. My phone screen dims to black, reflecting the tired glow. I walk 4 blocks from the station just to clear out my chest, but the mental tabs stay open, refusing to give me rest. Did I sound too distant at lunch? Was my tone out of line? How many small regrets can a single afternoon combine? Cinematic static plays behind my weary eyes. A cool draft rattles the frame beneath urban skies. Calculations in my head won't stop rolling down, comparing where I stand to everybody else in town. The clock ticks heavy, every second feels oversized. I try to close my eyelids, but the night remains wide. Drafting replies that never get sent to the dark, overthinking every word, trying to find a landing mark. When my head is full of tangled knots and heavy traffic lights, I just listen to the low bass pulsing through these quiet nights, letting the heavy thoughts sit until the air turns clear, sorting through the pressure accumulated year after year. You do not have to solve the future before the sky turns gray. Sometimes survival is just making it through the day. Unlace the shoes, release the grip on what went wrong or right. Let the complex equations fade into the background night. The router keeps blinking green. The city outside settles down. One deep breath in the dark. The sharp thought loses its edge. Rest in my mind at last. Is the reason my shoulders won't settle down. Counted 4 red lights on the walk back from the mart. Banana milk box crushed in my right fist. My team lead said something about efficiency at 2 p.m. I nodded 3 times, or maybe 4, I lost track. Why do I keep checking my lock screen when nobody wrote? The cold wind is the back of my neck through this thin hoodie. Line 2 train running underneath the asphalt. I feel the bass in my shoes. My rain transfer reminded my mother's voice on voicemail. My left shoelace untied. It all stacks up like unsorted laundry on the chair. My mind jumps from tomorrow's deadline to a middle school memory. I can't find the main thread. I can't cut the background noise. Nothing is explicitly broken. So why does it feel this heavy? Just sitting here on a plastic stool outside the late night shop. Static in my head, floating through the crosswalk. I don't need a solution, I just want 5 minutes of blank space. Everything is urgent to everyone else in this city. I'm trapped in the late 20s, traffic of my own mind. Can somebody pause the background music for a second? I'm just walking, just breathing, trying to unknot. Did I reply to that Kako message from yesterday afternoon? No, I opened it, drafted 3 words and forgot to hit send. Now it looks intentional, now I'm the distant friend. My room smells like stale green tea and liquid detergent. I sat on the edge of the bed for 20 minutes staring at the baseboard, thinking about a college classmate who bought a place near your widow. Thinking about how I used to write lyrics in spiral notebooks at 19. Where did that guy go? He didn't leave a note behind. My forehead hurts right between my eyes, just a dull pressure, like 12 apps running in the background, draining my battery. My mind jumps from my tax filing to my childhood dog. I can't find the main thread. I can't cut the background noise. Nothing is explicitly broken. So why does it feel this heavy? Just watching the neon bank sign flicker from blue to white. Static in my head, floating through the crosswalk. I don't need a solution, I just want 5 minutes of blank space. Everything is urgent to everyone else in this city. I'm trapped in the late 20s, traffic on my own mind. Can somebody pause the background music for a second? I'm just walking, just breathing, trying to unknot the thread. Wait, what was I looking for in the fridge just now? I opened the door and forgot the item completely. Staring at cold yellow light and 3 eggs in a plastic tray. Maybe I don't need food, maybe I just need to stop thinking. 1, 2, 3, breathing through the nose. Exhale the unread emails, exhale the rent, exhale the quiet pressure. Doesn't fix a single problem, but the room stops spinning. Is there a reason my shoulders won't settle down? Still no answer on the horizon. Street lights dimming as the first early bus crawls past the stop. I leave the dishes in the sink tonight. Close my eyes on the pillow. Let the thoughts drift away without trying to give them names. Still cylinder groans beneath my weight, sinking 3 inches into the floorboards. My head is an overcrowded subway car full of thoughts I cannot afford. I press my palms to my eyes until stars bloom behind the dark. Sitting in this office chair that carries every tired mark. If I could reach through the screen back to 19-year-old hands, I would tell you to stop trying to draw detailed master plans. You sat on that wooden stool studying until your knuckles turned white, terrified that missing one deadline meant losing the whole night. The clutter in my mind right now feels just like yours back then. We keep stacking every problem like we must solve them before 10. So put down the pen for a second, let me speak to your quiet fear. I am living in the future you prayed for, and we are still here, folding notes in your uniform pocket. You do not have to carry it all. The world will not shatter into pieces just because a few raindrops fall. I know your chest feels tight tonight, wondering who you will become. But trust me when I say the heavy noise eventually turns to a hum. Take a deep breath and let your shoulders drop down. You are doing fine in this giant city town. Remember the cold bus stop outside the late night academy hall? You thought failing one test meant you were standing against a wall. You saved every receipt like evidence of trying your absolute best. Losing sleep to purchase a tomorrow where you could finally rest. Now I sit in this padded swivel seat with a mortgage and a badge, still trying to balance every doubt sitting on my mind's narrow ledge. We are not so different, you and I just working with bigger numbers, still worrying about the same silent questions before our slumbers. The clutter in my mind
now feels just like yours back then. We keep stacking every problem like we must solve them before 10. So put down the pen for a second, let me speak to your quiet fear. I am living in the future you prayed for, and we are still here. Folding notes in your uniform pocket. You do not have to carry it all. The world will not shatter into pieces just because a few raindrops fall. I know your chest feels tight tonight. I'm wondering who you will become. But trust me when I say the heavy noise eventually turns to a hum. Take a deep breath and let your shoulders drop down. You are doing fine in this giant city town. If you could see me sitting here leaning back until the springs come playing, you might smile knowing we survived every storm and every strain. I still get overwhelmed, my head still feels like a tangled thread, but I stopped believing every scary thing my panic mind said. We do not need to fix everything before the sky turns gray. So put the notebook away tonight, turn off the small desk light. The chair holds my heavy frame now, so you can rest your feet. We made it through the hardest parts, line by line, beat by beat. Folded notes in your pocket. Rest well tonight.
Cerulean neon spills up a cold asphalt, painting the curb in a low voltage glow. My temples beat with 100 unread messages. Are quiet now, I cannot sing to untie tonight. The city hangs behind a wall of glass, where my thoughts run circles around every small mistake. I pull my heavy coat closer, staring at my shoes, waiting for the static in my chest to slow. A stranger sits down on the plastic chair beside me, setting a lukewarm can, coffee on the table. They pull out a light blue pack of cigarettes and glance sideways at my tangled facial expression. They ask if I have a lighter to spare. My hands fumble around inside my pocket. I hand them the small red plastic piece, and they nod, noticing the tension on my shoulders. They say the night gets too crowded when you stay inside your head. We sit under the buzzing sign, two people keeping quiet instead. You do not have to explain the noise to someone who will never stay. Yeah. Sometimes a sentence from a face you do not know washes half the weight away. Ay. The tangled threads quiet down just a bit in the cool air. They blow a thin ribbon of smoke into the dark and talk about a job they quit last June. No names exchanged, no history required, just two strangers sharing a bench beneath an urban moon. I tell them my brain feels like 50 browser tabs open at the exact same time. They laugh softly, taking the sip, saying everyone in this district is paying for the same crime. The pressure behind my eyes begins to loosen as we talk about nothing that really matters at all. They hand the lighter back to my palm. The plastic feels warm from their fingers. They stand up, adjusting their backpack strap, leaving a space where the quiet lingers. They say the night gets too crowded when you stay inside your head. We sit under the buzzing sign, two people keeping quiet instead. You do not have to explain the noise to someone who will never stay. Sometimes a sentence from a face you do not know washes half the weight away. The tangled threads quiet down just a bit in the cool air. We spend our 20s and 30s overthinking every turn we make, carrying invisible ledgers of every single small heartbreak. But for 10 minutes on a plastic chair outside a convenience store, the world is just a flickering light and asphalt floor. I do not need them to fix my life, just needed proof I am not alone in the dark. Yeah. Their footsteps fade down the sidewalk, disappearing into the midnight blue. The cerulean neon still glows overhead, but the air feels clear and new. finish my drink and stand up slowly. My I walk toward home. You told me yesterday I look exhausted. I watch a tiny water ring dissolve into my wooden tray. The blue light blinks on the brighter every 3 seconds. A stray receipt from the convenience store sits folded twice. The corner of my laptop sticker is peeling slightly off. 3 missed messages from a group chat I muted weeks ago. I focus on these tiny things so I do not have to think. My thoughts are like tangled cords behind the desk. Pulling one string just tightens the knot again. I stare at the ceiling fan spinning on medium power. It does not ask me what my plan is for next year. When the room gets too crowded inside my skull, I count the scuffs on my worn out black sneakers. One silver wrapper left on the nightstand glass. One tiny scratch on the frame of my glasses. It keeps me here. It keeps my feet on cold flooring. Just watching little flaws until the noise dies down. Yeah. Yesterday you said I overcomplicate every single choice. Look at this plastic straw wrapper sitting on my desk mat. It is bent into 3 sharp triangles like origami. The battery icon on my phone rests at 14%. A faint smudge of oil marks the left shift key. The air conditioner hums a low flat constant note. I stack 3 loose coins on top of each other and wait. I do not want to solve my life today, just watching dust motes float. My thoughts are like tangled cords behind the desk. Pulling one string just tightens the knot again. I stare at the ceiling fan spinning on medium power. It does not ask me what my plan is for next year. When the room gets too crowded inside my skull, I count the scuffs on my worn out black sneakers. One silver wrapper left on the nightstand glass. One tiny scratch on the frame of my glasses. It keeps me here. It keeps my feet on cold flooring. Just watching little flaws until the noise dies down. You said I take things way too heavy all the time. Maybe you were right, but I do not know how to turn it off. So I look at the faint red mark on my wrist from my sleeve. I trace the seam on my sweatpants with my thumb. Nothing big to fix right now, just 6 small scratches on a cheap plastic tray. You told me yesterday I look exhausted. The router blinks twice. The paper box sits open. I breathe in slow. The room is quiet enough for now. Kirsten and fibers press against my thumb. While 20 unread emails make my fingers numb. The ceiling fan turns low above my cluttered desk. My brain is like an overflowing filing cabinet rest. I rub the stubborn seam where stitching comes undone, trying to filter out the noise before the day is done. Too many plans for 30, too many bills at night. My thoughts are tangled wires hiding from the light. This rough woven weave takes me back 5 years to a cold November evening far away from fears. Sitting on the riverbank in this exact same jacket before my whole world turned into an endless racket. When my head gets loud and heavy like rain, I hold onto this thread to escape from the pain. A sudden flash of who I used to be back then, before I traded quiet nights for paper and a pen. The knot inside my chest starts slowly slipping loose, remembering a time when I had nothing left to prove. Yeah. Back then we split a cheap iced coffee on the curb. No status updates, no ambition to disturb. You pulled this very cuff and said I worry way too much. Now I am adulting in a world that lost its touch. The fabric is slightly faded, worn down at the wrist, just like the simple promises I didn't know I missed. My mind was spinning circles heavy as a stone, until the stir reminded me I was not always grown. Rough woven weave takes me back 5 years to a cold November evening far away from fears. Sitting on the riverbank in this exact same jacket before my whole world turned into an endless racket. When my
fall away. The world can't wait outside until another day. I do not need all the answers written in a grid. I just need the calm heart of that simple kid. Fingers tracing cotton, tracing every line. If I survive that winter, I will be fine. This time, stiff denim softening under my thumb. The heavy thoughts are settling, the quiet has finally come. Just fabric and a memory from back when life was clear. I breathe out the clutter, I am standing here.
Yeah. Hands on the bedside display, casting a pale blue square across my floor. My thoughts keep spinning like a broken tape, rewinding every mistake I made today. The apartment is dead quiet, but my head is loud, stacking every tiny worry into a giant cloud. I close my eyes, try to force to sleep, but my mind digs holes that are way too deep. So I project my mind 10 years down the track, a place where I won't have to look back. I see a sunny room with the glass door open wide, and not a single heavy thought left inside. In that imagined room, I am breathing slow. No running thoughts, nowhere left to go. My coffee cools down on a marble stand. No trembling fingers, no shaking hands. I look back at tonight and I softly smile, knowing the complex head was just a temporary mile. I am constantly counting receipts and deadlines, trapped in the maze between my own mind's lines. Did I say the wrong thing to my friend at lunch? Will I hit the wall when the numbers come to crunch? It gets suffocating when the night falls late, trying to negotiate with an uncertain fate. But in the future apartment on the 20th floor, I do not keep my worries standing at the door. The air is fresh, my lungs expand in peace, and all the background noise finally finds release. I hold on to that image through the thick dark air, a future version of me sitting in that wooden chair. A breeze moves the curtain, the sunlight feels warm. A quiet safe house on the other side of the storm. That imagined room, I am breathing slow. No running thoughts, nowhere left to go. My coffee cools down on a marble stand. No trembling fingers, no shaking hands. I look back at tonight and I softly smile, knowing the complex head was just a temporary mile. Dear current me, staring at the glowing blue, you will get through the clutter inside of you. The endless overthinking will shed its skin, and peace will settle gently from within. Just let the clock tick forward, let the numbers turn. There is a calm patience you are going to learn. I'm walking toward that future line. The noise in my head begins to dim down. Sleep comes softly over this busy town. Just breathing slow, just breathing slow. A single dry gel pen cap rests beside my phone. It rolled off the edge of my notebook hours ago, but I just watched it land. My mind is a crowded subway car at 8 in the morning. Everyone pushing toward doors that refuse to open. I check my schedule 4 times before dinner, still feeling like I forgot something crucial. The lemonade table reflects the soft LED strip above, and I keep staring at this plastic cap like it holds an answer. The city outside never slows down for a crowded mind. I count my breaths, but they get stuck somewhere near my collarbone. Is it normal to feel 27 steps behind while sitting completely still in a quiet room? My head is loud tonight, tangled in unanswered texts. Every small decision feels like a turning point. I am bound to wreck. I just want to turn off the static in my temples, pull the plug on these endless late night simulations. Give me one honest minute where I do not feel guilty for doing absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah, ay, I write down a list of things to fix tomorrow, then scratch out half the lines because they do not even make sense. My supervisor's voice loops from 3 p.m. today, blended with an awkward conversation from 3 years ago. Why do I hoard old dust inside a fresh space? My shoulders stay locked high up near my ears. I tap the pen cap across the dark wood veneer, tracing circles that lead nowhere, just passing the time. The traffic below home's like a low frequency bass on my floorboards. I try to exhale the tightness living under my ribs. Is it normal to feel like every thought demands a full report when I am just trying to survive until Friday? My head is loud tonight, tangled in unanswered text. Every small decision feels like a turning point I am bound to wreck. I just want to turn off the static in my temples, pull the plug on these endless late night simulations. Give me one honest minute where I do not feel guilty for doing absolutely nothing at all. Maybe I do not need to untangle every thread before dawn. Maybe the messy pile can just sit in the corner for a night. I pick up the pen cap and drop it inside the top drawer, closing it quietly, letting the dark swallow the first piece of clutter. One small thing put away. The apartment is still, but my chest feels slightly wider. I lean back against the chair, close my eyes and let the quiet take over the beat. A worn delivery muffler pops outside the glass, cutting right through our silence. You have been stirring that melted ice for 20 minutes, stirring up the grain in the wood. I can see the gears spinning behind your eyes, 20 different problems at the exact same time. You do not have to explain every piece of it right now, just let the breath drop out. Your phone screen blinks face down on the table, another email you are afraid to read. You press both palms hard against your temples, trying to force the crowded thoughts away. You always play the steady one when everybody else around you breaks down. You pack everyone's baggage onto your own shoulders until your ankles start to buckle. Let the whole city rush past the window while we sit in neutral gear tonight. You do not need a single answer before the clock hits midnight. If your head is spinning like a crowded midnight train, pull the emergency stop right here and let me hold the weight. We do not have to fix your whole life before the sun comes up again. Leave the heavy thoughts outside the door, drop your shoulders down. I'm sitting right across from you. You do not have to do this on your own. The crosswalk audio signal chirps down the street, rhythmic and loud against the rain. You tell me you feel like you're falling behind while everyone your age speeds by. Late 20s slip past like sand, now 30 feels like a test you forgot to study for. Every unread message feels like a promise you failed to keep. I know that feeling in my ribs, the noise inside gets way too loud to breathe. So finish your drink, take it slow, we have nowhere else to be tonight. Look at that old pharmacy sign, flickering red across the wet asphalt. It is missing half its lights, but it keeps something in the dark anyway. You do not need to solve the next 5 years in a single evening. Just give your mind permission to stop running for 10 minutes. The scooter sound turns the corner and fades into the distance. No rush, my friend, unclench your hands, just rest your heavy head. Toasted sesame oil drifts across the narrow alley, lingering in the chill of late October. He pulls his collar up, staring at his reflection in the dark glass of an off-duty pharmacy. His brain is an overfilled browser window with 30 tabs frozen in place, each thought screaming for attention while his feet just want to erase the pace. He hasn't answered a text since 4 in the afternoon, just walking through the city night, hoping the quiet will come back soon. The world moves too fast for us, quite hard to process. Every small decision feels like an impossible contest. He unclaps his wrist, watch slipping in inside his coat pocket, trying to stop time before his tired chest explodes like a rocket. There's too much noise running through his head tonight. He cannot tell what is heavy and what is light. He stands on the corner while the traffic lights turn red, hoping the
said he just wants 1 minute where his brain stops spinning around. One solitary moment where no heavy thoughts are found. He stops outside the 24-hour market, buying nothing at all, just watching the neon sign flicker against the concrete wall. His manager's voice still echoes from the morning review, mixed with the rent deadline and all the things he meant to do. He checks his palms dry and cold against the midnight air, wandering without a map, taking steps to nowhere. He takes off his headphones, listening to his own deep breath, realizing exhaustion is just a shadow he tries to outdistance to death. He doesn't need answers to every question in his mind. He just needs to leave this heavy afternoon behind. There is too much noise running through his head tonight. He cannot tell what is heavy and what is light. He stands on the corner while the traffic lights turn red, hoping the cold night wind will clear out everything he said. He just wants 1 minute where his brain stops spinning around. One solitary moment where no heavy thoughts are found. The sesame oil smell fades into damp asphalt and pine. He takes one slow step forward, telling himself he will be fine. His hands deep in his pockets, he turns down the street. The night grows still beneath his slow, steady feet. A stray regret interrupts the room's quiet, dropping like a coin onto the hardwood floor. Outside the frosted window, green taillights glide, reflecting off damp pavement near the convenience store. My laptop screen glows low, 30 unread mails. My temples pulse with a rhythmic, heavy throb. I stare at the ceiling fan, turning slow and pale, wondering how I lost the simple joy in this job. The steam from my lukewarm mug dissolves in the air. A faint baseline echoes from a passing car below. Every choice I made this year sits lined up right there, a crowded shelf of memories I cannot let go. The city hums a steady midnight sound, while my thoughts keep spinning round and round. I press cold palms against my burning eyes, tracing every outline where the pressure lies. My head is an overcrowded narrow street where every single word keeps coming back to me, where asphalt shining under amber neon lights. I am walking through the noise of my own endless nights. Give me one quiet minute just to breathe it out. Clear the heavy fog of every single doubt. A plastic umbrella leans against the hallway door, water dripping slow into a tiny blue puddle. I unscrew the cap of a green soda bottle, watching tiny bubbles rise and instantly burst. My phone vibrates once, a calendar prompt for 8 a.m. Reminder of the person that I have to pretend to be. I lace on my sneakers and step into the damp corridor, searching for air that feels a little bit free. The vending machine buzzes near the stairwell landing, casting a rectangle of harsh white light. I lean against the cold tile, barely standing, trying to untangle what went wrong tonight. The city hums a steady midnight sound, while my thoughts keep spinning round and round. I press cold palms against my burning eyes, tracing every outline where the pressure lies. My head is an overcrowded narrow street where every single word keeps coming back to me, where asphalt shining under amber neon lights. I am walking through the noise of my own endless nights. Give me one quiet minute just to breathe it out. Clear the heavy fog of every single doubt. The exhaust fan whirs across the narrow lane, blowing misty vapor through the falling rain. I take off my jacket, let the cold air hit my chest, searching for a stillness where my mind can finally rest. No quick answers in the shadows on the brick, just a heavy clock that keeps on ticking, loud and quick. The green exit sign glows soft down the hall, raindrops streak slow down the concrete wall. I close my eyes and let the silence take its place. One deep breath in this tiny little space. How long does a thought stay inside the brain before it decays? The convenience store bell rings twice, then the silence returns. I bought a belly tea I didn't even want to drink. My thumb scrolls past news of someone I used to know in college. Did they fix the street light outside my building yet? I can't remember if I locked the front door or just turned the latch twice. My mind jumps from rent payments to a random song from 2012. It's exhausting when the volume knob inside my skull is broken. Everything tangles together like earphones left in a coat pocket. I keep trying to sort the priority list, but the paper turns to dust. The subway rhythm hums under my sneakers. I just want a minute where I do not exist in my own head. My brain is a crowded intersection with no traffic lights tonight. Every memory and future where it collides in the middle of the road. I tell myself to breathe, but I'm just counting the seconds instead. When did simple living become a math problem I can't solve? I just want the noise to turn down low. Why am I still holding this paper receipt from 3 weeks ago? I keep checking my inbox even though nobody is writing back. Cold air leaks through the gap in the balcony window frame. I should call my mother, but explaining my mood takes too much work. Instead I stare at the yellow wallpaper stain shaped like a bird. Did I eat dinner or did I just eat crackers at 7 p.m.? It's weird how my mind can feel so heavy when it's completely empty of answers. Everything tangles together like earphones left in a coat pocket. I keep trying to sort the priority list, but the paper turns to dust. The subway rhythm hums under my sneakers. I just want a minute where I do not exist in my own head. My brain is a crowded intersection with no traffic lights tonight. Every memory and future worry collides in the middle of the road. I tell myself to breathe, but I'm just counting the seconds instead. When did simple living become a math problem I can't solve? I just want the noise to turn down low. Red light, green light, yellow flickering wall clock. Tomorrow will come whether I solve this puzzle or drop the pieces. I untie my shoelaces and forget why I took them off. Is everybody this tired or am I just bad at staying afloat? No answer comes back, just the refrigerator compressor kicking on. Just the hum of the fridge in the dark, just the blue light from my phone screen fading out. Why am I still holding this paper receipt? Maybe tomorrow I'll finally let it drop. Maybe tomorrow the street lights won't buzz so loud. Hydraulic piston sinks 3 inches down under the weight of late night overthinking. This office chair creaks softly on the linoleum floor, and I am looking at a faded photo from 10 years ago. You were so terrified of failing your mock entrance exam, sitting alone in the school stairwell with swollen eyes. I wish I could pull up a plastic stool next to you then and whisper that the test was never the hardest part. My mind feels like 30 browser windows are fronted, deadline reminders flashing red on my dual monitor. You assume turning 28 men having clear answers, but I am still standing right inside the same gray fog. If this letter makes its way to your wooden study desk, stop staying up till dawn, memorizing lines you will forget. The future's not a shiny trophy you win by breaking down. It is just another quiet room where you sit and breathe. So loosen up your uniform collar, let your posture soften. We made it through every single night you feared would break us. You used to study under a cold desk light until sunrise, believing adulthood brought complete freedom and empty skies. Now I sit in a swivel chair balancing monthly bills, drowning in polite emails and subtle office tension. My brain refuses to turn off even when the city goes pitch black, tracing old mistakes like scratches carved into a desk corner. You blamed yourself whenever a friendship drifted away, but people just grow apart like leaves changing color in autumn. Mine feels like 30 browser windows left running, deadline reminders flashing red on my dual monitor. You zoom, turning 28 men having clear answers, but I am still standing right inside the same gray fog. If this letter makes its way to your wooden study desk, sleep staying up till dawn, memorizing lines you
'cause I always thought I would be the one offering wise advice, guiding your younger hands through every fork in the road. But sitting in this heavy chair with a burning headache, I am the one who desperately needs your quiet hope tonight. You had so much unfiltered patience buried in your chest. Teach me how you kept believing when you had nothing else. The chair wheels roll back as I stand up from the desk. I close my laptop screen and let out a long slow breath. You are doing fine back in that quiet study hall, and somehow despite the noise so am I. Pale cadmium orange washes over the pavement where my shoes rest. The street light flickers like a dying pulse above my heavy eyelids. My thoughts are tangled in a knot that gets tighter every time I try to untie it. Rent is due on Tuesday and my career feels like running backward on a treadmill. Someone sits down on the wooden bench 3 feet to my right. He sets down a plastic bag that rustles in the midnight breeze. He taps the aluminum can and gets his knee and looks toward the quiet road. Is that machine out of hot green tea, or did it just eat your coin? He asks. I clear my throat and tell him the coin slot is jammed. Again he laughs soft and hands me an unopened can from his bag instead. We don't swap names or ask where we live or where we are headed next. Sometimes a heavy mind just needs an audience that expects nothing at all. Under this flickering orange glow, we talk about the weight of tomorrow. He tells me thoughts are like static on an old radio. If you listen too long, just tune out the frequency until the morning comes around. Yeah, he says he spent 5 years chasing a degree he never ended up using. Now he drives a delivery van and sleeps better than he ever did before. I tell him my chest feels like a crowded room where everybody is talking over each other. He nods slow and takes a sip from his drink under the dim glow. He says the mind is tricky when you stay inside it too many hours in a row. The city buses stop running after midnight and the street goes still. 2 strangers sitting on a curb sharing lukewarm canned tea. No deep promises, no long goodbyes, just 2 people trying to breathe. He crushed his empty can, tossed it in the bin and stood up to leave. He said take care of your head, kid, it is the only one you get. The pale orange stays steady on the concrete where I sit alone. My head is still full but the knots feel a little looser now. The night air hits my face and I finally take a deep breath. I crush my empty can and start walking home. Scratch it, wool weave bites into my wrist as I pull the heavy sleeve down. The room is silent, but the noise inside my head is turning deafening. I have 7 unanswered calls and a pile of desks I can't look at yet. My thoughts are tangled wires that refuse to snap into place. Then my fingers catch on the frayed edge of this old sweater hem. The room drops away and the cold carpet disappears beneath me. Suddenly I'm sitting on that bench near the riverbank in October. You were laughing while wrapping your scarf around my shivering neck. We didn't care about 25 or the weight of tomorrow's rent. Your breath made small clouds in the air and my mind was completely still. Now my head is spinning out of control in the dark again. Too many heavy thoughts piling up behind my burning eyes. I close my eyelids tight and let the flashback pull me under. Back to when the fabric was soft and our hands were warm. I just wanna stay in that quiet frame until the headache fades. Snap back to the studio apartment with the neon street light leaking in. I run my thumb over the rough textile again, chasing that phantom warmth. The city outside never stops grinding its teeth, even at 3 in the morning. Bills on the table, broken sleep cycles, a brain that overanalyzes every word. Why does every sweet memory feel like a sentence I can't rewrite? I am drowning in my own exhaustion, reaching for a ghost. Now my head is spinning out of control in the dark again. Too many heavy thoughts piling up behind my burning eyes. I close my eyelids tight and let the flashback pull me under. Back to when the fabric was soft and our hands were warm. I just wanna stay in that quiet frame until feels like holding 5 glass plates while sprinting. If I hold on to this rough wool tight enough, will the peace return? Just 5 minutes of silence is all I am begging for tonight. Coarse thread pressed against my thumb, the memory lingering until I go numb. Head full of static, heart full of lead. I lay down softly with you in my head. Yeah, over burns pale green in darkness. Glare reflected on the plastic rim of my water glass. My thoughts are piling up like unopened mail on the floor. Every deadline, every small mistake keeping me awake. I scroll through bad news and say recipes I'll never cook. My pulse beating a quick tempo behind my ears. It feels like my 20s are just one long crowded hallway, and I keep looking for an emergency exit that isn't there. I close my eyes and try to jump ahead, skipping past the noise inside my head. I picture myself 10 years down the road, standing on a balcony where gentle currents blow. In that distant morning, my mind will finally sit still, drinking a lukewarm tea on a sunlit windowsill. No racing heart, no list I forgot to check off, just quiet air and a slow steady breath. I'm holding on to that future version of me, living in a room where I'm allowed to just be. Hey, I see him clearly in 3034, wearing a loose linen shirt, shoes laid by the door. He doesn't check his phone the second he sits down. He isn't terrified of losing his place in this town. The tangled knots in my chest right now are gone, turned into old stories he barely thinks upon. He looks back at this exact hour on the clock and smiles softly because the storm eventually had to stop. I close my eyes and try to jump ahead, skipping past the noise inside my head. I picture myself 10 years down the road, standing on a balcony where gentle currents blow. In that distant morning, my mind will finally sit still, drinking lukewarm tea on a sunlit windowsill. No racing heart, no list I forgot to check off, just quiet air and a slow steady breath. I'm holding on to that future version of me, living in a room where I'm allowed to just be. Right now the ceiling feels 2 inches from my face. My brain's spinning out in a relentless rat race, but every heavy minute moves me closer to that day when all this loud static will simply drift away. 0409, 0409 burns, 0409 burns, 0409 burns. 0409 ticks over to 10 past 4. I lay my hand flat against the wooden floor. The quiet future is waiting for me there, so I take one deep, uncluttered breath of night air. A scratch brush key Texas beside my mug. It hasn't opened anything in years. I trace the sharp edges with my thumb, trying to slow the rhythm in my ears. Too many unanswered messages on red. Every small task turning into lead. My apartment lamp flickers once and dims, while I count the failures on my limbs. I sit here staring at the wall, waiting for the sudden drop to fall. My brain is racing on a broken track, carrying weight that I can never take back. Everything inside my head is turning into noise. I check my calendar and cross off days. Living in a gray and foggy maze. Ran through deadlines looming in a row. When did simple life become a heavy show? People ask me how I'm doing when we meet. I smile and nod, then stare down at my feet. I wanna press pause on the spinning world while all these tangled feelings stay unfair. Inside my head is turning into noise. I lost the balance that I used to keep with poise. Just a simple Tuesday, but I feel so far behind. Searching for some silence in an overloaded mind. I tilt my head back, breathe is coming slow. Where do all these heavy thoughts even go? The brass tacks slide an inch across the wood. I never handle pressure like I should. Maybe I don't need to fix it all tonight. Maybe I just wait until the morning light. Like just let the silence sit here on my lap and give this exhausted brain a break from the map. The lamp buzzes low. I let the key tag go. Breathing in and breathing out, leaving behind the doubt. Just quiet now, just quiet now. Rubber tire says long wet asphalt down below. You haven't moved an inch in 30 minutes. The glow from your screen paints your fingers blue. Another backspace on a text you won't send. Your shoulders are locked like a rusty gate, trying to carry 5 different years at once. I brought 2 iced coffees from the corner store, even though I know you probably won't sip yours. The world moves too fast for your delivery feet. They keep asking for progress when you just need space. You're counting every mistake like a debt you owe, but nobody's checking the ledger except you. Nothing has to get solved tonight. Just let the clutter spill across the floor. If your mind is a crowded station at midnight, let the last train leave without a fight. You don't have to fix your life by 3 in the morning. Just breathe in the chill from the balcony door. Yeah, yeah. Look at your desk, 3 notebooks wide open. Schedules written in ink that you hate. You take everybody's bad day and make it your fault, like you're personally keeping the city afloat. I know that feeling when your thoughts turn to concrete, heavy and sick before you make up your mind. Drop the pen, turn the lamp to the wall. The world can't survive 6 hours without you. The world moves too fast for your deliberate feet. They keep asking for progress when you just need space. You're counting every mistake like a debt you owe, but nobody's checking the ledger except you. Nothing has to get solved tonight. Just let the clutter spill across the floor. If your mind is a crowded station at midnight, let the last train leave without a fight. You don't have to fix your life by 3 in the morning. Just breathe in the chill from the balcony door. We used to talk about growing up like it was a game. Now you look at 27 like a broken promise. It's okay to be tired of your own ambition. It's okay to admit that you don't know the way. I'm right here in the folding chair beside you. We can sit until the gray fades out. Nothing has to get solved tonight. Just let the clutter spill across the floor. If your mind is a crowded station at midnight, let the last train leave without a fight. You don't have to fix your life by 3 in the morning. Just breathe in the chill from the balcony door. Rubber tires sit along wet asphalt down below. Close your eyes now. Nothing has to get solved tonight. Yeah, bitter, rosé, barely tea. Steam hangs low outside the alley entrance where he stands. His phone lights up 3 times with urgent emails from the team lead. But he leaves the glass screen facing down against the cold wood. The noise inside his forehead feels like 4E overlapping voices in a crowded subway train. He undials his top button and exhales a quiet breath into the mist, watching the pale yellow street lamp cut through the
deadlines, too many silent promises he couldn't keep this year. He checks his wrist, but time refuses to move right tonight. Every tiny decision feels like pulling heavy wire through his chest. He just needs the dark to stay still for 20 minutes. He just needs the world to stop asking what comes next. He walks without a destination through the sleeping block, carrying a mind that refuses to unclutter its shelves. Every single thought is tangled in a knot he cannot trace. He looks up at the dull green neon of the lake pharmacy, hoping the chill in the air will slow down his racing pulse, hoping he can't leave the static behind before tomorrow arrives. Hey, yeah. He steps onto the convenience store porch, hands buried deep in his dark jacket. Receipts from weeks ago are crumpled into tight paper balls in his pockets. He tries to organize the mess inside his head like a balance sheet. One column for rent, one column for expectations he can never meet. Yeah. His colleagues think he has everything under control at 28, but his shoulders carry shadows that grow heavier with every midnight. He takes another slow breath, letting the cold air scrub his lungs. Nobody ever asked him how much weight he was holding on his own. He learned to wear a smooth composure like a daily uniform. Now the pressure builds behind his temples until the horizon blurs. He sits down on the blue plastic stool beneath the awning, closes his eyes and listens to the faint rumble of the expressway. The street lamp flickers once above his tired eyes. He breathes out slowly into his scarf. One heavy thought at a time. He rests his chin against his chest, waiting for the storm inside to settle. Just waiting for the noise to go quiet. A sudden question breaks the quiet room. Cutting clean through midnight still expands. The small blue LED on the router flickers, casting jittery shadows across the wooden floor. My phone screen glows with 3 unread emails, deadlines stacked like unwashed glass in the sink. I press my heels into the cool floorboards, trying to track where the tension began today. The ceiling fan spins a slow hypnotic circle. Outside, a distant subway train rattles beneath the concrete. My throat feels tight from words I buried in meetings, and my head keeps spinning through scenarios I can't control. Too many static channels playing at the same time. I'm sitting in the dark just trying to tune them out. The lens flares soft against the window frame. A long car light sweeping through the empty room. I just want the noise inside my chest to quiet down, letting the heavy frames fade to black tonight. I pour tap water into an old ceramic mug, watching the tiny bubbles cling to the sides. 28 years old and still calculating my next move, worrying if I'm walking or just drifting along. The ambient light from the street lamp cuts across my knees, a cold spotlight on a guy who doesn't know the script. I lean my head against the cold plaster wall, breathing in the chill of late October air. The ceiling fan spins a slow hypnotic circle. Outside, a distant subway train rattles beneath the concrete. My throat feels tight from words I buried in meetings, and my head keeps spinning through scenarios I can't control. Too many static channels playing at the same time. I'm sitting in the dark just trying to tune them out. The lens flares soft against the window frame. A long car light sweeping through the empty room. I just want the noise inside my chest to quiet down, letting the heavy frames fade to black tonight. Slow pan to the open balcony door, curtains drifting in the faint midnight breeze. No dramatic climax, no heroic resolution, just a quiet frame waiting for the fog to clear. I pull my knees close and rest my heavy forehead, letting the ambient hum finally take over. The screen fades out on a quiet shadow. The router lights keep blinking in the corner. One deep breath into the cold dark room. Maybe tomorrow the lens will focus right. says sentences go when nobody answers. I stared at a draft email for 20 minutes and deleted the whole thing. Maybe I'm paying too much rent for a place where I barely sleep. My phone battery is at 3% again. Red icon blinking like a warning light. I remember the joke my coworker made at noon, but I forgot to laugh back then. Why does every small decision feel like a contract written in permanent marker? Tossing green onions in the instant ramen at midnight, feeling like a chef. My head is just 100 open browser tabs that refuse to close. The static on the radio, thoughts overlapping without a break. Should I change my career? Should I change my hair? Or should I just lie down? The ceiling fixture casts a shadow shaped like a giant question mark. I am exhausted from calculating every possible outcome before it even happens. My mind is running late while my body stays frozen on this couch, stacking up heavy questions that nobody will ever answer. Is it normal to feel this out of breath at 29? Everything drifts in a foggy blur tonight. Too many overlapping thoughts in a room that is way too quiet. I just want the noise inside my chest to slow down for 10 minutes. Did I lock the front door twice, or did I just imagine doing it? I scroll through people buying apartments and getting promotions on my feed. Good for them, I suppose, but I still haven't cleared my week. Oh, laundry pile, the sink drips once, twice, setting a rhythm like a cheap metronome. I promised myself I would save money this month, but buy shoes I never wear. What if I'm doing everything wrong while everyone else received an instruction manual? I press my forehead against the cold window glass, watching the yellow taxi turn the corner. Where is the driver heading so late? And is anyone waiting for him at the end of the shift? No answers come back, just the low hum of the refrigerator. Thinking about high school math tests, thinking about where I will be in 5 years. It all tangles together like thin earbud cord stuffed inside a tight coat pocket. I pull on the loose thread in my sweater and the knot just gets tighter. Maybe I should stop looking for a deep reason behind every single thought. My mind is running late when my body stays frozen on this couch, stacking up heavy questions that nobody will ever answer. Is it normal to feel this out of breath at 29? Everything drifts in a foggy blur tonight. Too many overlapping thoughts in a room that is way too quiet. I just want the noise inside my chest to slow down for 10 minutes. Says sentences go when nobody answers. Still no answer coming from the ceiling fan. Just the blank wall and the sound of my slow breath. Phone battery hits 0 in my hand. The glass screen goes completely black. Finally, a little bit of quiet. Deep violet, mercury, halogen light spills across the concrete step. I count my breathing just to quiet down the noise inside my chest. Too many unanswered emails, too many deadlines on my phone. Sitting outside the late shop, feeling entirely alone. A man in a navy coat pulls a plastic chair up close. Asked if the lighter in my palm is working or just for show. I pass a small flame over without saying much at all. He lights a cigarette against the faded yellow brick wall. He nods once, blows the smoke out slow into the chilly air. Says everybody carries something heavier than they can bear. Sometimes a stranger sees the knot inside your head. We talk about the rain that didn't fall instead. No history to fix, no promises to keep. Just too tired adults delaying getting sleep. My mind was spinning out an hour ago. Now it's just quiet under this purple glow. He tells me he quit his job in sales 3 months ago today. Still hasn't told his family living far away. I tell him about the night of worry sitting in my stomach pit. How every choice I make feels like a test I barely fit. He laughs a low, soft laugh that doesn't feel unkind. Says youth in this city always leaves you 10 steps behind. He hands me an extra warm canned coffee from his coat. The metal burns my palm, but clears the tightness in my throat. He nods toward the empty street where late buses hurry past. There's nothing that feels this heavy is ever built to last. Sometimes a stranger sees the knot inside your head. We talk about the rain that didn't this purple glow.
We don't swap names on numbers before he stands to leave. He just zips his collar high and wipes his jacket sleeve. A stranger who listened without asking me to explain why my thoughts felt like traffic in the pouring rain.
The violet light stays steady on the street. My hands feel warmer now against the bench seat. The noise inside my head has finally slowed down. Walking back into the silent town. Peeled acrylic sleeve brushes my collarbone. Rough cotton ribbon dragging against my skin. My chest feels full of damp gears and unread notes. Staring at the floor while the midnight hour wears thin. I pinch the frayed cuff between two fingers, and suddenly the smell of winter rain lingers. It takes me back to that cramped academy stairwell, 17 sharing cheap coffee before the bell. We had nothing figured out, but my head was light, laughing on the asphalt under cold street lights. Now I sit here counting problems in the dark, wondering when every small thought became a spark. I close my eyes and trace the thread once more, trying to find the quiet kid I was before. My head is too crowded, too much noise inside, running through scenarios where I cannot hide. This old sweater holds a time when breathing came easy, back when the future didn't make me feel dizzy. Just a thread on my thumb, pulling memory back, slowing down the panic when the screen turns black. Yeah, present tense hits hard with 29 problems. Bank app notifications, deadlines with no solves. My brain is an overcrowded subway train at peak hours. Everyone shouting, drowning out my quiet powers. Then the fabric texture pulls me to a park bench in May. You were tugging on my jacket sleeve, telling me to stay. We didn't care about rent or career past stress, just two teenagers making a cozy little mess. Why they growing on me, clutter in the attic? Why is every simple thought now filled with static? Now I sit here counting problems in the dark, wondering when every small thought became a spark. I close my eyes and trace the thread once more, trying to find the quiet kid I was before. My head is too crowded, too much noise inside, running through scenarios where I cannot hide. This old sweater holds a time when breathing came easy, back when the future didn't make me feel dizzy. Just a thread on my thumb, pull the memory back, slowing down the panic when the screen turns black. I roll the cuff up to my elbow now, feeling the chill of the living room air. Maybe I don't have to untangle every thread tonight. Maybe I can just sit in this chair, let the flashback fade into a gentle hum, waiting for the quietness to finally come. Thumb resting on the worn out hem, tangled thoughts slowly lose their stem. Just fabric and time, just fabric and time. Chris, yeah, a crisp 01 clock, illuminating 4 separate notebooks full of unorganized plans. My mind feels like a subway car at 8 in the morning, packed shoulder to shoulder with doubts I cannot quiet down. I lean back against the cheap synthetic cushion, wishing I could fast forward 3 or 4 years from now, when every single overthought from tonight becomes a tiny story I tell over iced coffee. I close my eyes and trace the hallway of that distant day, where my chest moves slowly and the air is wide open. I see myself sitting on a balcony in June, bare feet resting on cool wood and slatted floors. The noise in my temple has completely
screen shows, 40 unread tabs, financial sheets and draft emails. I keep rewriting twice. The midnight convenience store receipts is by my keyboard. A cold black coffee and a loaf of plain bread. In the future I wanna buy fruit without checking the tag. Walk through a park without measuring how far I fell behind. I picture my future hands holding a clean porcelain cup, no shaking fingers, no pulse pounding inside my ears. When every single overthought from tonight becomes a tiny story I tell over iced coffee. I close my eyes and trace the whole way of that distant day, where my chest moves slowly and the air is wide open. I see myself sitting on a balcony in June, bare feet resting on cool wood and sliding floors. The noise in my temple has completely faded out, and I am smiling at the memory of this heavy room. Someday my thoughts will sit in neat little rows, and I will finally sleep without keeping the light. It takes a lot of Tangled nights to buy a quiet morning. I tell my tired reflection that this mess is just construction. The scaffolding will come down, the dust will settle out, and the boy in this small room will breathe in wide open spaces. The blank's quiet on the wall clock. The desk is still cluttered, but the vision stays clear. Just a few more years until that balcony in June. I lock the front door and let the silence settle in. A silver paperclip twisted out of shape sits right beside my lukewarm glass of water. My brain keeps scrolling through things I should have finished, categorizing every tiny flaw and mistake. It is almost 2 in the morning, and my shoulders feel heavier than my backpack used to. I count the static hum of the refrigerator, hoping the steady noise will quiet down the noise inside me. I tell myself it is fine to slow down, but my pulse keeps rushing like a train on a wrong track. Every deadline, every word I mispronounced today is standing in line, asking for an explanation. My mind feels like a box of unorganized cables. The more I try to pull one out, the tighter it gets. I'm sitting alone, watching the screen go black, wishing I could press a simple reset button on my head. When everything gets too loud in this silence, I just close my eyes and breathe until the room stops spinning. I stared at a blank document for 3 hours straight, trying to sound professional, sensible, and composed. Instead I spent the time worrying about 5 years from now, whether I'm moving forward or just running in circles. My friends are all building their neat little lives, while I'm struggling to clean up this single wooden desk. I pick up the paperclip, try to bend it back straight, but the metal snaps right under my thumb. I tell myself it is fine to slow down, but my pulse keeps rushing like a train on a wrong track. Every deadline, every word I mispronounced today is standing in line, asking for an explanation. My mind feels like a box of unorganized cables. The more I try to pull one out, the tighter it gets. I'm sitting alone, watching the screen go black, wishing I could press a simple reset button on my head. When everything gets too loud in this silence, I just close my eyes and breathe until the room stops spinning. Maybe I do not need to solve every problem tonight. Maybe the world will keep turning even if I pause. I drop the broken metal piece onto the wood table, then let out the breath I have been holding all evening. Just one quiet breath, no answers yet, but the room is still here. I lean back into the chair and let my heavy thoughts rest on the table.
scratch and buzz, air brake vents on the corner below. You have been staring at your lock phone for an hour or so. Your shoulders are hitched up to your ears again. Every deadline and reply is a knot you cannot bend. I brought 2 cans of cold pea soda from the shop. Sit down on the linoleum, let the spinning thoughts stop. You keep running every scenario through your head, counting mistakes and conversations that were already said. You don't have to fix your whole life before midnight. You don't have to explain why the world isn't feeling right. Unclench your jaw, let your heavy eyelids fall. The world can keep turning on the other side of the wall. Your head is like a room with too many speakers on. Just pull the plug with me until the evening is gone. You are allowed to be tired without an excuse. Let all the tangled wiring in your brain come loose. You worry about your 20s slipping through your hands, living inside a spreadsheet of impossible plans. The rent, the promotions, the people who moved ahead. You wrap them like a tight wire around your head. Look at me, my friend, nobody here has it figured out. We are all just walking through the same quiet doubt. Drink this before the ice melts into a shallow pool. Give your burning forehead a second to cool. Unclench your jaw, let your heavy eyelids fall. The world can keep turning on the other side of the wall. Your head is like a room with too many speakers on. Just pull the plug with me until the evening is gone. You are allowed to be tired without an excuse. Let all the tangled wiring in your brain come loose. If you can't talk, then we can just listen to the room. Leave the unread emails hanging in the heavy gloom. You don't know anyone, a smiling face tonight. We will just sit here under this dim amber light. The street sound fades out step by step. No more promises you need to keep. Just rest your head now, my friend. We can clear the clutter tomorrow. Yeah, damn paving scent drifts through the open window, soaking into the edges of his discarded jacket. He rests his chin on his palm, all 3 spreadsheets glow. A tangled labyrinth of numbers he can no longer quiet. His head feels like an overcrowded subway car at 6 p.m. Everyone shouting demands, no room left to breathe. He taps his index finger against the cool wooden desk, trying to trace where the anxiety began to weave. The desk lamp casts a long shadow across the wallpaper. He stares at his phone screen, then puts it face down. Too many unanswered messages from people who care too much. Expectations settling over this part of town. When his mind becomes a crowded intersection with no lights, he sits still and lets the heavy quiet take its turn. He holds his forehead in his hands through the static of the night, watching the small candle on the shelf slowly burn. He cannot sort the noise into neat little piles today, so he just listens to the rain wash the street away. He steps outside to the corner store under the flickering neon sign. The air smelling of wet asphalt and warm instant broth. His plastic slippers drag against the concrete incline, feeling suspended between who he was and what he lost. His 20s feel like a coat that never quite fit right. Too tight in the shoulders, too long in the sleeves. He buys a sugarless tea and stands under the awning, watching how the storm shakes the yellow ginkgo leaves. He closes his eyes and takes a slow deep breath, letting the chill clear the fog behind his eyelids. Not every tangled thread needs to be pulled right now. Not every quiet fear needs
vapor into the dark, leaving the heavy thoughts scattered like leaves in the park. His footsteps echo softly up the 5 flights of stairs. He unlocks the door and leaves the hall light on. The room is still messy, but the heavy air clears. He rests his head on the pillow until the dark is gone.
An uninvited reflection cuts the quiet stillness of the dark corridor. Shadows stretch wide across the dusty parquet wood. A single lens flare from a passing taxi sweeps the ceiling, and suddenly every bad choice from last winter is lined up in order. The refrigerator hums on its usual 3-minute cycle. I stand frozen between the kitchen counter and the doorway, watching the ice cubes melt into lukewarm water as my mind rewinds scenes I never gave permission to play. Frame photos on the shelf lean slightly to the right. Outside, the urban smog holds back the stars tonight. Every unfinished sentence hangs in the heavy air. I close my eyes, but the screen stays bright right there. This crowded brain won't let the scene fade out to black. Too many overlapping cuts, no way to take them back. The camera lingers on the mistakes I keep on replay. Trapped inside this quiet room with nothing left to say. Overthinking every frame until the colors bleed away. The digital clock projects, red numbers on the far wall. Subway map hanging near the coat rack looks so small. I track the silver lines leading out to places I never went. Calculating month through rent and energy I already spent. A blue light flickers on my phone display down on the towel. Notifications piling up that I haven't checked in a while. The room is a wide shot, static wide shot. Zoomed in on my hands, holding a cold ceramic mug, trying to meet adult demands. This crowded brain won't let the scene fade out to black. Too many overlapping cuts, no way to take them back. The camera lingers on the mistakes I keep on replay. Trapped inside this quiet room with nothing left to say. Overthinking every frame until the colors bleed away. Cut to the street light, leaning outside the balcony screen. A solitary moth flutters through the pale yellow scene. I take a slow breath, count 4 beats, wait for the noise to drop, hoping the endless reel inside my head will finally stop. Focus on the floorboards, focus on the steady ground, waiting for the quiet to become a softer sound. The passing taxi taillights fade down the avenue. The red clock digits shift silently to 0322. Lens caps on the memory screen slowly turns to gray. Just let the scene end for today. What becomes of the noise when everyone else goes to sleep? My phone battery drops to 12% while I stare at a flickering LED on the router. Did I reply to the email from Tuesday, or did I just draft it in my head while standing in the convenience store aisle? Yeah, the plastic wrapper from a triangle gimbap sits crumpled next to my laptop. I keep scrolling through people I haven't talked to since 2019. Their lives look clean, like freshly washed laundry hanging on a rooftop rack in Mapo. My mind feels like a browser with 34 tabs open and music playing from an unknown source. I can find the mute button. Ceiling shadow shift when a taxi passes outside. I try to trace the line between overthinking and just existing. Every thought collides with another before it gets a chance to finish. Maybe I just need a walk, or maybe I just need to stop expecting answers. My head is a crowded subway car at 6 p.m. Too many voices bumping shoulders in the dark. I keep holding on to the handrail, waiting for my stop, but the train just keeps looping around the city limits. Heavy chest, tangled wires, simple things made complicated. Wish I could just turn the volume dial down to 0. Yesterday I forgot where I put my house keys for 20 minutes. They were in my hand the whole time. That is how my whole week feels. Searching for peace while holding it somewhere underneath the noise. Cold air leaks through the window frame gap. I should buy some foam tape tomorrow, but I know I will forget. Instead I am wondering if I am doing enough, or if everyone my age is just pretending they know where the road goes. A text notification lights up the screen, just a bank update. My balance is fine, my spirit is exhausted. I take a sip of lukewarm water and swallow a breath that does not reach my lungs. Ceiling shadow shift When a taxi passes outside, I try to trace the line between overthinking and just existing. Every thought collides with another before it gets a chance to finish. Maybe I just need a walk, or maybe I just need to stop expecting answers. My head is a crowded subway car at 6 p.m. Too many voices bumping shoulders in the dark. I keep holding on to the handrail, waiting for my stop, but the train just keeps looping around the city limits. Heavy chest, tangled wires, simple things make complicated. Wish I could just turn the volume dial down to zero. Thoughts scatter like drop coins on a tile floor. Some roll under the bed where I cannot reach them. Some just ring loudly in the silence. I do not need a grand revelation tonight. I just want my shoulders to drop 2 inches lower. I just want the room to feel as quiet as it actually is. The router light keeps blinking green, searching for a signal that is already there. I close my eyes and let the beat drag me under. Maybe tomorrow the noise clears up. Maybe tomorrow I do not ask so much. This leather swivel seat absorbs every ounce of gravity I carry today. My head feels like a jam browser window, 40 pages trying to play. If I could mail a postcard back to 2014, I would find you sitting on the curb in your baggy gray hoodie staring at a screen. You thought 19 was the hardest mountain you would ever have to climb. You thought failing that entrance exam was the end of your entire timeline. You spent so many nights pressing your forehead against cold glass, wondering if the suffocating tightness in your chest would ever pass. Take a breath, kid, drop those tight shoulders down. You don't need to fix every broken corner of this noisy town. The world gets louder, but your heart doesn't have to break. Listen closely to the quiet promise I am trying to make. Don't tear yourself apart over things you can't control tonight. I know your thoughts are spinning out under the flicker of the street light. You are doing so much better than you think, even when the shadows grow wide. I am writing this from 10 years ahead, sitting right by your side. Just hold on, just stay soft, it is going to be alright. I know you are worrying about rent, love, and what your father said. You stack every worst case scenario like heavy bricks inside your head. You think every small mistake you make is etched forever into stone. Truth is every adult around you is just making it up as they go along. The heavy desk beneath my wrist was once a distant dream you held tight. So stop apologizing for existing whenever the day loses its light. You don't have to prove your worth by burning yourself to the bone. You were always enough, even standing all alone. Don't tear yourself apart over things you can't control tonight. I know your thoughts are spinning out under the flicker of the street light. You are doing so much better than you think, even when the shadows grow wide. I am writing this from 10 years ahead, sitting right by your side. Just hold on, just stay soft, it is going to be alright. I wish I could reach through the seam of the timeline and unclamp your small jaw, tell you that you will be fine when your chest tightens up and the quiet feels far too black. But remember, you survived every single storm that you thought would break your back. The chair cushions groan as I lean far back tonight. You made it through the dark, kid, you made it to the light. Rest your cluttered mind now. We are doing alright. Burnt magenta, neon paints the pavement outside the 24-hour market. My brain is running 5 separate arguments at once while my shoulders stay tense. I crush a paper receipt inside my coat pocket, wishing I could quiet the noise. A man in a faded denim jacket sits down on the plastic stool next to mine. He sets a warm aluminum can of dark roast coffee on the table between us. He asks if I have a light, and when I hand him mine, he looks at my face. He says, you look like you've been carrying a whole building on your back all week. I usually keep my head down wanna walk away from people I do not know, but tonight my mind is too exhausted to pull up the usual defense. I tell him I cannot stop overthinking every decision I made this year. He opens his coffee, takes a slow sip, and doesn't tell me to cheer up. Sometimes a stranger sees the storm inside your chest. No long explanations needed, just two shadows taking a short rest. The city keeps humming its endless speed beneath the neon sign. We exchange a few quiet words and leave the heavy thoughts behind. When the tangled thoughts inside my head refuse to unwind, a simple word from someone new brings me back in line. My brain gets like a crowded subway station. He tells me softly I stop trying to organize the passengers and just let the trains pass by. He says he lost his studio lease last winter and slept on a friend's couch. He learned that worrying about tomorrow only steals the peace of right now. We sit on cheap plastic stools as the night delivery trucks roll past, talking about nothing important while the cold wind hits the glass. I usually keep my head down and walk away from people I do not know, but tonight my mind is too exhausted to pull up the usual defense. I tell him I cannot stop overthinking every decision I made this year. He opens his coffee, takes a slow sip, and doesn't tell me to cheer up. Sometimes a stranger sees the storm inside your chest. No long explanations needed, just two shadows taking a short rest. The city keeps humming its endless beat beneath the neon sign. We exchange a few quiet words and leave the heavy thoughts behind. When the tangled thoughts inside my head refuse to unwind, a simple word from someone new brings me back in line. No names exchanged between us, no phone numbers written down, just a midnight pause in the middle of this suffocating town. He stands up, tosses his empty can into the recycling bin, and says take it easy out there before stepping into the alley wind. Magenta neon still glows against the dark asphalt. My problems are not solved, but the knot in my chest begins to drop. I stand up from the plastic stool and take one deep breath. The night feels a little lighter now. Yeah, yesterday you told me I overthink the simple things, and now I sit here staring at the silver key rings, a tiny chip upon the porcelain blue bowl, a yellow bus ticket tucked inside a coho. Three faded scratches on the subway pass I keep, the way the neighbor's heavy footsteps interrupt my sleep. My head feels crowded like a closet packed too tight. I focus on these details just to survive the night. The store clerk's fluorescent tube has a quiet hum. My thumb presses down on an old piece of gum. My mind keeps collecting every useless little fact, tracing every place where the ceiling plastic cracked. When the noise in my chest gets too loud to breathe, I start listing out things that I actually see. A straight black button on the kitchen floor, a smudged thumbprint right beside the pantry door. When my head gets tangled and I feel so small, I count the tiny scratches on the bedroom wall. A red plastic straw bent into a sharp square, a single strand of cotton caught in my office chair, the cold metallic rim of an unwashed coffee tin, the way my left sneaker always lets the rain in. Your words from yesterday still echo in my mind, about how I look for trouble that I shouldn't find. A price tag sticker half peeled off my shoe, I observe every object just to avoid looking through. When the noise in my chest gets too loud to breathe, I start listing out things that I actually see. A straight black button on the kitchen floor, a smudged thumbprint right beside the pantry door. When my head gets tangled and I feel so small, I count the tiny scratches on the bedroom wall. The steam above the water glass slowly turns to dew. Midnight feels heavier than it usually do. My thoughts are like receipts piled high inside a tray, things nobody wanted that refuse to blow away. Just focus
focus on the table, the grain upon the wood. Anything to ground me like a calm person should. When the noise in my chest gets too loud to breathe, I start listing out things that I actually see. A straight black button on the kitchen floor, a smudged thumbprint right beside the pantry door. When my head gets tangled and I feel so small, I count the tiny scratches on the bedroom wall. A green traffic light changing back to red. Too many small observations in my head. An old copper coin sitting in a paper cup, waiting for my cluttered mind to finally lighten up.
Stiff canvas jacket burning drags against my thumb as I pull my arm inside. The beat drops slow in my headphones, but the thoughts in my head collide. Overwhelmed by deadlines, unread messages, and rent due on the 1st. My temples throb under subway lights, expecting the absolute worst. Then a sudden flashback hits me, pulling me 5 years straight back to a cold November rooftop. Before my world began to crack, you were wearing this exact same rough canvas coat, perched on the edge, sharing cheap convenience store snacks and making a harmless pledge. Back when and now didn't feel like a ticking fuse. Back when we had nothing left to win or lose. Now my mind is a maze of tension and strain, tracing the rough weave to numb out the mental pain. When my brain gets too heavy to hold up straight, I rewind a movie before it got this late. That rough canvas fabric under my shivering fingers brings back a midnight when no heavy worry lingers. I just want that simple air again, before my overthinking became my closest friend.
Yeah, I remember how the chilly wind blew through the alleyway below. No corporate ladder to climb, no performance reviews to show. Yeah, just instant coffee in paper cups and grand dreams spoken loud. Now I walk through Hongdae Station, lost inside a silent crowd. The rough texture under my fingers grounds me while my pulse runs fast. Why does the present feel so sharp while all the sweetness lives in the past? My phone keeps vibrating in my pocket, notifications stacking high, but I'm staring at the canvas scene, remembering that night sky. It is crazy how a single thread can pull you back in time. Before my thoughts became a tower I could never climb. My breathing slow, pressing my palm into the rigid seam, letting the old rooftop breeze wash through this tangled dream. When my brain gets too heavy to hold up straight, I rewind a movie before it got this late. That rough canvas fabric under my shivering fingers brings back a midnight when no heavy worry lingers. I just want that simple air again, before my overthinking became my closest friend. Rough canvas beneath my hand, taking a breath right where I stand. The static slowly clears away. I might make it through today.
My thoughts loop faster than the ceiling fan spins. Deadlines unread, messages, useless regrets. Every tiny mistake gets magnified under my skin. I sit on the edge of the unmade mattress, counting all the ways I could fail tomorrow. My throat feels tight from the endless thinking, drowning in a puddle of borrowed sorrow. The walls close in when the city sleeps. I press both palms to my temples, waiting. I close my eyes and try to jump ahead to a version of me that stops hesitating. One day I will walk down an autumn avenue with the light jacket on and a quiet chest. No heavy weight pulling on my shoulders, no late night thoughts asking what comes next. I see myself sitting by a wide open window, drinking iced coffee while the sunlight fades, not checking my phone every 30 seconds, finally living in the peace I made.
right now. My desk is a mess of receipts, open tabs on the screen that I never read. A cold mug of water sitting by my elbow, 1,000 loud voices arguing in my head. But I picture 35-year-old me stepping off the subway on a cool April night. He walks real slow through the neighborhood park, knowing every single choice turned out alright. The walls recede when I hold that picture. I release the tension stored in my jaw. I trace that future like a map in the dark, finding the relief that I never saw. One day I will walk down an autumn avenue with a light jacket on and a quiet chest. No heavy weight pulling on my shoulders, no late night thoughts asking what comes next. I see myself sitting by a wide open window, drinking iced coffee while the sunlight fades, not checking my phone every 30 seconds, finally living in the peace I made. It is not here yet, but it exists somewhere beyond this messy room and this racing heart. Every difficult midnight I survive right now is just the place where that quiet picture starts. Once on the wall, the air feels a little lighter in the hall. I breathe in slow, I let it go. The future me is waiting, and now I know. A tardy red plastic cup sits beside my mug. The ridge is on the edge, collect the dust I miss. My brain feels like a browser with 50 open tabs, and every single one plays a different audio track. I stared at the ceiling for 40 minutes straight, calculating rent against the months I have left. Should I change my direction or just change my pace? Everything feels heavy in this quiet room space. My thoughts are tangled in a knot I built myself. I try to untie it, but I pull the wrong thread. Is everybody else moving forward while I freeze? I just want a minute where my mind can finally breathe. Unfinished list written in ballpoint ink. I overthink every word that I didn't mean to speak. The clock ticks loud on the white painted wall. I'm waiting for a silence that doesn't feel so tall when my head is full of loud white noise. I lose the sound of my own real voice. I check my old messages, scroll down 2 years back, wondering where the confidence slipped off the track. My friends get promoted, moving out to the city, and I'm sitting here debating why my coffee tastes bitter. It's not that I'm jealous, I'm just tired of the race, running full speed while remaining in place. I spin the bottle cap around in a slow circle, watching the plastic edge catch the blue lamplight. Unfinished list written in ballpoint ink. I overthink every word that I didn't mean to speak. The clock ticks loud on the white painted wall. I'm waiting for a silence that doesn't feel so tall when my head is full of loud white noise. I lose the sound of my own real voice. Maybe I don't need to answer every question tonight. Maybe it's okay if the future isn't bright and clear. I close my eyes and take a slow deep breath, leaving all the unanswered doubts to rest. The red cap stops spinning on the wood. I let the quiet settle where the noise once stood. No more overthinking for tonight, just letting the clean page rest in the light. A delivery bike engine putters away down the lane. You sit with your shoulders pulled up to your ears again. That phone in your hand glows like a tiny white sun, counting every single thing that you haven't done. I brought 2 canned coffees from the corner shelf. You are way too good at hurting yourself. Your head is a traffic jam at 2 in the morning. No space to breathe and no yellow lights warning. Yeah, you keep staring at the asphalt floor, replaying every mistake and more. You don't have to fix your whole life right now. Just let the night cool down somehow.
When your mind gets tangled up in the dark, you don't need a map or a brilliant spark. Just lean back against this convenience store wall. You don't have to carry it all. Let the city beat slow down for a minute. Your life isn't over, you're still right in it. I'm staying right here till your breathing gets deep before you head home to get some sleep. I know how it feels when the thoughts won't stop. Like 1,000 glass marbles you're forced to drop. You think you're falling behind every friend you know, comparing your seats to someone else's row. The plastic stool creaks as you shift your weight. Stop blaming yourself for being a little bit late. The world moves fast but we can sit still. If you can't forgive yourself tonight, I will. The asphalt floor, replaying every mistake and more. You don't have to fix your whole life right now. Just let the night go down somehow. When your mind gets tangled up in the dark, you don't need a map or a brilliant spark. Just lean back against this convenience store wall. You don't have to carry it all. Let the city beat slow down for a minute. Your life isn't over, you're still right in it. I'm staying right here till your breathing gets deep before you head home to get some sleep. The blue light glows from the drink display, washing all the heavy daytime noise away. You don't need answers to every single why. Just look up at the quiet, dark sky. Take a slow breath and count it to 4. Leave the rest outside the door. The engine sound has gone down the street. Cold air touching our concrete feet. Take your time, my friend. We will start again at the end. Yeah, toasted sesame oil hangs above the wet alley brickwork where he stands with his thumbs jammed deep inside his coat. The notifications on his phone keep stacking up like laundry. Every unread text, another knot around his throat. He leans his shoulder on a rusted vending machine pole, trying to recall what he was trying to achieve. His mind is like a subway car at 8 in the morning, too crowded for a single honest thought to leave. He rubs his eyelids with the palm of his right hand, watching life from a passing taxi stretch across the pavement. And no one is waiting for his answer right away, yet he feels the pressure of 100 things to say. He carries 5 different versions of tomorrow in his head, replaying words he wishes he had never said. When the noise gets too loud inside his chest, he just walks another block instead of taking a rest. He breathes the cold air in and lets it settle deep, waiting for the crowded thoughts to fall asleep. The plastic stool outside the shop is cracked at the corner. He sits down slow and stares at a wet paper cup. His mind keeps racing through the bills and the deadlines, counting all the little ways he thinks he messed it up. The street lamp hums a low pitch nobody else hears. He checks his pocket for a key that isn't there. A young guy in a puffer jacket passes by without a glance while he sits unraveling in the midnight round. His eyelids with the palm of his right hand, watching life from a passing taxi stretch across the pavement. And no one is waiting for his answer right away, yet he feels the pressure of 100 things to say. He carries 5 different versions of tomorrow in his head, replaying words he wishes he had never said. When the noise gets too loud inside his chest, he just walks another block instead of taking a rest. He breathes the cold air in and lets it settle deep, waiting for the crowded thoughts to fall asleep. Not every tangled thread needs to be pulled straight. Tonight he loosens up his collar, turning off his phone display light. The city keeps on breathing in its heavy rhythm slow, and for a minute he decides to let the burden go. The sesame scent fades into the dim night air. He stands up slowly, leaving all the answers there. One step forward on the quiet pavement floor, have to figure it all out anymore. A stray memory slices clean through motionless dark, just as the wall clock drops another heavy second of blue. LED monitor paints the wallpaper, start catching unready mails in a halfway folded shirt. My palms stay flat against the laminate that surface, while my head spins round like a broken record wheel. There is no thunder outside, no storm to give this purpose, just a quiet apartment making noise I cannot heal. The ceiling fan turns on low, casting faint round shadows. Every choice I made today sits heavy in my throat. I watch my reflected eyes in the darkened window, drowning in a puddle where a ghost should float. My mind is a crowded intersection with no traffic light, carrying 5 different arguments into the late night. I sit perfectly still while the engine inside me burns, counting every missed turn as the dark earth turns. Too many thoughts stack high on a trembling shelf, trying to survive a war fought inside myself. A convenience store receipt lies crumpled by my phone, listing cold canned coffee that did nothing for my brain. The neon from the intersection 3 floors down shines chrome, bleeding green and orange through the rain. Spotted paint, I try to sort the tangled cords behind my television. Opening my organize the clutter in my skull. Every small ambition feels like a bad decision, leaving every bright dream sounding cracked and all. Mind is a crowded intersection with no traffic light, carrying 5 different arguments into the late night. I sit perfectly still while the engine inside me burns, counting every missed turn as the dark earth turns. Too many thoughts stack high on a trembling shelf, trying to survive a war fought inside myself. Frame by frame, the midnight reel keeps spinning back to zero. No background music plays to make the struggle look heroic. Just a 20-something kid trying hard to act like a hero, and every single nerve is tired of being stoic. The silence in the hallway feels louder than a train, as another random fear echoes through my brain. The desk lamp hums a low hum, my feet touch cold floorboards. The thought settles down at last. The dark moves slow, not fast. Still awake, still here. How long can someone sit inside an unanswered text? The subway line, 9 delays again, my knees feel heavy. Did I pay the gas bill? I just opened the tab on my phone. 3 missed calls from a number registered in my book. The convenience store cashier didn't look at my eyes. I bought salted almond milk because the coffee makes my hands shake. My boss said my presentation lacked a clear direction last Tuesday. What does direction even look like when the screen turns black? My mind keeps hopping between 3 different years at once. High school math formulas, my rent due on the 5th. That argument in the cab, I can't find the thread to pull to unravel this knot. It just gets tighter every time I'm breathing slow. Everything is tangled in the attic of my chest tonight. Voices from last month mixing with the hum of the fridge. I try to line my thoughts up in a neat little row, but they spill like loose coins across the kitchen linoleum. Overwhelmed and static, standing under flickering hallway light, waiting for the noise in my forehead to settle down. Should I delete my account or just turn off notifications? My cousin got promoted, my friend bought an apartment in Gyeonggi. I'm 31 and my sock has a hole near the big toe. Is it wrong to want the world to freeze for 20 minutes? Just 20 minutes so I can clean the lint on my rug. I keep replaying the way I said goodbye at the station. Did I sound too cold? Or was I just exhausted from trying? Everything is tangled in
loose coins across the kitchen linoleum. Overwhelmed and static, standing under flickering hallway light, waiting for the noise in my forehead to settle down. If I stop thinking right now, will I disappear? Or will the laundry just stay sitting on the drying rack? One thought leads to a bank account, leads to a mistake from college, leads to the way my mother looked when I said I was fine. I am not fine, but I am not broken either. Just crowded, too many people living inside one brain. How long can someone sit inside an unanswered text? The ceiling fan spins a little to the left. My eyelids are getting heavy now. Let the coins lie on the floor. Maybe tomorrow they will make sense.
Heavy vinyl padding carries every pound of my exhaustion. The desk chair creaks beneath the weight of everything I carry. I open up a clear memo note on my phone screen, thinking back to you sitting in that narrow study hall room. You were 18, watching the digital clock with terrified eyes, your shoulders locked tight, waiting for a failure that never came. My mind feels like a crowded subway car running late. Too many thoughts pulling my focus in 4 different ways. If I could send a message backwards through the years, I would tell you to put down the heavy pen and unclamp your jaw. So my younger self, you do not have to shoulder all of this. The noise inside your chest will settle down into a quiet tune. I know your heart feels like wet concrete right now. I know you think tomorrow is a ledge you will fall off, but look at me sitting here years later, still breathing fine. You made it through the dark, so stop punishing your young soul. You used to stay awake until 3 a.m. typing out questions, wondering if anybody would ever understand your quiet panic. Now I sit in this office chair wrestling with brand new doubts, but the fear is the exact same shade of midnight. You knew you thought turning 25 meant having every answer sorted. Truth is I am still learning how to drop the heavy deck. My younger self, you do not have to shoulder all of this. The noise inside your chest will settle down into a quiet tune. I know your heart feels like wet concrete right now. I know you think tomorrow is a ledge you will fall off, but look at me sitting here years later, still breathing fine. You made it through the dark, so stop punishing your young soul. The pressure on this seat is heavy, but it supports me fully. Just like those sharp nights built the floor I stand on today. You survived every single moment you swore would break your ribs, so take a slow full breath in that cold hallway air, kid. Put down the heavy burden you were never meant to hold. I'm taking over the walk from here. Put down the heavy burden you were never meant to hold. I'm taking over the walk from here. Close your eyes and sleep. You did enough. Sickly amber illumination pours across the rusted bench. My head feels like 1,000 open tabs I cannot close. I stare straight down at scuffed rubber soles and asphalt cracks, drowning in a quiet loop of everything I lack. Then someone sits down 2 feet away with a convenience store tea. She sets a plastic bag beside her knees and looks at me. She asks if the night always feels this heavy on my shoulders. I do not know her name, she does not ask for mine. Just 2 exhausted souls passing through borrowed time. I tell her my brain is spinning faster than my chest. She nods like she understands why I cannot get to rest. We let the tangled thoughts fall on the chilly cement. No advice to offer, just a quiet moment spent. When your head is a storm you cannot navigate alone, sometimes a stranger gives you back a place to call home. No promises made, no reasons to pretend, just 2 heavy minds breathing before the night ends. She said she walked out of her office 3 hours ago. I tell her I have been sitting here watching the red lights glow. We share a brief quiet laugh that floats into the dark. Her warm paper cup steams in the middle of when no one holds your past. No expectations pinned to you, no shadows being cast. No history between us, me, no judgment on the table. She does not expect me to be brave or calm or stable. I spill out my overthinking, she hands me half her bread. For 20 simple minutes the noise leaves my head. She throws the trash away and stands up with a gentle nod. I stay sitting on the wood, but the silence feels less odd. Sickly amber illumination, soft against my skin. Finally my cluttered mind lets the midnight quiet in. You said yesterday my eyes looked heavy. I didn't answer then, just stared down at the table. There was a half pill sticker on the corner of the wood, a yellow bus pass sticking out of a coat pocket nearby. A tiny scratch on my thumb from an old staple. A paper wrapper on a plastic straw that wouldn't tear straight. My mind feels like a crowded subway line at 6 p.m. So I watch the battery bar on my phone drop to 9%. The blinking green crosswalk sign counts down from 8. A smudged thumbprints in the elevator button. Everything around me keeps moving at its own pace, while I stall on the landing, holding a heavy coat. When the noise in my head gets too loud to translate, I trace the Freddy thread hanging off my left sleeve cuff. A drop silver coin rattling once on the asphalt. The faint low hum of a refrigerator down the hall. I collect these small things just to stay right here, hoping one quiet detail will make the pressure clear. Yesterday your advice still lingered in the room, so I stared at a receipt printed quicker from the register. The black ink faded out across the top line. A stray dog waiting patiently outside the dry cleaners. A neon convenience sign missing in its last 2 letters. My brain feels like a screaming dirty open tabs, each one playing audio I can never quite pause. So I track a single water drop sliding down the window pane, slowly merging with another before it vanishes away. When the noise in my head gets too loud to translate, I trace the frayed thread hanging off my left sleeve cuff. A drop silver coin rattling once on the asphalt. The faint low hum of a refrigerator down the hall. I collect these small things just to stay right here, hoping one quiet detail will make the pressure clear. Maybe if I list 100 pointless details, the heavy thoughts inside will finally lose their room. A chip blue mug resting on a stack of utility bills, the rhythm squeak of a wet sneaker on the linoleum floor. I don't need a grand solution for my life tonight. I just need something real to look at in the light. You said yesterday I looked like I was somewhere else. Maybe you were right. A tiny strip of scotch tape stuck to my shoe heel. The street light flickering twice before staying on. Breathing in, breathing out, just one small observation at a time. Curse waffle weed catches my thumbnail as I drag my finger along the sofa cuff. My head feels like a crowded subway, a peak hour, 100 competing thoughts bargaining for room. I close my eyes to escape the static, and the rough cotton morphs into soft faded fleece. Suddenly I am 19 again, sitting on a concrete step, holding a paper cup while you laughed at the autumn wind. Back then, the only panic was missing the last suburban train. No unread emails, no endless lists of who I ought to be. Yeah, you pulled your heavy knit sweater tight around your shoulders and told me the world would wait if we just sat still. Now my mind is a knot I can't untie, tangled in doubts that keep me awake all night. I trace this fabric just to feel anchored down, searching for the quiet kid before I move to this town. If I pull on this thread, will I drift back to you, or just find another tear I have to sew through?
Memory dissolves like sugar in cold black tea. I'm sitting on the edge of a mid-20s slum, staring at a glowing monitor that burns my tired eyes. Project files blinging like red traffic lights in heavy rain. That brief second of memory felt warmer than my real life. Your voice echoed softly against my silent plaster walls. I used to think growing up meant acquiring control, not losing all the open space inside my own soul. Now my mind is not, I cannot untie, tangled in doubts that keep me awake all night. I trace this fabric just to feel anchored down, searching for the quiet kid before I move to this town. If I pull on this thread, will I drift back to you, or just find another tear I have to sew through? I press the rough cloth against my forehead, breathing slowly to clear out the mental noise, counting backward from 10 until my heartbeat drops. Maybe the kid from that porch isn't completely gone. Maybe he is just resting under all the heavy layers I put on. Rough weave under my thumb, a slow breath in the dark. The noise recedes, the thread holds on. All the micro and the microwave display, casting green light across unpaid bills and cold tea. My head feels like 20 tabs running on an old laptop, internal fan whirring louder than the traffic outside. Every thought collides with the mistake from last November. My pulse races forward like I'm late for a flight I never booked. I squeeze my eyelids tight and push past tonight. I jump forward down the timeline just to find a day that feels light. I see myself standing by a white sunny window, holding a porcelain mug without my fingers shaking. The year is 2029 and the static in my chest is gone. No heavy breathing, no list of forgotten goals to drag along. Just a quiet room, warm sunlight on clean wooden floors, and a mind that finally learned how to close its doors. Right now this small studio feels like an airtight box. I count 60 seconds out loud just to make my breathing stop. The map of my 20s looks drawn in messy black ink. Everyone else sails ahead while I sit here and overthink. But in that future apartment near the river line, I do not check my phone every 2 minutes to see if I am fine. I drink cold water and look down at the avenue, watching yellow cabs turn without my heart beating out of tune. I see myself standing by a white sunny window, holding a porcelain mug without my fingers shaking. The year is 2029 and the static in my chest is gone. No heavy breathing, no list of forgotten goals to drag along. Just a quiet room, warm sunlight on clean wooden floors, and a mind that finally learned how to close its doors. It hasn't happened yet, but I can picture the light. I can see that calm stranger wearing my coat, breathing light. He turns around and looks back at who I am tonight, saying thanks for staying steady until everything turned out right. The room is still dark, but the pressure starts to fade away. I'm heading toward that clear window, step by step. I will make it there someday. A translucent plastic bag clip sits beside my coffee cup. I flick it across the cheek with veneer, watching it bounce off a stack of unpaid bills. My thoughts are tangled like earphone wires left in a winter coat pocket.
I should be sleeping, but my mind runs laps around things I said 3 years ago. My phone screen flashes once, then dies, leaving me with my own loud chest. Every deadline feels like a sentence I never agreed to sign. I try to categorize the mess behind my forehead. Some thoughts are light as dust, others weigh 10 pounds. The silence in this room is pressing against my eardrums. I just want a quiet minute where my heart stops racing against nothing. My head is an overcrowded closet full of heavy winter coats I never wear. Every memory is fighting for room, spilling out onto the bedroom floor. I pull the blanket up, but the noise doesn't get any quieter inside. I am so tired of managing a mind that refuses to take a single break. Just let me exhale until the room goes dark. I open a fresh document and delete every line before it reaches the end. My friends think I am doing fine because I answer group chats with emojis underneath the clean laundry. I am drowning in a puddle of small regrets. Did I choose the right career path? Why does everyone else move so fast? I rolled a small plastic clip between my thumb and index finger. It breaks with a tiny snap and I feel strangely jealous of how easy that was. Maybe tomorrow the weight will shift to the left side of my shoulder. Maybe I will stop replaying conversations that ended months ago. Right now my chest feels like a crowded subway at 6 in the evening. No room to move, no room to breathe, just waiting for my stop. The plastic pieces lie broken on the table. I close my eyes and try to count backwards from 100. One less thought in the pile, just one less thought tonight. A metal shutter rattles down the alleyway. Sing off for the corner market, close and late. You sit opposite with fingers wrapped around the paper cup, staring at the table like it holds your weight. I can see the tangled threads inside your forehead. Every text message you rewrote 5 times today. Working past the deadline just to feel adequate, while the world keeps telling you to pave your way. Your phone is buzzing, face down on the wood. You do not have to answer like you always should. Just breathe in the damp night air right now. We do not need to figure out the how. When your head is a crowded street full of cars and every green light turns red before you start, you can lay those heavy thoughts right on the floor. You do not have to carry them alone anymore. The world can wait outside this small shelter space. Let the noise fade out from your exhausted face. Remember back when 24 felt infinite. Now you check your bank account and check your age, comparing every milestone to someone else's post, trapped inside a book where you keep skipping the page. You think you were falling behind every peer because your salary, your title didn't bloom this year, but look at how you held the line through the storm, keeping everybody else around you safe and warm. Your phone is buzzing, face down on the wood. You do not have to answer like you always should. Just breathe in the damn night air right now. We do not need to figure out the how. When your head is a crowded street full of cars and every green light turns red before you start, you can lay those heavy thoughts right on the floor. You do not have to carry them alone anymore. The world can wait outside this small shelter space. Let the noise fade out from your exhausted. It is fine if you break down in tears tonight. Nobody expects you to always get it right. I will stay right here until the shadows lean, listening to every quiet thought in between. No advice to give, no fix to sell, just a friend who knows you are not doing well. The last bus hums along the empty street. Take your time before you stand up on your feet. You survive another day, my friend. This is not where your story has to end. Rest your head, just rest your head tonight. Ecrit lounge, steam drifts through the basement corridor. Yeah, he leans his shoulder against the drywall frame, watching the dryer tumble round and round inside. 5 missed messages from his team leader, a bank balance alert flashing on his screen, and every conversation from last month playing back in loops. He tries to untangle the knots behind his eyes, replaying every mistake he made at 9 p.m. The damp heat from the vent smells like lavender soap mixed with cold concrete and damp city grease. He presses both palms into his dry eyelids, counting down from 60 just to slow his pulse. Nothing stays still inside his overloaded head. Too many voices shouting out what comes next. When the midnight wave presses on his shoulders, he steps outside to breathe the freezing air. He carries 50 thoughts he cannot organize, a tangled spider web he cannot tear. He doesn't need an answer for tomorrow morning. He just wants one quiet minute in the cold, standing on the curb as the night buses roll by, letting go of stories he was never told. His padded jacket smells like sour instant soup. He checks his watch, it's 20 after 2. He walks 3 blocks toward the convenience store, buying hot tea, doesn't care to drink. His brain is like a browser with 30 tabs open, playing audio clips he never asked to hear. And no regret from high school, the bill due next week. The pressure to be successful before 30. He sighs into his scarf, a fog of white breath, watching his shoes hit the damp gray pavement tiles. He presses both palms into his dry eyelids, counting down from 60 just to slow his pulse. Nothing stays still inside his overloaded head. Too many voices shouting out what comes next. When the midnight wave presses on his shoulders, he steps outside to breathe the freezing air. He carries 50 thoughts he cannot organize, a tangled spider web he cannot tear. He doesn't need an answer for tomorrow morning. He just wants one quiet minute in the cold, standing on the curb as the night buses roll by, letting go of stories he was never told. Nobody told him growing up will feel this dense, a maze of choices without a single signpost. He sits on the green plastic stool near the glass door, staring at the reflection of his own tired face. He breathes in deep, exhales the heavy static, allowing the silence to take over for a second. The dryer buzzes in the distance down the hall. He stands up slowly, tucking hands into his pockets, one step at a time through the alleyway. His head still heavy, but the night moves on. The night moves on. Yeah, an abrupt sharp thought splits the stillness of the studio. Dust motes freeze under the dim halogen cone. I count the rhythmic clicks of a cooling radiator, while 6 unread emails hang like heavy smoke. Yeah, my thumb hovers on the glowing glass screen, rewriting the same apology for the 3rd time. The city outside hums in a low muffled blur, while the attic ceiling traps every single doubt. The air gets tense when the mind won't clear. I lean back slow as the midnight train rolls near. Every small mistake plays on a projection screen, trapped inside the space between who I am and who I've been. My head is a crowded room with the windows locked down tight, tracing blurred tail lights floating through the foggy city night. When every quiet second feels too heavy to survive, I just sit here in the static, waiting to feel alive. Too many tangled threads I can't undo today, so I watch the flickering street light wash the gloom
away. Condensed moisture drips down the convenience store wall. A half-drained black coffee sitting on the wood stool. My reflection in the glass looks 10 years older. Weight of 1,000 plans leaning on my shoulder. I step outside into the damp chill of 3 in the morning. No applause for surviving, no quiet storm warning. Rhythm on my sneakers hitting wet concrete pavement. Searching for a break from this mental confinement.
Distance when the mind won't clear. I lean back slow as the midnight train rolls near. Every small mistake plays on a projection screen. Trapped inside the space between who I am and who I've been. My head is a crowded room with the windows locked down tight. Tracing blurred tail lights floating through the foggy city night. When every quiet second feels too heavy to survive, I just sit here in the static waiting to feel alive. Too many tangled threads I can't undo today, so I watch the flickering street light, watch the glow.
Camera zooms out on an empty balcony railing. Wing catches a loose receipt, softly sailing. Maybe I don't need to fix every single broken piece. Maybe breathing in the cold air is where the noise can cease. Just let the scene pause, let the background be slow before the heavy world starts its morning show.
Screen dims slow to a dark blue tint. Damp valley asphalt catches a neon glint. One deep breath in the silent midnight space. The noise finally fades from my tired face. The sunken cushion beneath me holds every quiet ounce of my tiredness tonight. My mind is a tangled thread of deadlines, rent checks, and lingering regret. I look at that faded photo pinned to my wall from 6 years back. You were 19, sitting on a green bus, staring at your worn out black shoes. You thought the whole world was going to collapse if you missed one test grade, if you didn't figure out who you were supposed to be by 23. If I could send a message back through the radio static, I'd tell you to unbend your back and drop your heavy shoulders. The bad days didn't ruin us, though they dragged us through the dirt. And the noise inside your skull is just smoke that eventually clears. Don't hold your breath through every winter night. You don't need all the answers written in stone today. My head still gets crowded when the city lights dim down, but we learn how to walk through the heavy dark anyway. So breathe out slow, young ghost in the mirror. You're doing just fine right where you are. I remember your small room on the second floor above the bakery, eating instant rice noodles while staring at blank notebook pages. Yeah, you panicked over every silence thought, every wrong step was permanent. You carried the weight of 10 years ahead like a sack of wet bricks. Now I sit in this exact same posture 30 minutes past midnight, realizing we both worry about things that never end up happening. Ooh, we survived the quiet breakdowns on the subway line. We survived the nights when nobody called to check in. I'm still trying to figure out how to be an adult, but I promise you the morning comes without our permission. And you don't have to carry the whole sky on your back alone. Don't hold your breath through every winter night. You don't need all the answers written in stone today. My head still gets crowded when the city lights dim down, but we learn how to walk through the heavy dark anyway. So breathe out slow, young ghost in the mirror. You're doing just fine right where you are. So set down the heavy bag of tomorrow. Close your eyes for 5 minutes. I've got us from here. I've got us from here. Yeah, bruised lavender light spills from above. The sign of this late night laundry mat door. My head is buzzing with 1,000 tangled thoughts, deadlines and bills scattered across the floor. A guy sitting 2 feet away on the cold bench pulls off his headset and looks in my face. He says, long night, with a weary little smile, recognizing the exhaustion in this quiet space. I just nod my head, clutching a cold aluminum can, trying to explain that my mind feels stuck in a gym. He tells me sometimes you just gotta let let the engine idle. Stop searching for reasons why every turn feels vital. We don't even trade names in the cool evening air. Just two strangers sharing an unexpected pair of chairs. When the thoughts get too heavy to carry alone, and every small problem feels carved into stone, a voice you don't know might say it's alright. You don't have to fix your whole life tonight. Under this pale violet tint, on the street, two overwhelmed souls happened to me, and for 3 short minutes the pressure turns like He laughs real low and mentions his own rough week. How his lease is expiring and the future looks bleak. I tell him I've been running on 3 hours of sleep, holding on to promises I'm not sure I can keep. He cracks open a warm black coffee from the machine. Says, look, nobody really knows what any of it means. It's strange how I got without a name or a past can make all the static inside my brain fade at last. When thoughts get too heavy to carry alone, and every small problem feels carved into stone, a voice you don't know might say it's alright. Under this pale violet tint, on the street, two overwhelmed souls happened to me, and for 3 short minutes the pressure turns like no long-term promises, no awkward goodbyes, just simple understanding in a stranger's eyes. He stands up, adjusts his jacket, and steps toward the lane, leaving behind a silence that no longer carries pain. The lavender glow slowly washes into gray. My head isn't cured, but the knots soften away. Take it easy, he says as he fades out of view. I never thought healing would come from someone I never knew. Yeah, you observed yesterday my shoulders stay high, like I'm guarding something fragile inside. I could not answer, so I stared at the floor, watching a loose seam pull beside the front door. The kitchen light flickers every 7 seconds now, a tiny brown stain on the calendar row. My phone charger cable is stripped near the plug, showing silver wire coiled up on the rug. Every little detail takes up too much room. A faded price tag on a plastic broom. I try to breathe out, but the air gets stuck. Counting 3 dry leaves caught beneath the parked truck. When my mind is heavy, the world turns sharp. A chip blue plate and a scratch on the bark. I notice everything I cannot change today. A bent coat hanger in the dark hallway. Small things pile until the room feels tight, holding on to details through the quiet night. A stranger on the train has a ripped canvas strap, a half-eaten sandwich and a wax paper wrap. The battery symbol turns orange at 9. I track every fault in a straight white line. Yo, where's from yesterday still hang in the room like wet laundry dripping in the afternoon gloom. I check my coat pocket for a coin that is gone, while the street lights cycle into pale amber neon. The Wi-Fi router blinks in rhythmic green, a smear of thumb grease on the laptop screen. Why does my brain save the smallest of flaws when all I ever wanted was a simple pause? No big disaster, just 1,000 small threads tangled up together in the back of my head. When my mind is heavy, the world turns sharp. A chip blue plate and a scratch on the bark. I notice everything I cannot change today. A bent coat hanger in the dark hallway. Small things piling till the room feels tight, holding on to details through the quiet night. You observe yesterday, my shoulders stay high. I'm still trying to let them drop by and by. A green paper cup sits cold by the sink, giving me another small thing to think. Where does the noise go when the subway tunnel swallows the last carriage? My phone battery sits at 9% and the monthly rent invoice came through. I bought us all bread I didn't even want, just a brick of 10,001 bill. The clerk didn't look at my face and I didn't look at his thumb. 2 years of saved spreadsheets, my lower back hurts when I lean left. Did I reply to that team chat message or did I just imagine typing it out? The fluorescent ceiling light in the stairwell blinks 3 times per step. Everything spills over the rim of the paper cup. Thoughts piling up like unwashed plastic containers on the counter. Can't find the thread to pull to unravel this knot. My brain feels like 40 tabs open on a dying laptop. I just want the noise to turn into quiet static for 10 minutes. I am standing in the middle of a room I paid for, feeling like a guest. Numbers in my head, unanswered emails stuck in my throat. When it's staying alive gets so crowded inside my skull, it keeps spinning, looping, running out of breath. My mother called at 7. I let it ring to the 3rd missed call notification. Not because I don't love her, but because I have no answers for how I am doing. Doing fine is a lie, doing poorly takes too long to explain. So I ate lukewarm convenience store soup at midnight instead. I stared at the expiration date printed in faint black dots. Tomorrow comes in 6 hours. My socks are still damp in the washer. Why am I thinking about a stupid argument from 5 years ago? Right now, inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. That's what the video said. The screen goes black, my reflection is just a shadowy blur in an oversized hoodie. Too many thoughts competing for the microphone inside my mind. Can someone just press pause on the background track? Just give me 1 second of quiet. Where does the noise go when the tunnel swallows the light? My phone dies at 5%. The dark room is finally silent, but my head is still screaming. Just 5 minutes of empty space. Just empty space. Space, 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 space. Nothing else. Yeah, copper tins, illumination washes all got the damp asphalt outside though. Midnight shelter, my head is a knotted ball of wire, thoughts colliding without a single pause. You sit down 2 feet away, pulling a warm canned coffee from your coat pocket. You glance at my bent knees, then look straight ahead into the traffic mist. Long day, you ask, your voice raspy like dry leaf scraping pavement. I just knot my throat too tight to spell out all 30 worries in my head. The silence between 2 strangers doesn't demand an answer. The heavy air loosens its grip, even if just for 5 seconds. You offer a spare warm can without saying another word. My hands wrap around the tin, feeling the heat bleed into my frozen fingers. When the noise inside my mind turns into deafening static. Sometimes a person with no name is the only one who gets it. We don't talk about tomorrow, we don't fix what's broken inside. Just 2 tired shadows leaning while the copper street lights shine. It doesn't cure the heavy heart, but it keeps me standing still tonight. Yeah, I usually come here when my brain feels like an overfilled bin. You sit with a small smirk, you pop in the tab open, makes a sharp click that cuts through my spiraling thoughts. I tell you I've been running on 3 hours of sleep, chasing deadlines that never stay still. You shrug and say the world moves too fast, but this bench stays right where it is. It's such a simple sentence, but the knot behind my ribs lacks just a millimeter. We sit side by side, watching taillights smudge red against the wet road. Silence between 2 strangers doesn't demand a backstory. The weight in my chest feels lighter when somebody else is breathing hard too. You finish your drink, tapping the aluminum against your ring. I take a slow sip, feeling the bitter sweetness settle on my tongue. When the noise inside my mind turns into deafening static. Sometimes a person with no name is the only one who gets it. We don't talk about tomorrow, we don't fix what's broken inside. Just 2 tired shadows leaning while the copper street lights shine. It doesn't cure the heavy heart, but it keeps me standing still tonight. You stand up, brushing dust off your faded denim jeans. Don't carry every heavy thing home with you, you say, adjusting your collar. No names exchanged, no phone numbers saved for later. Just a quick nod before you step out into the flickering shadows of the
Avenue. The copper light still paints the curving quiet amber hues. The coffee tin in my palm is slowly turning cold. My mind is incompletely clear, but the sharp edges feel rounded now. Just a quiet bench, a stranger's words, and room to breathe again. Yeah, yesterday you claimed my voice sounded inner, like a cassette tape stretched out before dinner. I couldn't answer, so I counted the tiles on the crosswalk pavement spanning 3 long miles. A tear in my sneaker leather showing gray mesh, a greasy thumbprint on my subway pass badge, the green sign flickering outside the pharmacy, 3 distinct scratches on my key tag ring. My mind is too full, so I look at small things. Ay, when the thoughts pile up like unwashed plates, I stop thinking big. I just count the dates on the calendar taped to the hallway wall, watching how the dust specks rise and fall. My head is a box that won't close right, so I focus on the static in the street lamp light. A bent paperclip, a black ballpoint pen, a half-peel sticker on the table. And if I track every small detail in the room, maybe I can slow down this sudden gloom. A yellow rubber band around a stack of old mail, a chip in the white paint on the balcony rail, the neighbor's dog barking once at 4 p.m., condensation dripping down a cold soda rim. Yeah. You said yesterday I look far away, truth is I'm right here just stranded in the gray, checking my phone battery 32%, looking at the desk wood where my elbow was bent. Pile up like unwashed plates, I stop thinking big. I just count the dates on the calendar taped to the hallway wall, watching how the dust specks rise and fall. My head is a box that won't close right, so I focus on the static in the street lamp light. A bent paper clip, a black ballpoint pen, a half-peel sticker on the table. And if I track every small detail in the room, maybe I can slow down this sudden gloom. Big problems stay heavy, too large to erase, so I measure my world in a narrow space. 4 loose threads on my favorite coat sleeve, 2 dry autumn leaves that refuse to leave. I line them all up in my crowded mind till the overwhelming noise stays behind. Yesterday you said I was losing my spark, now I watch a small beetle crawl through the dark, one tiny leg moving after the next. No complicated thoughts, no heavy text, just 3 scratches on my key tag ring, counting small things. Frayed cotton dress, prickle against my collarbone. As I tug the collar of this 7-year-old hoodie, the fleece inside lost its softness 3 winters back, peeled into tiny hard bumps that rub my neck raw. My screen lights up with 6 unread messages from my manager, and my head feels like a jam paper shredder in an empty office. I close my eyes and suddenly I'm back on the hand river step, wearing this exact sweater when it still smelled like cheap detergent. You were laughing, pulling at the loose hem, saying we would make it through the final exams. No rent due, no deadlines pressing into my chest, just 2 kids dreaming under cold street lights. My mind is a tangled web of yesterday's noise, running out of breath, trying to make the right choice. When the weight gets too heavy and I can't think straight, I hold on to the rough edges of a time before the wait. I just want to rewind to when we didn't care at all. Back when a worn out sweatshirt was enough to break the fall. Yeah, yeah. The stiffness of the cuffs feels different now, like armor I put on just to survive the city subway. My calendar is packed from 8 in the morning till 9 at night, every single hour counted for except the thoughts in my head. I rub the cord snap between my thumb and index finger, remembering how we shared a warm cup of canned coffee on the curb. You said growing up meant getting stronger every month, but it mostly feels like learning how to hide the damage. My mind is a tangled web of yesterday's noise, running out of breath, trying to make the right choice. When the weight gets too heavy and I can't think straight, I hold on to the rough
to break the fall.
The memory flashes so vivid I can almost smell the damp winter air. We had nothing in our pockets but my chest felt completely clear. Now I sit in this crowded carriage, damn, shoulder to shoulder, wishing I could tell that younger self it only gets colder.
I press my thumb into the fabric seam until it hurts, anchoring myself before the panic takes over again. Frayed cotton threads against my skin. Breathe in, breathe out, let the memory quiet down the room. Just an old sweater and a quiet night back then. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. 0404 from the cable box. My thoughts are tangled like a drawer of uncoiled wires. Staring at the ceiling, counting every tiny mistake. Did I say the wrong thing? Am I running out of time? The room is heavy with the weight of who I ought to be. 27 years old and my chest feels so tight. Every choice I made today feels like a wrong turn. Every tomorrow feels like a wall I cannot climb. So I press my palms into my tired eyelids and build a quiet room inside my head where air is sweet. Fast forwarding past the stress and the late night fear to a moment years from now where everything makes sense. In 10 years I will sit by a sunlit window, drinking warm burly tea without a single worry on my mind. I will look back at this messy night and smile gently, knowing every heavy thought eventually turned into dust. My mind will be a clean room with open curtains, and I will finally breathe without holding anything back.
Right now the group chats are muted but the anxiety screams, comparing my small savings to people I barely even know, drafting unwritten emails in my head until my eyes hurt, scrolling through my phone just to numb the overcrowding. But in that future apartment the rent is never overdue. The plants on the small balcony are thriving in green. I do not lie awake wondering if I'm enough. I just sleep through the night and let tomorrow come easy.
Palms into my tired eyelids and build a quiet room inside my head where air is sweet. Fast forwarding past the stress and the late night fear to a moment years from now where everything makes sense. In 10 years I will sit by a sunlit window, drinking warm belly tea without a single worry on my mind. I will look back at this messy night and smile gently, knowing every heavy thought eventually turned into dust. My mind will be a clean room with open curtains, and I will finally breathe without holding anything back. The present is a crowded subway train at 6 p.m. Every station feels like a test. I am terrified to fail, but the future me is waiting at the final terminal, holding an extra cup of coffee, telling me I made it through. It is okay that my head is loud tonight. It is just the sound of a foundation being laid down. I am still right here, but my chest feels lighter now. 10 years away, the sunny window is waiting. The barley tea is warm, and my mind is finally quiet. Just hold on through the night, the noise will settle down. A silver safety pin lies unlatched on the desk, pointed at my reflection like a small subtle test. I have 30 different thoughts trying to cross the same bridge, while the hum of the fridge echoes low off the ledge. My calendar is full but my chest was completely hollow, counting up the promises I know I cannot follow. Every deadline is a shadow creeping up from behind. I keep trying to untangle what is stuck in my mind. Static in my headphones but no music playing, catching every word that I should not be saying. The room is getting heavy and my breathing stays shallow, chasing after light that I'm too tired to follow. My brain is a crowded room where everybody shouts, a million tiny questions weaving through 100 doubts. I sit here in the quiet while
this unmade bed. Messages unread, stacking up like dry leaves. Living through a season that my spirit hardly believes. They tell me I'm young and I have time on my side, but time feels like a river where I'm barely staying untied. I organize my drawers just to pretend I have control, swallowing the silence like a bit of medicine bowl. One mistake feels like a mountain falling down on my chest. I keep asking myself when I earned the right to rest. Static in my headphones but no music playing, catching every word that I should not be saying. The room is getting heavy and my breathing stays shallow, chasing after light that I'm too tired to follow. My brain is a crowded room where everybody shouts, a million tiny questions weaving through 100 doubts. I sit here in the quiet while the world moves fast, hoping this feeling is a storm that will pass. I just wanna turn off the noise inside my head, and rest my heavy shoulders on this unmade bed. Maybe I do not need to solve it all tonight. Maybe the shadows do not mean I lost the light. I touch the cold metal of the pen on the wood, wishing I could fix my thoughts the way I know I should. The safety pin rests in the dim lamp glow. I let my eyes close real slow. The thoughts are still there, but the room gets quiet, leaving the storm behind its own silent riot. Delivered bikes, mufflers, butters loudly down the alley where we sit outside. You keep staring at your glowing screen, trying to find a place to hide. Your shoulders drop 2 inches lower with every text message you read. I brought 2 hot cans of coffee, just the quiet that you need. You say your brain feels like an intersection where every light turns red at once. You haven't had a decent sleep in almost 3 whole months. So let the thoughts spin out without you tonight. You don't have to fix every single wrong or right. Leave your heavy bag on the plastic chair, breathe in the cold late night city air. I will sit beside you till the noise turns small. You don't have to carry it all. The convenience store sign flicks its fluorescence, buzzing right above your weary head. You count your mistakes like overdue bills, replaying every single word they said. Your mind is a tab that won't close down, 10 different voices arguing in the dark. Let's just watch the traffic lights shift color across the little corner park. You say your brain feels like an intersection where every light turns red at once. You haven't had a decent sleep in almost 3 whole months. So let the thoughts spin out without you tonight. You don't have to fix every single wrong or right. Leave your heavy bag on the plastic chair, breathe in the cold late night city air. I will sit beside you till the noise turns small. You don't have to carry it all. The world demands an answer every second, demands you prove that you are staying strong. But it is okay to be completely lost right now. It is okay to sit here doing nothing wrong. Drop your guard, let the night undo. I am not going anywhere, I am here with you. The scooter engine fades around the block. Silence takes the street back slowly. Rest your head, forget the clock. You don't have to carry it all. Burnt sesame oil hangs inside the stairwell, creeping past the 3rd floor landing where he stays. He holds a lukewarm convenience store suit, letting plastic cutlery slip through numb hands. His phone lights up 3 times with urgent emails, deadlines piling like
feels like the wrong decision. He loops the same argument inside his head. He forgets to breathe out, forgets to walk forward, stuck in a drafty hallway instead. The noise inside his mind is louder than the city. 100 voices asking what he wants to be. He unbuttons his coat and closes his eyelids, wishing for a moment where his thoughts run free. His shoulders carry weights nobody can see. He just wants the world to pause and let him be. The fluorescent light overhead flickers slowly, matching the uneven rhythm in his chest. He swallowed 3 cups of cold black coffee, trying to buy 5 hours of missing rest. His manager wants a revised slide deck, but on his bank account reminds him rent is due. He retraces every minor mistake from last week, trapped in a web he doesn't know how to undo. Every option feels like the wrong decision. He loops the same argument inside his head. He forgets to breathe out, forgets to walk forward, stuck in a drafty hallway instead. The noise inside his mind is louder than the city. 100 voices asking what he wants to be. He unbuttons his coat and closes his eyelids, wishing for a moment where his thoughts run free. His shoulders carry weights nobody can see. He just wants the world to pause and let him be. He sits down on the bottom step of the landing, rest his heavy forehead against his knees. No grand epiphany comes through the silence, just a quiet night wind blowing through the trees. He exhales long, letting the tension drop, accepting that tonight the spinning won't stop. He loosens his tie in the cold dark air, one step at a time up the stairs. His mind's still heavy, but he keeps walking. No one is listening, no one is talking. Just a guy on the 3rd floor landing. Perfect stillness breaks as a single intrusive sentence echoes through the dark room. The blue LED from a laptop power brick casts long shadows across the wooden floor. I count 7 unread emails lingering on the dim monitor, each one a mini crisis. My chest tightens while the room temperature drops, or maybe that is just my skin shivering. Outside, a stray cat knocks over a plastic recycling tray. The sharp cloud echo when I pull my knees against my chest on the worn area rug, unable to turn off the internal projector. Every single past mistake plays on loop at high resolution. The beat drops low in my headset, steady and heavy with hesitation. I try to breathe through the static crowding my throat. I try to watch the shadows shift until my eyes unfocus. My head is an engine that forgot how to idle tonight, overwhelmed by every small choice made since last July. The street light cuts through the blinds like a scanner bar, trapped inside my own skull, counting how far I am from the person I promised I would become. When the quiet gets loud, my whole body goes numb. A half-finished mug of black tea sits cold on the windowsill. The tea leaf floating near the surface refuses to settle down, spinning still. That is exactly how my thoughts behave when the world goes dark. One tiny doubt ignites the dry timber in my chest, fanning a spark. I check my phone battery, 12% left, no urge to plug it in. Social feeds stay unread because comparing lives is a game I never win. My shoulders stay hunched under this oversized gray hoodie. Every answer I get these days feels uncertain and muddy. Pause the film for a second, let me clear the smoke out. Give me one quiet space without a single shadow of doubt. The baseline throbs through the floorboards like a heavy heartbeat. I just wanna step outside and feel my shoes hit the cool asphalt street. No expectations, no deadlines, no one answer call. Just a cool night breeze leaning against these concrete walls. My head is an engine that forgot how to idle tonight, overwhelmed by every small choice made since last July. The street light cuts through the blinds like a scanner bar, trapped inside my own skull, counting how far I am from the person I promised I would become. When the quiet gets loud, my whole body goes numb. The fan hums in the corner, steady and low. inhale 3 counts, let the heavy thoughts go. The blue LED flickers off as the battery dies. Finally, the room goes dark behind my eyes. Who decided that 27 meant we should stop making mess on purpose? My desk has 3 receipts from coffee I didn't enjoy, and my head feels like a subway car during peak transfer hour. Did I reply to the email from Tuesday? Wait, was it Tuesday or last month? The fluorescent tube buzzes in B minor. I think about my mother's knees aching when it rains, then about whether my landlord remembers my face. Everything tangled up in a knot made of wet thread. Thoughts colliding like bumper cars without rubber guards. I count my breathing backwards from 40, lose track at 32 because I started worrying about whether I left the rice cooker on. My head is a browser with 30 tabs playing audio at once, and I can't find the mute button anywhere in the dark. I just wanted a quiet room to sink into, but the silence inside my skull is louder than the city park. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know where the answers went. Just a heavy skull sitting on a tired neck. Tonight, yeah. If I sleep now, tomorrow comes faster. If I stay awake, today never ends. Is that how math works? When you're overwhelmed, the street light through the blinds make stripes across my wrist. I look like a zebra in a small apartment. I remember the joke my friend told in middle school. Why am I thinking about that right now? My shoulders are up by my ears again. Drop them down, unclench the jaw, breathe in for 4 seconds. Hold for, wait, how long? The clock ticks like someone dropping small coins into a tin can. My head is a browser with 30 tabs playing audio at once, and I can't find the mute button anywhere in the dark. I just wanted a quiet room to sink into, but the silence inside my skull is louder than the city park. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't know where the answers went. Just a heavy skull sitting on a tired neck. Tonight, no one told me being an adult meant managing an endless line of thoughts that don't even belong to you. Expectations, grocery lists, unread text, yesterday's mistakes, they all sit on my chest at the exact same time. I just wanna press clear. Just a blank blue screen for 5 whole minutes. Is anyone else this tired inside their own brain? No answer back. Just the refrigerator hum, just the refrigerator hum. Unclench the jaw again, close your eyes. The swivel chair groans under my evening weight, holding every bad decision I push back late. My shoulders sink into the fake black leather frame, and I start writing to the kid who bore my name. You were 19, sitting on the cold room floor, studying for tests you didn't care for anymore. Panicking if a single grade dropped down a beat, thinking 25 meant total clarity. I wish I could drop this note into your desk drawer, tell you that the storm outside was not a full war, just seasonal rain you had to walk right through, even when the wet shoes clung to you. Your hair was so full of tomorrow's fear, you forgot to breathe the air right here. Every small mistake felt like a permanent scar. Now I sit right here, wonder who we are. If I could talk to you across the years, I would say, put down those heavy fears. The world doesn't collapse when you mess up a line. The clock keeps ticking and you turn out fine. Your mind is a room with too many doors open wide. Close a few tonight and just rest inside. You don't have to win every single fight. Just sleep through the rest of the night. You're spending entire nights awake in your tiny dorm, trying to predict how life would take its form, chasing an idea of success that wasn't yours, sweeping up dust behind locked wooden doors. Now I sit in this heavy office chair at midnight, looking at the ceiling in the quiet blue light. My brain is still cluttered with 1,000 thoughts, connecting dots that don't need to be caught. But I learned to let the water spill on the rug, learned that a mistake isn't something to drug. You survived every test you thought would break your bones, so stop treating your own heart like a stone. Your head was so full of tomorrow's fear, you forgot to breathe the air right here. Every small mistake felt like a permanent scar. Now I sit right here wondering who we are. If I those heavy fears. The world doesn't collapse when you mess up a line. The clock keeps ticking and you turn out fine. Your mind is a room with too many doors open wide. Close a few tonight and just rest inside. You don't have to win every single fight. Just sleep through the rest of the night. I know you think you're failing every single test. I know you just feels tight and you cannot rest. The chair beneath me holds 10 years of strain, and yeah, it stands firm despite the heavy rain. We made it through the nights you thought were the end. I turned out to be your future and your friend. So unbind your hands from that wooden frame. Stop apologizing just to take the blame. This chair holds me up now and I hold you. You did enough, kid. You made it through. Shallow amber illumination, coast the washing machine drum as it spins. My thoughts are tangled up inside like wet socks wrapped around denim seams. I haven't cleared my mind since late last month. Every tiny choice feels like swimming through heavy mud. A guy sitting 3 chairs down looks over at my pile of coins. He asks if I have 50 cents to spare for the dryer heat. I pass him 2 quarters and tell him keep the rest. He looks in my face and says I look like a storm that forgot how to rain. I laugh a little because he hits the mark without even trying. My brain is an engine overheating from empty spinning. He points at the tumbling clothes and says things balance out eventually. Even the heavy stuff you thought would stay wet forever. When the noise inside gets too heavy to carry on my own, a stranger holding a box of cheap soap makes complete sense. We sit on orange plastic chairs under the low hum of the night, watching our messy lives spin round and round until they dry. No names given, no history left to defend. Just 2 people letting the warm air settle in. He mentions he walked out of his job last Thursday afternoon, left his key card on the desk during a budget presentation. I tell him I spent 4 hours staring at a blank screen today, paralyzed by the thought of where I'm supposed to be. At 30, the amber glow catches his worn sneakers as he chuckles soft. He says the world doesn't pause whether you panic or stay calm, so you might as well save your lungs for breathing deep. I laugh a little because he hits the mark without even trying. My brain is an engine overheating from empty spinning. He points at the tumbling clothes and says things balance out eventually. Even the heavy stuff you thought would stay wet forever. When the noise inside gets too heavy to carry on my own, a stranger holding a box of cheap soap makes complete sense. We sit on orange plastic chairs under the low hum of the night, watching our messy lives spin round and round until they dry. No names given, no history left to defend. Just 2 people letting the warm air settle in. The dry bell buzzes with a metallic click. Heat spills out into the chilly room as we stand up together. I don't need a grand solution or a 5-year map tonight. Just 30 minutes of warm cotton and a voice that doesn't judge. The sidewalk outside is midnight, silent and clear. He grabs his duffel bag and nods a quiet peace at the door. My mind isn't completely cured, but the weight has shifted now. The amber light stays glowing inside the glass. You mentioned yesterday my laughter sounded distant, like a record if I play back without permission. Now I sit here cataloging things upon my table, a faded blue receipt from a convenience store cable, the price tag torn halfway on a tumbler I barely use, a smudge of grease across my left sneaker's canvas shoe. The battery icon pulsing at 4% red, and 7 unanswered texts sitting unread in my head. My brain is like a closet where the clothes won't fit, a tangled pair of headphones that I can't unknit. So I zoom in
this sticker on my laptop corner peeling at the edge. A solitary sparrow hopping on the window ledge. The lukewarm tea leaf and the pale brown ring. A faint bus announcement speaker softly sing. Yesterday you said I overthink the smallest line. Maybe you were right, maybe I just need a sign. The crosswalk light changing from green to red to gray. A discarded paper sleeve drifting down the alleyway. My thumb traces a scratch along the plastic armrest, counting every groove that quiet down my heavy chest. My brain is like a closet where the clothes won't fit. A tangled pair of headphones that I can't unknit. So I zoom in on the smallest details in the space, just to stop the spinning thoughts from taking up the place. When my head gets crowded and the noise grows loud, I look down at the floor far away from the crowd. A tiny chip off the wooden tile near my toes. A dry green leaf where the corner shadow grows. I list every little thing I can see right now, just trying to pull my heavy mind back down. Inside my skull there is a storm with 40 different names. Outside a stray cat licks its paw beside the window pane. The world keeps moving in its tiny, simple ways while I retrace the words you gave me yesterday. When my head gets crowded and the noise grows loud, I look down at the floor far away from the crowd. A tiny chip off the wooden tile near my toes. A dry green leaf where the corner shadow grows. I list every little thing I can see right now, just trying to pull my heavy mind back down. A forgotten coin resting on the windowsill. A tiny drop of water that stays completely still. You mentioned yesterday my laughter sounded distant. I am still here trying to anchor every single instant. Yeah. The car sweat big corduroy scrapes my knuckle while I sit on the floor. The laundry pile smells like damp cotton and laundry detergent from last week. My brain feels like a tangled heap of unread messages and unpaid bills. I push the phrase sleep between two fingers, feeling every rough edge. In an instant the clutter in my head clears and rewinds to 2016. We were sitting on the cold concrete steps outside the subway station. You pulled at this exact sleeve, teasing me about the thinning elbow patch. We had $16 between us, but my chest felt completely weightless. Back then my head was quiet, filled only with your quiet breathing. Now every thought is a knot I cannot untie before midnight. I press my thumb into the weave, letting the rough texture pull me back, just for a moment, before the notifications start buzzing again. When the room gets too crowded inside my head, I hold on to the soul sleeve until the static drops dead. A memory flashes bright like a spark on one thread. We were broke, we were exhausted, but we left nothing unsaid. Now my mind is a labyrinth I am too tired to tread. I remember the steam rising from a 401 paper cup. You wore that squeaky nylon jacket that rustled whenever you laughed. We split a single microwave box of dumplings and called it dinner. No performance reviews, no strategic goals, no panic at 2 a.m. Tonight my shoulders are locked tight from 8 hours at the desk. People keep asking for decisions I'm not ready to make. Why did getting older turn every simple path into an obstacle course? I pressed a stiff cloth against my cheek, breathing in the faint scent of old dust. The past was not perfect, but I remember how to breathe there. The pressure today feels like a heavy weight pressing down on my throat. One loose thread unravels, pulled long and thin across my palm, taking me back to a night where the trouble was outside, not within. When the room gets too crowded inside my head, I hold on to the soul sleeve until the static drops dead. A memory flashes bright like a spark on one thread. We were broke, we were exhausted, but we left nothing unsaid. Now my mind is a labyrinth I am too tired to tread. Car strip and corduroy under my fingernails. The flash of that night slowly dimming out. I smooth the sleeve flat and place the jacket on the chair, taking one long breath. The quiet dark. 347 steak frozen on the microwave display. My brain is buzzing like a cracked amplifier again today.
Calculation by rent, tomorrow's meeting, silent chess. Stacking like unwashed dishes in a studio flat. I close my eyes and force my breathing down to 4 count slow. Trying to build a bridge to somewhere I don't even know. I picture 5 years ahead, a quiet Sunday afternoon, sitting by a wooden table where the light arrives in June. No heavy static running through my chest. No racing thoughts convincing me I failed the test. Just clean air moving through an open pane, leaving behind the pressure of this midnight rain. I will look back at this exact messy room, pouring warm tea while the small hydrangeas bloom. I smile at the kid who thought his whole world broke, watching the steam dissolve like forgotten smoke. My mind will be so light and soft and clear. I promise you I'm making my way there from here. I bet the future me forgets the cost of this fatigue. You won't remember every invoice or the title league of doubts that keep me pacing on this line, oleum floor. He'll just be deciding if he wants to buy groceries or more fresh coffee beans for a calm morning brew. He'll have space in his head for a view, not 40 different worries competing for space. Just simple silence sitting in a peaceful place. Right now my pulse is loud, my thoughts are tangled in a knot, but that future kitchen corner is a real tangible spot. No heavy static running through my chest. No racing thoughts convincing me I failed the test. Just clean air moving through an open pane, leaving behind the pressure of this midnight rain. I will look back at this exact messy room, pouring warm tea while the small hydrangeas bloom. I'll smile at the kid who thought his whole world broke, watching the steam dissolve like forgotten smoke. My mind will be so light and soft and clear. I promise you I'm making my way there from here. It's hard to believe when my tempo aches like this, that peace isn't just a fantasy I miss, but I am building that quiet day line by line, surviving the night so that future hour is mine. The clock ticks past the 7 to an 8. I'm stepping forward, even if the hour is late. 3:48, now I let my shoulders fall. That future quiet afternoon is worth it all. I will get there, I will get there. Yeah, this translucent breath clips a snare, my mug holding nothing together on the laminate desk. My thoughts are a tangled pile of receipts, every deadline pulling like a heavy string. I scroll through messages I haven't answered, the screen brightness setting, burning my tired eyes. 28 years old and still figuring out how to turn down the volume inside my brain. Every little decision feels like a heavy weight. I open a blank document just to stare at the cursor. The air in this tiny room feels too dense to breathe, and my chest keeps counting down to nothing. When the night gets too loud inside my skull, I just wanna step outside and stop thinking. All these tangled worries cluttering my mind, wish I could sweep them clean like dust off a shelf. I'm carrying a knot that won't untie today, waiting for the heavy feeling to drift away. The beat loops in my headphones at low volume, bouncing against the walls of a cluttered room. Someone texted asking if I'm doing fine. I type out a half-truth, then hit send. Anyway, bills due next Tuesday, rent going up, future plans blurring into a gray haze. I spin the brand clip with my fingernail, watching it circle round until it stops. Every little decision feels like a heavy weight. I open a blank document just to stare at the cursor. The air in this tiny room feels too dense to breathe, and my chest keeps counting down to nothing. When the night gets too loud inside my skull, I just wanna step outside and stop thinking. All these tangled worries cluttering my mind, wish I could sweep them clean like dust off a shelf. I'm carrying a knot that won't untie today, waiting for the heavy feeling to drift away. Maybe I don't need to solve everything tonight.
them clean like dust off a shelf. I'm carrying a knot that won't untie today, waiting for the heavy feeling to drift away. Just a quiet roar and a table full of noise, breathing in, breathing out, letting the clock tick without me. Tomorrow can't wait, it's turn.
A recycling truck rattles its glass down the alleyway outside your room. You sit on the edge of the mattress staring at the empty wooden spoon. Your phone keeps vibrating on the floorboards with deadlines you cannot meet, and all the tangled thoughts inside your mind are spilling out onto the street. I brought 2 warm cans of barley tea from the corner store downstairs, because I know when your head gets this full you forget to breathe the air. Yeah, you do not have to figure out the whole decade tonight. You do not have to fix every wrong or make every answer right. Just lean back against the wall and let the room grow slow, where all those heavy expectations finally learn to let you go. Drop your shoulders for a minute, let the quiet settle in. You have been fighting wars inside your mind where nobody can win. Leave the tangled threads of tomorrow sitting right outside the door. You do not need to carry everything until you touch the floor. Just sit here with me while the night grows deep, before the world asks you to run. Let your weary brain sleep. The steam rises slow from the paper cup sitting between your knees. You say you feel like you are falling behind everyone you used to see. 28 years old and still searching for a solid place to stand, trying to keep 20 different plates spinning with just one tired hand. I watch you press your palms into your eyes to hold the pressure back, trying so hard not to let anybody see a single hidden crack. Yeah, you do not have to figure out the whole decade tonight. You do not have to fix every wrong or make every answer right. Just lean back against the wall and let the room grow slow, where all those heavy expectations finally learn to let you go. Drop your shoulders for a minute, let the quiet settle in. You have been fighting wars inside your mind where nobody can win. Leave the tangled threads of tomorrow sitting right outside the door. You do not need to carry everything until you touch the floor. Just sit here with me while the night grows deep, before the world asks you to run. Let your weary brain sleep. We used to think being grown meant knowing every single move. Now we just spend our 20s trying to find a steady groove. It is fine if your thoughts are a jumbled pile of dust. Right now we can sit in this small kitchen without needing to know how. No speeches, no advice, no grand plans to make it fine. Just a friend sitting next to you while we give your head some time. The street sound fades out in the distance down the block. Stop counting down the seconds on the glowing kitchen clock. Unclench your jaw, loosen up your chest tonight. You do not need to prove a thing, just rest. Damper zone clings to the narrow alleyway tonight, while roasted burly tea drifts up from a basement grid. He rests his heavy forehead on the cool concrete tile, trying to untangle every word he never said. His smartphone vibrates in a coat pocket 3 times fast. Another deadline pushing through the midnight air. He pulls his hood up tight against the drizzle dropping down. There is a knot inside his head he cannot clear. The thoughts overlap like paper stacked too high. A crowded train line running through his eyes. He closes both eyelids just to pause the sound, waiting for his heavy feet to touch the ground. When the mind gets too crowded to move, he walks through the city with nothing to prove. Step by step on the yellow street lamps glowing dim, hoping the cool rain will quiet what's breaking him. He leaves all the heavy thoughts out in the dark, searching for silence inside a small late night park. Stale instant coffee scent trails from a convenience store. He buys a hot drink just to feel warmth on his thumbs. The
cashier barely looks up from a quiet screen. As another slow bus down the boulevard comes, he calculates his rent and his 29 years of mental ledger overflowing on the page. He takes a long breath through his nose and holds it in, trying to calm down all the quiet storm and rage. The thoughts overlap like paper stacked too high, a crowded train line running through his eyes. He closes both eyelids just to pause the sound, waiting for his heavy feet to touch the ground. When the mind gets too crowded to move, he walks through the city with nothing to prove. Step by step on the yellow street lamps glowing dim, hoping the cool rain will quiet what's breaking him. He leaves all the heavy thoughts out in the dark, searching for silence inside a small late-night park. He doesn't need answers to every single question tonight, just a minute where his chest doesn't feel so tight. He unclasps his fingers, lets the cold wind take the pressure away. Tomorrow can't worry about what tomorrow has to say. The smell of damp earth settles on the bench. He sits under the pine tree, letting his shoulders fall. His breathing slows down in the quiet rain. Nothing to fix right now, nothing at all. Absolute stillness falls across the floor, and a sharp concern slices through the quiet air. The camera pans slowly across the dim apartment, catching a half-empty mug left on the square table. Dust motes freeze mid-flight under the desk lamp. All 5 different deadlines tangle in my head at once. I stare at the blank phone screen, resting on my lap, watching the battery percentage drop like my own pulse. A sudden realization snaps the quiet in two, asking where all my ambition went when I turned 28. Zoom in on my hands, resting flat on the veneer, unmoving while the thoughts rush past like high-speed rail. The background blurs into a haze of pale gray, every unread message weighing 10 extra pounds. I try to keep the frame steady as the audio distorts, a high-pitched buzz rising from the back of my mind. My head is an overcrowded cinema screen, playing scenes I never asked to direct. Too many lines running at the exact same time, and I keep missing the cue to just breathe out. When the room goes silent, the noise gets loud. A tangled plot I cannot seem to edit down. I stand in the center of the outtakes, wishing for a simple cut to black. Shift the wide angle to the street outside the window. The blue neon sign from the convenience store bleeds into wet pavement. A lone delivery scooter passes through the bottom frame on my mind, replays a mistake from 3 months ago. Why did I say that? Why didn't I move faster? The script keeps changing while I am still reading line 1. I pull my knees up against my chest on the sofa, a close-up shot of a guy overwhelmed by his own soundtrack. Zoom in on my hands, resting flat on the veneer, unmoving while the thoughts rush past like high-speed rail. The background blurs into a haze of pale gray, every unread message weighing 10 extra pounds. I try to keep the frame steady as the audio distorts, a high-pitched buzz rising from the back of my mind. My head is an overcrowded cinema screen, playing scenes I never asked to direct. Too many lines running at the exact same time, and I keep missing the cue to just breathe out. When the room goes silent, the noise gets loud. A tangled plot I cannot seem to edit down. I stand in the center of the outtakes, wishing for a simple cut to black. Lower the exposure, drop the contrast down to 0, let the background hum take over for a minute. I do not need to solve every plot twist tonight, even if the reel keeps spinning past the end credits. I press my palms against my tired eyes, waiting for the static to settle on the screen. Lens pulls back through the open window blinds. The city below keeps burning its amber lights. A heavy breath leaves my lungs in the shadows, and scene roll credit.
silence returns to the room. What happens to the thoughts that never reach my mouth? They stack up behind my teeth like unpaid electric bills. Need to buy laundry soap tomorrow. Did I reply to that team chat email? My thumbs move across the dark screen while the cursor just blinks in place. Someone in the apartment above is pacing back and forth in heels at midnight. Are they worried about rent or just too lonely to sit still? I should drink water. My throat feels like dry dust and crushed gravel. My brain is playing 3 different songs at the exact same tempo. The glowing red digits on the microwave tick down to 0. I forgot what I put inside, I forgot what I wanted to ask. Everything tangled up, knots in my jacket pocket, knots in my chest. How do people just shut their eyes and slip away into sleep? My head is a subway station at peak rush hour tonight. Trains running on 5 different tracks, missing every green light. I try to slow down the tempo, but the bass keeps pounding faster. Searching for a single quiet corner inside a noisy disaster. Can anybody tell me where the release valve is hidden? I just want the noise to turn off, just turn off for a minute. Walked to the corner store, forgot what I was supposed to buy. Ended up staring at canned coffee and 3,001 chips for 6 minutes. My friend called earlier, I let it ring out because my voice felt too heavy to lift. Is it normal to feel like you are wearing a wet coat that never dries? Future planning, savings accounts, promotion reviews. Did I check the gas stove? My shoulders are pulled up to my ears again. Consciously drop them 1, 2, 3. Then they slide right back up like a magnet pulling on iron. Thoughts loop like a low-budget movie soundtrack stuck on repeat. My head is a subway station at peak rush hour tonight. Trains running on 5 different tracks, missing every green light. I try to slow down the tempo, but the bass keeps pounding faster. Searching for a single quiet corner inside a noisy disaster. Can anybody tell me where the release valve is hidden? I just want the noise to turn off, just turn off for a minute. Why am I overthinking a casual phrase from 3 years ago? Why did I say that one thing and then nobody remembers except me? Static on the radio, static in my eyelids when I blink too fast. Count backwards from 199, 98. What came after 97? My mind slips off the ledge again. What happens to all these unanswered questions? They just float around the ceiling until the light changes. Microwave beeps 3 times in the dark. Cold coffee in a mug. Still waiting for the quiet. Heavy oak seems beneath my posture tonight as I sit staring at a screen filled with unfinished thoughts. You were 18 sitting on a broken plastic stool, calculating how many coins were left in your coat pocket. I wish I could send a message back through the fiber optics, tell you to unclench your fists under the desk. Your head was a crowded hallway where everyone was shouting, trying to figure out who you were supposed to become. You thought every little mistake was a permanent scar. You stayed up till 4 in the morning, terrified of turning 20. If you can hear me cross the 10-year gap, stop counting the ways you might fail tomorrow. Kid in the oversized hoodie, take a slow breath. The world didn't end when you failed that exam. Your head is so full of noise you can hardly sleep, but I promise you we made it through the dark. You don't have to carry every worry on your young shoulders. Just let the night fall. You're doing enough. I remember how your heart hammered against your ribs every time the bus driver asked the transfer fare you didn't have. You wrote poetry in the margins of your study guides, apologizing to everyone for taking up space. Now I sit in this heavy chair with a job in the quiet room, and I still catch myself breathing with your panic cadence. We survived the things you thought would destroy us, though I still haven't learned how to empty my head. Kid in the oversized hoodie, take a slow breath. The world didn't end when you failed that exam.
could step into that tiny rental room right now. I would pull the pen out of your cramping fingers. I would tell you that the future isn't a test you have to perfect. It's just a long walk that we take, one heavy step at a time. So put your head down on the cool wooden table. You can stop running now. The chair holds my weight just fine tonight. You made it here step by step. Rest your mind, young self, we are okay now. Bruised lavender light bleeds through the glass pane. I count my thoughts like coins that buy nothing back. You sit 2 chairs over, staring at a spin cycle, head buried in a hoodie that has seen better years. Is the dry outweighs the slow? You ask out of nowhere. I look up, my tongue heavy, completely caught off guard. My brain is not a deadlines and debts, an endless loop of questions I cannot solve. You offer a lukewarm can of coffee from your bag, saying sometimes talking to a wall feels better anyway. So we talk to each other without using real names, trading tangled headaches in this quiet little space. You say at 30-something life feels like a bad draft, and I nod my head because mine feels the exact same way. No promises made, no promises broken tonight. Just 2 strangers resting under lavender light. You tell me your manager yelled about a missing slide deck. I tell you I spent 4 hours staring at a blank screen. We laugh a dry laugh that rattles in our chest. Surprised at how easy it is to spill the truth to someone invisible. You tap your knuckles against the plastic seat edge, asking why we carry everything until our arms snap. The cycle stops with a quiet electronic chime. Neither of us moves to grab our laundry bags yet. You tell me to take a deep breath before I walk home, and I tell you to stop apologizing for just existing. A heavy knot unloosens inside my forehead just because somebody listened without wanting a piece of me. So we talk to each other without using real names, trading tangled headaches in this quiet little space. You say at 30-something life feels like a bad draft, and I nod my head because mine feels the exact same way. No promises made, no promises broken tonight. Just 2 strangers resting under lavender light. You zip up your jacket and head out the glass door. The lavender glow slowly turns into a pale gray mist. My hip is still messy, but the air feels a bit lighter. Thanks for the 5 minutes. Whoever you were, you told me yesterday that I talk too fast when I'm overwhelmed. I didn't answer then, but now I'm watching the room settle. A blue sticker edges curling off my water bottle. The crosswalk sign across the alley blinks every 4 seconds. There is a faint black scuff on the side of my left sneaker. My phone screen has 3 smudges right above the home line. I count these tiny things because my mind won't quiet down. The canned coffee on the desk is sweating on the paper. Every thought is overlapping like traffic on the bridge. I try to sort the noise, but it just multiplies. Standing in the kitchen while the electric kettle boils. When my head gets too full, I look at the floor. I trace the thin scratches near the wooden door. You said I run away when the weight gets heavy, so I stay right here and count the quiet things around me. A bent paper clip, a loose thread on my sleeve, just waiting for my cluttered mind to let me breathe. The convenience store receipt is crumpled in my jacket. The barcode is faded where my thumb kept pressing it. A neighbor closes a window on the 3rd floor across the lane. The digital clock skips a minute while I blink. I noticed a tiny chip on the corner of my favorite plate. The microwave hums a flat beat note for 20 seconds. Too many thoughts competing for space inside my chest, so I stare at a dry raindrop on the glass instead. Maybe I focus on the smallest details in the room, because the big picture feels like a storm coming too soon. Your words from yesterday stay floating near the sea.
just letting the small things stay right in my sight. He told me yesterday that I talk too fast. Now the clock ticks slow and the shadow moves last. A loose thread on my sleeve, breathing out slowly. Breathing out slow. Scratch your faded flannel rubs against my wrist as I sit on the floor. My brain feels like 40 open tabs running all at once. Deadlines on pay, rent notices and unanswered messages stack up high. I rub the rough woven hem between my fingers to stay grounded. The stiff cotton fibers carry a faint scent of old cedar wood. Suddenly the noise in my head drops to zero. The tactile roughness pulls me back through the years before my calendar was packed with demands and regrets. Back to a night when the same shirt was brand new and soft, and my mind was not overflowing with quiet panic. I remember us sitting on concrete steps behind a night shop. You pull this exact sleeve to keep your cold hands warm. We did not care about tomorrow or who we were supposed to become. Just two 20-something kids sharing cheap coffee in the dark. Now my head is a tangled net of adult worries and noise, but holding this fabric brings you back clearly for a minute. The screen in front of me flashes with 3 different group chats. People asking for decisions I am too exhausted to make tonight. I trace the freight scene near the elbow where you accidentally snagged it. You laughed so hard back then, apologizing with red cheeks. That sound flashes like a Polaroid in the dark corner of my mind. I close my eyes and let the memory wash over the mental clutter. I remember us sitting on concrete steps behind the night shop. You pull this exact sleeve to keep your cold hands warm. We did not care about tomorrow or who we were supposed to become. Just two 20-something kids sharing cheap coffee in the dark. Now my head is a tangled net of adult worries and noise, but holding this fabric brings you back clearly for a minute. When the thinking becomes such a heavy burden to carry, we thought entering our late 20s meant having everything figured out. Instead I just learned how to hide the chaotic noise inside. Yet this worn out fabric remembers who I was before the storm. Rough threads beneath my thumbs. The quiet flashback lingers like a gentle shadow. My head is still heavy, but the air feels a little lighter now. Just me, this old flannel, and a clear memory of you. Oh, 0504 blinks pale beside my pillow. The glowing numbers measure out another restless hour. My brain is running loops on unpaid bills and unanswered texts, sorting through mistakes like heavy clothes across the floor. I keep asking if I'm running out of time or standing still. The ceiling fan just turns around in heavy silent circles. Every deadline feels like armor that I forgot how to wear. I close my eyes and force the noise to quiet down a little. I draw a map of somewhere far away from these four walls. A small apartment by the river where the rent is paid on time, where I don't check my screen before I put my shoes on. Imagine us in 3 years on a Saturday afternoon, drinking cold tea on a porch without a single thing to prove. My shoulders sitting low and my mind finally at peace. No voices arguing inside my chest, just light up on the balcony. I picture stepping into that warm kitchen with no fear, and whispering back to the person trapped right here. My
late 20s feel like walking through a flooded basement. Every step takes double energy, I'm swimming in my shirt. Too many tabs open inside my head. Process it, overheating, friends calling, asking if I'm free. I fake a small breath, saying I am busy with the project, but I'm staring at the wall. Yeah, that picture 32 standing near a sunny window. A clean wooden tabletop, a dog sleeping on the rug. My heart race slow and steady like a calm suburban street. I close my eyes and force the noise to quiet down a little. I draw a map of somewhere far away from these four walls. A small apartment by the river where the rent is paid on time, where I don't check my screen before I put my shoes on. Imagine us in 3 years on a Saturday afternoon, drinking cold tea on a porch without a single thing to prove. My shoulders sitting low and my mind finally at peace. No voices arguing inside my chest, just light up on the balcony. I picture stepping into that warm kitchen with no fear, and whispering back to the person trapped right here. The future me is looking at this exact clock right now. He remembers how his bedroom smelled like cold tea and stress. He smiles because he knows I made it through the long corridor. The noise inside the snow was just weather passing over. It feels so real, I can almost smell the morning air outside. Hold on a little longer, the quiet sky arrives. It's quiet soon. One bent wire, paperclip, rest beside my mug. I've been staring at a sharp curve for 20 minutes straight. My head feels like a crowded subway car at 6 in the evening. Every straight thought pushing for a seat that does not exist. Did I answer that email with the right polite tone? Is my savings account enough? Am I falling behind everyone else? The ceiling fan spins a slow circle above me, and I just sit here, I'm bending metal with my thumbnail. The room is quiet, but the volume inside me's turned to max. I keep trying to sort these feelings into neat little piles, but they spill over the edges before I can give them names. My mind is too loud when the world goes still. I count on my worries just to watch them spill. Maybe I do not have to fix every tangle line tonight. Maybe it is okay if nothing feels completely right. I lean back in the dark, breathing heavy and slow, waiting for the sudden storm inside my head to let go. I check my phone screen, see 3 unread messages from work. I flip it face down, I cannot handle another sentence right now. People my age seem to move with a clear map in their hands, while I am struggling to decide what to eat for dinner. My shoulders stay itched up near my ears, tight like a spring. I take a sip of lukewarm water, trying to swallow the weight. The paperclip snaps under too much back and forth pressure. Just a tiny metallic click on the wooden grain. My mind is too loud when the world goes still. I count up my worries just to watch them spill. Maybe I do not have to fix every tangle line tonight. Maybe it is okay if nothing feels completely right. I lean back in the dark, breathing heavy and slow, waiting for the sudden storm inside my head to let go. If I close my eyes, will the static turn to rain? If I pause for an hour, will I lose my place in the game? I am so tired of holding everything together with tape and glue. I just wanna rest without feeling guilty for taking the breath. The broken wire sits quiet on the table. I shut my laptop screen gently. No more overthinking for tonight, just letting the room stay quiet.
Break squeals outside your window, cutting through the heavy air. You sit on the edge of your mattress with that tired, vacant stare. 3 unready meals, 20 tabs open on your screen, trapped inside the loudest quiet place you have ever been. I see the knot inside your shoulders, tight enough to snap a thread. You try to solve 10 different futures spinning around inside your head. I brought 2 warm cans of coffee from the shop across the street. Just kick those shoes off by the door and take a seat. You do not have to figure out the answers by tonight. You do not have to pretend everything is going right. The world demands too much from you, it asks for every breath. So put your worries on the floor and give yourself a rest. Let your mind go quiet for a little while, my friend. You do not need to fix what you were never meant to bend. When the thoughts build up like static and the room starts getting small, I will sit right here beside you until the shadows fall. Just breathing slow. Let the weight fall down. We can leave the noise back out in this relentless town. I know you feel like everyone is running miles ahead of you. Your friends posting promotions while you wonder what you ought to do. 29 or 32, the clock is ticking loud and fast, trying so damn hard to build a life that is gonna last. You check your notifications like a verdict on your worth, forgetting how much light you bring just walking on this earth. Turn the glass screen down, let the battery fade away. The sky outside is dark enough, we made it through today. You do not have to figure out the answers by tonight. You do not have to pretend everything is going right. The world demands too much from you, it asks for every breath. So put your worries on the floor and give yourself a rest. Let your mind go quiet for a little while, my friend. You do not need to fix what you were never meant to bend. When the thoughts build up like static and the room starts getting small, I will sit right here beside you until the shadows fall. Just breathing slow. Let the weight fall down. We can leave the noise back out in this relentless town. If your brain feels like a hallway where every door is locked, we can lean against the wall until the panic stops. No speeches, no advice, no pressure to explain, just a safe place to hide while the street lights catch the rain. The city keeps on moving, but we are stopping here. Drink your coffee before it gets too cold. Your mind will clear, my friend. I am right here. Your mind will clear. Yeah, still mint-tea and warm rain drift through the screen door. He counts 3 blue receipts scattered across the hardwood floor. His laptop fan hums like a distant train in Seoul, while 80 different thoughts fight to take total control. He stares at a blank document, cursor blinking slow, wandering through memories he buried years ago. His shoulders stay hunched tight, locked in a silent strain, trying to find a clear path out of his cluttered brain. The city outside keeps moving at top speed, while Lisa's paralyzed by everything he thinks he needs. Every small decision feels like a heavy mountain rock, ticking away inside the rhythmic pulse of the clock. He carries a storm inside a small glass jar, looking out the window, wondering where the quiet moments are. When the noise in his head gets too loud to breathe, he looks for a place where his tangled thoughts can leave. Just a minute of silence before the morning light, to loosen up the knots he has been holding on to tight. His cold coffee sits untouched right beside his hand, beside a half-written message that he never planned. He tries to sort his ambitions from his sudden fears, filtering through the pressure that built up over years. His thumb scrolls and the stick to people doing fine, comparing his tangled route with another straight line. He closes his tired eyes and rubs his temples hard, standing alone on the narrow concrete yard. The city outside keeps moving at top speed, while he sits paralyzed by everything he thinks he needs. Every small decision feels like a heavy mountain rock, ticking away inside the rhythmic pulse of the clock. He carries a storm inside a small glass jar, looking out the window, wondering where the quiet moments he has been holding on too tight. He turns off the desk lamp and steps into the dark, tracing imaginary lines from a faint streetlight spark. No single answer is waiting at the end of the night. He just needs to let go until the burden feels light. Exhaling long and deep, letting the tension fall, accepting he does not have to understand it all. The minty smell fades into the cool night breeze. He leans against the wall and rests his heavy knees. The world outside is vast, but his mind grows still, stepping out of the storm by his own quiet will. A sudden quiet realization drops like glass into absolute silence. The bedroom floor holds blue-gray neon from the street below. Static hangs heavy over the desk where my notebooks lie open. One sentence loops until the ceiling starts to tilt and shrink. The glowing power indicator flickers every 4 seconds. My shadow stretch wide against the plaster wall. Every unresolved problem queues up like a line at the window. I trace the seams of my sleeve just to anchor my pulse. The lens goes completely out of focus now. Traffic outside glides past like trailing red taillights. My head feels like a crowded subway at peak hour. Nobody's leaving, everyone is shouting over the noise. When the thoughts get too big to pull apart, I sit inside the frame and let the rain wash out the colors. Everything is tangled in a knot I cannot undo tonight. So I watch the city blink its orange warning light. Heavy head, cold hands waiting for the screen to dim. Just let the scene pause before the next frame begins. Walk down to the corner store under flickering fluorescent tubes. The glass door slides open with a slow mechanical hum. I hold a warm can coffee against my cold palms. Yellow pedestrian signals blink endlessly for no one. My reflection in the dark glass looks 3 years older. Too many decisions lined up in neat parallel rows. I take a slow breath, watch the steam disappear in the air. The noise inside my chest won't quiet down just because it's late. The camera pulls back across the empty crosswalk. Smoky exhaust curls into the midnight rain. My head feels like a crowded subway at peak hour. Nobody's leaving, everyone is shouting over the noise. When the thoughts get too big to pull apart, I sit inside the frame and let the rain wash out the colors. Everything is tangled in a knot I cannot undo tonight. So I watch the city blink its orange warning light. Heavy head, cold hands waiting for the screen to dim. Just let the scene pause before the next frame begins. Cut to a wide shot of the bridge over the river. Black water reflecting long ribbons of yellow sodium light. I do not need an answer to every question right now. I just need 30 seconds where my mind stays completely still. The wind cuts through the denim fabric of my jacket, and for one brief second the background audio drops out. The city keeps humming under its breath. Tail lights blur together on the wet asphalt. One deep breath in the cold damp air. The camera fades slowly to black. Frame rate settles back to normal. Silence returns to the room. Does anyone know where the noise goes when I start speaking? It stays behind my forehead, clicking like a broken keyboard. Receipts from last Tuesday, a text I shouldn't have deleted. Why did my manager look at me like that during the afternoon meeting? I need to wash the rice, but my hands feel heavy. 28 years old and my savings are barely steady, and my chest feels empty like a subway platform at 3 a.m. Did I remember to lock the front door again? Yeah, maybe I'm just tired. Maybe it's the convenience store sodium. Every time I lie down, my mind builds a podium for my mistakes. Thoughts colliding like cars on the rainy highway. I open and close the fridge 3 times in a row, looking for something that isn't even there. I just want my head to be mind is a full subway car during peak hour traffic. Too many voices, too many scenes, too much graphic detail of every regret. I try to press reset, but the screen stays frozen. Why do I question every single path I've chosen? It's getting late, the studio apartment is still, and I'm drowning in a glass I forgot to fill. Wait, did I pay the electricity bill on the 5th? Or was that last month? My memories are drifting in a mist. My old friend called me at noon asking if I'm okay. I said I'm just busy, the standard lie we all trade. Remember 2019 when we thought we had time to spare? Now I'm reading articles on burnout while cold air hits my hair. Blue screen light on my skin making me look translucent. If I mute my phone, will the world go on being so ruthless? One thought branches into 10, 10 into 1,000. I wonder where my peace went while I sat here and pondered. Thoughts colliding like cars on the rainy highway. I opened and closed the fridge 3 times in a row, looking for something that isn't even there. I just want my head to be completely bare. My mind is a full subway car during peak hour traffic. Too many voices, too many scenes, too much graphic detail of every regret. I try to press reset, but the screen stays frozen. Why do I question every single path I've chosen? It's getting late, the studio apartment is still, and I'm drowning in a glass I forgot to fill. Breathe in, breathe out, am I even breathing right? They say try meditating, but my brain is a neon light. Flash, 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 every unreplied message, every small ambition turned into heavy baggage. I don't need a grand answer, I just need a pause. I don't need a victory, I just want a cause that lets me sleep without waking up to check my pulse.
Where does the noise go? It just loops inside, just loops inside. Half sentences hanging in the dark. Turn off the laptop screen, just let the room go dark.
The office chair bears all my accumulated gravity tonight, sinking under the dull weight of 100 undone promises. I'm sitting here in the dark, looking at an old photo of you at 19. Your shoulders were locked tight, terrified of making a single wrong turn. Yeah, you thought every missed opportunity was an irreversible cliff. My head feels like a crowded station with 20 trains screaming at once. And I wish I could reach back through the glass to unclamp your hands. You were spinning so hard to reach the exact spot where I stand, believing the future held all the quiet answers in a sealed envelope. Now I sink into this heavy frame, breathing through the silent apartment, realizing the noise never stopped, but we learned how to walk through it. Slow down, you're breathing your heart in the dark. You do not have to fix every broken mark. The tangled thoughts inside your mind will soften into quiet rain. I'm sitting in the future telling you that you survived the pain. Stop carrying the entire world on your narrow frame tonight. Just let the heavy seat hold your weight till the light. Yeah. You used to stay awake past midnight, calculating your failure rate, biting down on your cheek, convinced that everyone else possessed a map. If you could see me sitting in this one executive leather right now, you would see that we still get overwhelmed and we still forget how to rest. But the disasters you swore would break us were just passing weather. The overwhelming static in your head eventually settled into rhythm. I know you were terrified of becoming a forgotten shadow. Your temples throb from overthinking every sentence you ever spoke. If a letter could travel back through 10 years of unnecessary panic, I would write one sentence on your wooden desk. Put down the burden to the kid who thought time ran out. Oh, you made it further than you know. Let the chair take the heavy weight tonight. We are going to be okay. Told bar fluorescent glare spills across the plastic bench. I sit with my head in my hands, trying to untangle 100 thoughts. You sit 2 feet away in a faded jacket, staring at your shoes. The silence is heavy, but then you ask if I have a spare lighter. I hand it over, my fingers trembling just a little bit. You notice, spark the small flame and say rough night for you too, huh? I usually just nod and keep my eyes on the pavement, but my brain is so crowded, my walls are falling down tonight. I tell you, I don't even know where my head is supposed to start. You pass back the warm metal letter and say, then don't try to fix it yet. We are two ghosts sitting under the convenience store light. No names exchanged, no promises made, just sharing the heavy weather. When the noise inside my mind gets too loud to sleep through, a stranger on the curb tells me it is okay to just breathe slow. The blue glow reflects off our warm coffee cans. Maybe tonight I don't have to figure it all out. You tell me you got laid off last week, haven't told your family yet. I tell you I feel like I'm running a marathon on a broken treadmill. We share a quiet, dry laugh that cuts through the midnight air. Strange how telling a person I will never see again feels so easy. No expectations, no judgment, no history hanging over us. Just two tired souls trading honest words on a cold sidewalk. I usually keep my mouth shut and bottle everything inside, but sitting here with you the pressure drops a couple notches. You toss your empty tin into the bin and pull your scarf tight. You say tomorrow's coming anyway, so right now we are allowed to stop. We are two ghosts sitting under the convenience store light. No names exchanged, no promises made, just sharing the heavy weather. When the noise inside my mind gets too loud to sleep through, a stranger on the curb tells me it is okay to just breathe slow. The blue glow reflects off our warm coffee cans. Maybe tonight I don't have to figure it all out. You stand up pulling your hood over your head against the breeze. You say, hang in there kid, people like us usually survive these nights. I watch you walk down the alley until you fade into the darkness. I didn't get your name and you didn't ask for mine, but my chest feels half a pound lighter than it did 20 minutes ago. The cobalt light flickers overhead, empty roads, still shadows, cool wind on my face. I take a long breath in, then let it slide out slow. Just a stranger on the curb, saving my mind tonight. It is gonna be alright. It is gonna be alright. Yeah. Yesterday a quiet remark about my posture kept bouncing off the subway window pane. I count the loose threads on my jacket sleeve, the yellow transit card stuck in my palm, a scratch on the silver ring I always wear. There's half a price tag on my left shoe, a smudge of red ink on my index finger, and foreskin notifications waiting silent. My mind feels like a cluttered desk drawer, items piling up with nowhere else to go. I watch a tiny water spot evaporate and wonder why everything feels so heavy now. Two sugar packets left unopened by the sink, a blue pen rolling to the edge of the wood, the flickering neon sign across the narrow alley, and all these small details piling up inside my head. When every thought is a tangled wire I cannot trace, I just stare at the floor till the noise slows down. The green exit sign has one dim LED, a half-eaten triangle kimbap on the desk. I balance a coin on the corner of my laptop, watch it tip over when the table shakes. Someone dropped a crumpled receipt by the door, timestamp take 42 from a local shop. Why do I notice all these useless things instead of answering the messages I feels like a cluttered desk drawer, items piling up with nowhere else to go. I watch a tiny water spot evaporate and wonder why everything feels so heavy now. Two sugar packets left unopened by the sink, a blue pen rolling to the edge of the wood, the flickering neon sign across the narrow alley, and all these small details piling up inside my head. When every thought is a tangled wire I cannot trace, I just stare at the floor till the noise slows down. Yesterday you said I looked a little lost. Maybe you were right, maybe I forgot the map. The shoebox under my bed is filled with dust. The cold air sneaks beneath the windowsill. I line up 3 copper coins in a straight
sugar packets left unopened by the sink. A blue pen rolling to the edge of the wood. A flickering neon sign across the narrow alley, and all these small details piling up inside my head. When every thought is a tangled wire I cannot trace, I just stare at the floor till the noise slows down. A dry drop of coffee on the coaster, the battery bar blinking down to 5%. Your words yesterday still ringing softly. I finally close my eyes.
Frayed polyester lining snags my index finger. Inside this heavy winter coat I forgot to hang up. My head is a browser with 30 open tabs. System overheating, fan spinning fast with no clear stop. Yeah, too many unread emails, unpaid thoughts stacking high. I rub the loose sweep between my thumb and palm, and suddenly the static in my brain turns silent. Rewinding 7 years back to a quiet summer park. We were sitting on the green bench by the convenience store, wearing this exact same oversized jacket that you lent me. You said adult life was just figuring out the rules before the rules started heavy-handed bending me. When my head is a tangle, not a noise, I pull the sleeve down over my wrist and breathe. I close my eyes and let the memory wash through me. Back when we thought we knew who we wanted to be. The city is too loud, the deadlines run too deep, but the feel of this old cotton brings you back to me. Just for a second, just for a second, my crowded mind sets itself free. Back then the only pressure was a midterm exam. Now every decision feels like concrete setting in my boots. I spent 3 hours staring at the blinking cursor on my screen, trying to draft an answer to a life I didn't choose. Then my hand slipped into this pocket again, found the frayed liner where your fingers used to rest. I smelled the faint ghost of cheap instant coffee on the cuffs, and the cool air from that night washes right across my chest. We bought 2 cans of sweetened hazelnut coffee for $1. Laughed about how broke we were with nowhere else to go. You told me when the world gets too complicated to handle, just trace the hem of your coat and slow down the show. When my head is a tangle, not a noise, I pull the sleeve down over my wrist and breathe. I close my eyes and let the memory wash through me. Back when we thought we knew who we wanted to be. The city is too loud, the deadlines run too deep, but the feel of this old cotton brings you back to me. Just for a second, just for a second, my crowded mind sets itself free. The late 20s hit us faster than we ever planned. Promotions, apartments, and quiet midnight tears. I thought I lost the person who laughed under street lamps, buried under spreadsheets and modern adult fears. But fabric holds time better than any old photo. It remembers the warmth when the evening turned cold. I pressed the rough seam against my trembling knuckles and let go of the stories I no longer need to hold. Frayed polyester lining soft against my skin. The noise dies down, the room goes still. I take one long breath and step back in. So 3 glows red from a nightstand. My brain keeps running every single unpaid thought. A calculator in my head adding up mistakes I haven't even made yet. Tossing left, flipping right, drowning in the static. I close my eyes and force my pulse to leap forward to a distant quiet moment where this fever finally drops. I picture a Sunday, 10 summers from now. A wide open kitchen with sunlight pouring down. No panic along, waiting to scream in my chest. No heavy inbox making my fingers sweat. Just empty space and room to breathe out. Someday I will drink cold water and just swallow without calculating what comes tomorrow. My crowded mind will sit back like an empty park. All these tangled wires fading into the dark. I will look in my
that future on my shoulders, do not touch my ears. I can leave my phone face down without a trace of fear. No rent anxiety, no deadline, ticking like a bomb. Just cool hardwood underfoot and then there's calm. Right now my head is a highway, a rush hour. Every petty word from yesterday losing its power. The second I step onto that breezy balcony where 2035 is waiting for me. I picture a Sunday, 10 summers from now. A wide open kitchen with sunlight pouring down. No panic alone, waiting to scream in my chest. No heavy inbox making my fingers sweat. Just empty space and room to breathe out. Someday I will drink cold water and just swallow without calculating what comes tomorrow. My crowded mind will sit back like an empty park. All these tangled wires fading into the dark. I will look at my reflection in a quiet frame and smile at the kid who almost forgot his own name underneath the heavy blue of tonight. Tonight is just a station where the train holds still. I am paying for the peace that I know I will feel when the overthinking burns out its very last spark. And I walk through a quiet afternoon without fighting the dark. It is coming. I know it is coming. Oh, 3, 10 green. A gentle future waiting where the air stays clean. My chest relaxes just a little bit more. I am stepping toward the door. A cracked blue highlighter cap sits on the laminate wood. I have been staring at its plastic way much longer than I should. My brain feels like an inbox filled with 10,000 unread notes. Too many unmade choices and too many heavy coats. I scroll through my own calendar and panic at the grid, trying to remember where my calm composure hit. Every tiny problem takes a giant step inside, while I sit here silent looking for a place to hide. My tempo's close to a tempo I did not set. Calculated futures that have not happened yet. I try to breathe in 4 counts but I stop at 2. There's so much static here, I do not know what to do. My head is spinning circles in a quiet room tonight, overthinking every word under the desk lamplight. I wanna press pause on the noise inside my chest, give my overworked mind a single hour of rest. The beat keeps ticking slow, while my thoughts run fast, hoping this heavy feeling will not be made to last. I mentally rewrite a conversation from last Tuesday afternoon, wondering if I spoke too harsh or left the place too soon. Rent is coming up soon and my creative spirit feels dry. I stare into the darkness here and lose the reason why. I try to sort my obligations into neat little stacks, but they fall like loose paper whenever my focus slacks. Friends ask if I am doing well, I type back that I am fine, while my thoughts tangle up like an old earphone line. My tempo's close to a tempo I did not set, calculating futures that have not happened yet. I try to breathe in 4 counts but I stop at 2. There's so much static here, I do not know what to do. My head is spinning circles in a quiet room tonight, overthinking every word under the desk lamplight. I wanna press pause on the noise inside my chest, give my overworked mind a single hour of rest. The beat keeps ticking slow, my thoughts run fast, hoping this heavy feeling will not be made to last. Maybe I do not need to fix every broken gear today. Maybe it is fine, I'll let the messy pile stay. I'm fastening my wristwatch, let it drip beside the cap. Step away from the glowing screen, put my hands in my lap. Just one long exhale into the midnight air, leaving all the tangled maps sitting right there in the chair. The highlighter cap has not moved at all, shadows stretched long against the bedroom wall. Slow down the beat, let the silence fall. Just let the silence fall. A delivery scooter idles down below, its engine sputtering through your open window frame. You've been staring at that blank phone screen for hours, trying to fix 100 things you cannot name. Your shoulders are locked up
against your neck, tracing imaginary deadlines on the floor. You haven't touched the cold rice on the table, or bothered answering the knock upon your door. I know that brain of yours is spinning round, trapped in a loop where every outcome feels so wrong. You don't have to solve the whole world by tonight, or prove to anybody that you're strong. So untie your shoes and let the room go dark. We can sit right here and watch the traffic fade. Throw away the list you wrote in panic, and forgive the small mistakes you think you made. If your mind is an apartment full of noise, let me hold the quiet while you rest. You don't need a single answer right now. Just take a breath and lay down what's oppressed. Yeah. You keep apologizing for being low, like you're supposed to run at full speed every day. The 20-something pressure has you cornered, and you're tired of having clever things to say. Look at me, you don't owe anyone a smile. Not when your chest is heavy like a bag of sand. We can play the chill playlist from last winter and let the minutes pass without a plan. I know that brain of yours is spinning around, trapped in a loop where every outcome feels so wrong. You don't have to solve the whole world by tonight, or prove to anybody that you're strong. So untie your shoes and let the room go dark. We can sit right here and watch the traffic fade. Throw away the list you wrote in panic, and forgive the small mistakes you think you made. If your mind is an apartment full of noise, let me hold the quiet while you rest. You don't need a single answer right now. Just take a breath and lay down what's oppressed. We spent years worrying if we'd fall behind, chasing every single shadow on the street. But look around this small studio room tonight. There's no finish line we actually have to meet. Let the city buzz outside without your help. It will keep on turning even if you So untie your shoes and let the room go dark. We can sit right here and watch the traffic fade. Throw away the list you wrote in panic, and forgive the small mistakes you think you made. If your mind is an apartment full of noise, let me hold the quiet while you rest. You don't need a single answer right now. Just take a breath and lay down what's oppressed. The delivery scooter finally drove away. The street is calm and you can close your eyes. I'll stay right here until the shadows fade. No heavy words, no need for explanations or goodbyes. Sugar smoke lingers near the subway exit where he stands, talking to cold thumbs inside the pockets of his coat. The notification screen flickers like a failing bulb in his hands. 1,000 unread worries swimming up inside his throat. He counts the footsteps passing on the cracked gray stone. Every single person seems to know where they belong, while his tangled brain is running through a list of what went wrong. He holds his breath to quiet down the noise, hiding all the heavy things behind a steady voice. The city keeps on moving at a speed he cannot meet, dragging heavy shadows down an unfamiliar street. His mind is like a city grid with all the signals jammed. Every little alleyway is overcrowded, rammed. He just wants a minute where the thoughts stop pouring in, to wash away the static burning underneath his skin. He walks until his ankles ache beneath the pale yellow glow, waiting for the tangled threads inside his head to let him go. Inside the corner, Marty pulls a cold green bottle off the shelf, checking on his bank account and arguing with himself. The clerk does not notice how his shoulders seem to freeze, or how he folds his receipts into tiny paper trees. Too many unanswered questions from the people in his life. Too many sharp decisions cutting deeper than a knife. He steps back out into the chill and loosens up his tie, watching how his exhale turns to steam against
the sky.
He holds his breath to quiet down the noise, hiding all the heavy things behind a steady voice. The city keeps on moving at a speed he cannot meet, dragging heavy shadows down an unfamiliar street. His mind is like a city grid with all the signals jammed. Every little alleyway is overcrowded, rammed. He just wants a minute where the thoughts stop pouring in, to wash away the static burning underneath his skin. He walks until his ankles ache beneath the pale yellow glow, waiting for the tangled threads inside his head to let him go. He stops beside the river railing, leaning on the cold blue iron, listening to distant buses roaring like a rusty siren. Nobody is asking him to fix the world tonight. He drops a heavy sigh and lets the darkness feel alright. Slowly unclenching hands, he didn't realize what tied. His mind is like a city grid with all the signals jammed. Every little alleyway is overcrowded, rammed. He just wants a minute where the thoughts stop pouring in, to wash away the static burning underneath his skin. He walks until his ankles ache beneath the pale yellow glow, waiting for the tangled threads inside his head to let him go. The smell of toasted sugar fades into the midnight air. He climbs a narrow staircase to his room up on the hill, unlocks the wooden door and leaves a chaotic world out there. And for the first time in a week, the room is completely still. A sharp road thought splits the silent air, clinking like glass against a window pane. The west street below reflects the neon blue of a convenience store sign, and my head feels like a tangled web of unread messages and deadlines. The apartment is dead still until that single worry sparks, multiplying in the dark like ink spreading across damp paper. I stare at my phone screen flickering with the low battery warning, the cursor blinking in an empty note app. The red light at the intersection blinks 3 times, each pulse matching the pressure behind my tired eyes. I drag my jacket off the wooden back of the chair, needing room to breathe before the walls close in. Red traffic light is sunken bridge, hold the darkness back for just a second more. My mind is a crowded subway car with no exit inside, overlapping voices shouting through the foggy glass. I watch the wet asphalt bounce the amber glow, trying to untangle every mistake I made this week, wishing the quiet could last longer than a heartbeat, before the noise inside my chest takes over again. The chill of the river breeze cuts through my denim sleeves, headlights streaking long yellow lines toward the highway. I keep replay buttons stuck inside my brain, a conversation from 3 years ago playing on repeat. My reflection in the bus stop glass looks blurred and thin, the ghost trying to calculate the cost of starting over. The damp air carries the smell of wet concrete and exhaust, a heavy curtain pulling tight around my shoulder. Red traffic light, a sunset bridge, hold the darkness back for just a second more. My mind is a crowded subway car with no exit inside, overlapping voices shouting through the foggy glass. I watch the wet asphalt bounce the amber glow, trying to untangle every mistake I made this week, wishing the quiet could last longer than a heartbeat, before the noise inside my chest takes over again. Footsteps echo on the damn concrete path below the overpass. I count the sodium lights illuminating the dark water. 1, 2, 3 until the numbers lose their meaning. If I stand here long enough, maybe the wind will carry away the clutter that keeps me up until 4 in the morning. The signal turns green, but I do not move. Cars stream past into the misty gloom. The silent room back home is waiting for my return, and the single thought is finally settled into stillness. Does a thought lie down when it gets too tired to run? The wet asphalt reflects a green convenience store sign that flickers once and quits. I bought a triangular rice ball I did not even want, just to hear a cashier say take care. The crinkling plastic sounds like gunfire. Inside my four-wall studio, my sneakers stay on by the front door entrance, because taking them off feels like a commitment to tomorrow. 100 small errands are swimming in my stomach right now. My bank account balance sits at a number sequence that makes me nervous. My mother called 4 hours ago and I watched the screen glow until it went dark. I am terrible at being 28 years old, terrible at holding conversations with myself. Even breathing out through my nose feels heavier than it did last winter. My mind is a cardboard box full of tangled cords for phones I do not own anymore. I keep pulling on the frayed black rubber, hoping one of them will supply a spark. Is everyone this exhausted? Or did I miss the orientation on how to live? I walk past the mirror glass down the hallway and watch my reflection lag behind my heels. Too many open files on a system that does not have enough memory left. Cold barley tea tastes like boiled water today. I scroll past people I went to high school with, buying sofas and posting photos from Jeju. Why am I still replaying a sarcastic remark someone made on a bus line 6 months ago? The laundry hanging on the rack is half dry and half damp, just like my attitude toward waking up. If I fall asleep right now, tomorrow will rise faster. But if I stay awake, I just stare at the peeling wallpaper seam to seam. It's coming undone right near the light switch. I should glue it back, I should pay that late bill, I should clean the sink drains. Receipts from 3 different late night convenience ones stuffed in my coat pocket. Take a sip of room temperature tap water, stomach feels empty while my heart feels crowded. Did I lock the front door properly? I checked the handle twice already, but my feet are taking me back to check a third time. The world is moving at full speed outside while I am stuck untying a double knot on a shoe I am not wearing. My mind is a cardboard box full of tangled cords for phones I do not own anymore. I keep pulling on the frayed black rubber, hoping one of them will supply a spark. Is everyone this exhausted? Or did I miss the orientation on how to live? I walk past the mirror glass down the hallway and watch my reflection lag behind my heels. Too many open files on a system that does not have enough memory left. Where does the question go when nobody stays around the answer? It settles onto the dusty floorboards right beside my damn socks. The refrigerator hums its slow monotone rhythm. Just me, the blinking cursor, and 3 frozen tabs that will not load. The squeaky metal bass groans under my heavy posture. My head is spinning with 50 different calendar alerts. I sit here staring at the ceiling light, writing this to you, dear little kid with the scraped up elbows. In 2012, you were so scared that missing one exam would ruin the world. I'm sitting in the future you prayed for, and my shoulders hurt. You thought 25 minutes having every answer printed out. Now I am 30, holding coffee that went cold 2 hours ago. The noise inside my skull never really turned into music, but I promise you, we survived the days you could not breathe. So stop holding your breath in that dark hallway. You do not have to carry the future on your narrow shoulders. I know your chest feels tight and the night feels endless, but I'm standing right here, living through the noise you fear. Do not worry so much, kid, we made it this far. I remember how you used to bite your lip until it bled, pacing around the playground, calculating every wrong step. You thought failure was a ghost waiting around the corner. Now I do it ran, broken deadlines and quiet burnouts. And funny enough, none of them ended the world either. The weight of this chair is just momentum catching up. If I could reach back through the screen of that old desktop, I would loosen your fist and shut down the browser tabs in your brain. You were doing your best with a small heart that beat too fast. I am still tangled up inside, still overthinking every word, but I learned to let the rain fall without apologizing. So stop holding your breath in that dark hallway. You do not have to carry the future on your narrow shoulders. I know your chest feels tight and the night feels endless, but I'm standing right here,
made it this far.
The chair springs creak as I finally lean back. You can rest now, 18-year-old me.
I have got the will tonight.
Close your eyes.
Sodium orange wash spills across the pavement near the door. My head feels like a room where everything fell on the floor. Endless tabs in my mind, bills and deadlines on loop. I sit down on the plastic chair and hunch my shoulders in a coupe. Someone sits 2 feet away holding a hot black tea. I do not look up at first, hoping they do not notice me. Then a raspy voice asks if the night feels way too long. I nod into my jacket sleeve and admit that everything feels wrong. No names given, no history to explain. Just two strangers breathing in the cool night rain. You tap your paper cup against the metal rim and tell me even bright rooms can feel dark and dim. When the thoughts get heavy and the tangled knots won't break, sometimes a random voice is all it really takes. You do not know my past, I do not know your home, but sitting in this orange light, we are not alone. My mind was burning up with things I could not say. Now we just sit together as the worries start to fade away. Yeah, you say you failed an interview and missed the midnight train. I tell you my apartment wall has got a leak from rain. We laugh a quiet laugh that doesn't cost a single dime. I'm packing heavy chest without worrying about the time. No expectations here, no performance for a boss or friend. Just two exhausted kids waiting for a hard week to end. You hand me half a cookie bought inside a minute back. A simple act of kindness keeping both of us on track. No names given, no history to clear. Just two strangers standing in the midnight air. You set your empty cup down on the wooden crate and say that getting lost is just a part of finding fate. When the thoughts get heavy and the tangled knots won't break, sometimes a random voice is all it really takes. You do not know my past, I do not know your home, but sitting in this orange light, we are not alone. My mind was burning up with things I could not say. Now we just sit together as the worries start to fade away. We do not need to fix the world tonight. We only need to make it to the morning light. You stand up first and stretch your arms against the dark, leaving a gentle calm where chaos used to spark. Sodium orange wash still resting on the street. You walk away slowly with steady, quiet feet. My head is finally quiet, my chest is feeling light. Thank you to the stranger who saved my tangled night. Yeah, you mentioned yesterday my eyes look heavy. The words sticking inside my ears like wet dust on the flame. A green plastic straw is floating in my iced Americano, spinning counterclockwise every time the subway train. Yeah, shutters underneath the station platform floor. I count 3 stray hairs on my sleeve. A faint coffee stain on the corner of my thumb and a printed thermal receipt crumpled in my palm. My brain feels like a drawer that won't slide shut. The yellow light at the crosswalk flickers twice, then turns to red. I'm standing here with 80 thoughts bouncing in my head. My shoelace is slightly loose on the left side, and I keep checking messages I already replied to. My head is too full tonight, piled up with little things, a bent coin, a scratch on my phone glass, the lingering echo of what you said yesterday, and the hum of the vending machine as people pass. I just wanna turn off the static for an hour, put my hands in my pockets and watch the pavement dry. Everything is tangled up, heavy and small, and I don't even know which knot to untie. A convenience store, a bell rings twice when I walk through the door. The fluorescent light buzzes at a frequency I can't ignore. 2 cold canned coffees sit side by side on the bottom shelf. I spend 10 minutes trying not to argue with myself about whether to buy the sweet one or the dark brew. A tiny piece of tape is stuck to the sole of my shoe. The cashier glances up and looks back down at his phone. It's weird how in a crowded alley everybody feels alone. I check my bus arrival app, it says 4 minutes left. A tear in my canvas bag shows a silver thread. I try to sort the urgent thoughts from the ones that don't matter, but they all weigh the same inside my tired head. Your sentence from yesterday hangs right above my collarbone. You carry everything like it's a test you have to pass alone. 4 minutes down the 3. The bus headlights cut through the light rain. A smudge on my wristwatch glass. Sound of tires splashing water on the curb. Just small things, endless small things, waiting for the quiet to come back. Car's acrylic, we scrapes against my collarbone. A rough synthetic itch that feels like 2017. My head is buzzing with 1,000 unanswered emails, overwhelmed by adult choices I never learned to navigate. Suddenly the scratch against my chin shifts the whole room, and I'm standing on a freezing roof and cinch on again, biting into steam off a warm convenience store bun while you laugh at my oversized thrift store sweater. Back when we thought being 24 was the hardest part, when a full pocket meant 2 coins and a subway pass. My brain is so heavy tonight I can hardly breathe, so I press my thumb into the stiff woven seam. Take me back to that cold night air, where my mind wasn't spinning in a million directions. Just the smell of damn pavement and cheap black coffee, holding on to threadbare sleeves in the quiet dark. Now my head is a crowded street at peak hour. Wish I could rewind to the simple way you looked at me. Funny how a single frayed thread pulls a ghost right out. Tonight the spreadsheets blur and my temples ache with pressure. Everyone demands an answer, everyone wants a piece of my time. I'm paying rent for a life I'm too exhausted to live. Then the stiff collar rubs my chin just right, and I hear your laugh echoing down the concrete stairwell, reminding me we said we would make it somehow, even if our coats were secondhand and full of pills. Take me back to that cold night air, where my mind wasn't spinning in a million directions. Just the smell of damn pavement and cheap black coffee, holding all the threadbare sleeves in the quiet dark. Now my head is a crowded street at peak hour. Wish I could rewind to the simple way you looked at me. I close my eyes and let the flashback drown out the noise. We had nothing in our accounts, but our vision was clear. No phone notifications popping up to dictate who to be. Just heavy knit wool keeping out the wind. If I sit still enough on this studio floor, can I borrow that careless piece just once more? Rough knit against my skin, slowly calming down the storm in my head. That cinch on rooftop at 2 in the morning. I let the memory quiet all the noise. Yeah. On the microwave screen, the apartment is frozen, but my mind is a scene full of overlapping voices in a calendar grid, counting down every single tiny mistake that I did. Unpaid bills on the table, 3 drafts on the desk. My throat feels heavy and my shoulders are stiff. I close my tired eyelids just to clear out the hum, and force my heavy mind to lead to days yet to come. When the room starts shrinking and the pulse runs fast, I build a quiet corner that is made to last. 10 years forward past the midnight noise, I hear a steady whisper in a gentle voice. I see myself sitting on a wooden porch chair, watching afternoon shadows drift through clean morning air. A mug of black coffee cooling down in my hand. No open tabs left, no heavy demands. Looking back at this midnight with a soft quiet smile, knowing all of the mess was
worth it for a while. In the distant year, I do not check my phone first. I do not measure every breath by the threat of a burst. I buy groceries slow, let the sun warm my wrist. Forget the petty grudges that I kept on a list. And now my head feels like an overcrowded train, station after station of uncollected pain. But in 2034, on a street by the trees, I am walking home light in a 20-degree breeze. No overdue panic, no fears left unsaid. Just a gentle sound of leaves turning yellow and red. When the room starts shrinking and the pulse runs fast, I build a quiet corner that is made to last. 10 years forward past the midnight noise, I hear a steady whisper in a gentle voice. I see myself sitting on a wooden porch chair, watching afternoon shadows drift through clean morning air. A mug of black coffee cooling down in my hand. No open tabs left, no heavy demands. Looking back at this midnight with a soft quiet smile, knowing all of the mess was just worth it for a while. I tell the person shivering right here in the dark, you will reach that open meadow in the quiet city park. Every tangled thread inside your overworked brain will dissolve like winter salt beneath April rain. Hold on through the static, let the clock sweep around. You are heading for a place where a soft peace is found. A faded wooden coaster holds my lukewarm mug. The condensation pools like every thought I try to tuck away. I stare into the dark, coffee ring on the desk, wondering how my brain got this crowded today. Too many unread messages, too many plans I made, promises I signed with a confident nod. Now every tiny decision feels impossibly hard. I tap my fingernails against the grain, trying to organize the chaos inside my head. It is not that anything broke today, just everything stacked up at once. I'm sitting here drowning in calm air, trying to catch a breath I never lost. My mind is a room where the doors won't shut, we're spinning round till they cut. I just wanna turn off the noise inside, pause the speed of this late night drive. Give me 5 minutes without a plan, let me just exist right where I stand before the clock resets again. Open the window and let the cool air drift. The city down below moves without a shift. Red tail lights blurring on the highway lane. Everyone is moving while I'm stuck in my brain, overthinking what I said 3 hours ago. Did I sound too sharp? Did I act too slow? I could put my timeline of people I barely know and end up carrying weights I was never meant to hold. It's not that anything broke today, just everything stacked up at once. I'm sitting here drowning in calm air, trying to catch a breath I never lost. My mind is a room where the doors won't shut, we're spinning around till they cut. I just wanna turn off the noise inside, pause the speed of this late night drive. Give me 5 minutes without a plan, let me just exist right where I stand before the clock resets again. Maybe I do not need to solve every line tonight. Maybe the tangle can sit in the light. I'll leave my forehead on the cold wood surface and finally let my heavy shoulders drop. No answers coming, but the room stays still. I unclench my hands against my own will. The faded coaster sits beside the cup. The noise slowly begins to drain out. Breathing gets slower in the dark, just me in the quiet space I found. A distant crosswalk chime echoes down your street. You sit on the sofa edge, staring at your feet. Your phone is face down, but your mind won't quiet down, carrying every deadline from this crowded town. I brought 2 iced coffees even though it's late, cause I know how you freeze when life gets off its way. You're breathing the shallow eyes fixed on the floor, trying to to solve things that aren't yours anymore. You don't have to fix every broken thread tonight. You don't need an answer before the morning light. Just let the thoughts tumble, let the tangled knots show. I'm right sitting next to you, nowhere else to go. You can rest here tonight, put the heavy load away. The world can keep spinning, you don't have to stay sharp today. When your head feels like a room where every speaker screams, I'll turn down the volume, step into your dreams. Unpack your heavy mind, line by line. Take a deep breath with me, you'll be fine. Yeah, you always play the anchor for everyone around, so when your foundation shakes, you make no sound. I saw how you swallowed every sigh at your desk, holding back tears like it's some kind of test. The dark outside your window is soft and slow. It doesn't ask for progress, it just lets things go. So blow off the dust from your tired shoulders now. Stop asking yourself when and where and how. You don't have to fix every broken thread tonight. You don't need an answer before the morning light. Just let the thoughts tumble, let the tangled knots show. I'm right sitting next to you, nowhere else to go. You can rest here tonight, put the heavy load away. The world can keep spinning, you don't have to stay sharp today. When your head feels like a room where every speaker screams, I'll turn down the volume, step into your dreams. Unpack your heavy mind, line by line. Take a deep breath with me, you'll be fine. We spent years racing toward things we couldn't name, scared that standing still was a loser's game. But it's okay to crash on this hand-me-down rug. Trade your running shoes for a warm coffee mug. I won't tell you cheer up like a cheap greeting card. I just know living inside your brain gets hard. The crosswalk chime stops, the alley goes still. Lean back against the wall if you will. No test to pass, no place you must be. Just leave the noise outside and sit here with me. Take your time, my friend. Just sit here with me. Damp alley grease smell hangs in the chill evening air. He leans his shoulders against a crumbling brick wall. Screen glows blue while his thumb scrolls past 50 unread chats. His thoughts are a tangled web of yesterday's small mistakes. The neon sign of the laundromat flickers red. He counts the seconds between each heavy pulse in his tempo. Nothing is broken on the outside, but the noise inside is loud. He pulled his black hood low to drown out the street sound. Every conversation from this afternoon plays backward on repeat. His chest feels tight under the weight of things left unsaid. He just wants 1 minute where his brain stops spinning around. He walks through the alley until the static fades away, carrying a crowded room inside a single quiet head. The city keeps demanding answers he does not have today, so he counts his heavy steps along the faded yellow line, hoping the cool night wine can unknot his tired mind. He sits on a plastic stool outside the corner shop. The bitter aroma of cheap roast coffee lingers on his breath. His notebook lies open to a page full of crossed out plans. 29 years old and still searching for solid ground. Friends post photos of promotions and shiny newly bought homes. He stares at his reflection in the dark glass window and wonders why his own clock feels 10 years late. He pulled his black hood low to drown out the street sound. Every conversation from this afternoon plays backward on repeat. His chest feels tight under the weight of things left unsaid. He just wants 1 minute where his brain stops spinning round. He walks through the alley until the static fades away, carrying a crowded room inside a single quiet head. The city keeps demanding answers he does not have today, so he counts his heavy steps along the faded yellow line, hoping the cool night wine can unknot his tired mind. He stops at the middle of the empty overpass, watches the taillights blur into rivers of red light. Nobody is watching him, nobody is keeping score. He takes a long slow breath and lets his hands drop down. The world
world will still be demanding when tomorrow comes around. But right now he is allowed to just exist and rest. The smell of wet earth lingers as the drizzle starts to fall. He turns off his phone screen and pockets his cold hands. One step forward into the quiet dark. Just one quiet step forward into the dark. Why does a working clock tick louder when nobody is listening to it? The refrigerator hums in BB, mine and my health insurance payment cleared at noon. I should call my mother back, she asked if I was eating properly this week. Cold barely tea from 2 days ago, my tongue feels like dry paper. Rent goes up next month, my team lead asked for 4 revisions on a pitch I hate. I keep highlighting and deleting the second paragraph of a draft email. Is 29 supposed to feel like stepping onto a train moving backward? The street lamp outside flickers twice, then stays a tired shade of yellow. My mind jumps from say bookmarks to old high school friends I never text. Why do we work 40 hours just to pay for a room where we only sleep? The quiet is full of a noise that isn't making any real sound. My chest feels tight like an overpacked bag stuck in the subway door. Static in my head, I cannot turn the volume knob down. Thoughts piling up on the edge of the desk, slipping off one by one. I just want 10 minutes where the background track stops completely. Nothing is broken tonight, but nothing feels right either. Just a stream of unfinished sentences floating through the dark. I close my eyes and wait for the knots to untangle on their own. Did I leave the stovetop burner on? No, I didn't even cook tonight. Bought a triangle kimbap at 9 p.m. and forgot to take my change. Why did my friends say I look distant last weekend? Was I being cold or just drained? My bank balance looks like a battery percentage dropping past 15. Scroll down 3 pages, scroll back up. Tap a photo of a beach I won't visit. My shoulders are pulled up to my ears, I force them down. They drift right back. If I fall asleep right now, 6 hours until the first commute. Why does time run faster whenever you are desperate to make it wait? Yeah, my mind jumps from tax returns to the smell of my grandmother's hallway. Why do I care what strangers think when I don't even know what I want? The ceiling fan rotates in slow circles, doing exactly what it was made to do. I wish my brain had a physical power switch I could hold down for 3 seconds. In my head, I cannot turn the volume knob down. Thoughts piling up on the edge of the desk, slipping off one by one. I just want 10 minutes where the background track stops completely. Nothing is broken tonight, but nothing feels right either. Just a stream of unfinished sentences floating through the dark. I close my eyes and wait for the knots to untangle on their own. Maybe half the people in this neighborhood are lying wide awake right now, looking at the exact same ceiling lines, asking the exact same dead-end things. Is it wrong to feel completely exhausted when nothing tragic actually happened today? It's just the way the small trivial things, grams turning into heavy kilograms. Dust specks floating in the blue glare of my phone screen. Breathing in, slowly breathing out, trying to clear out the memory cache. Why do we keep rushing forward when we don't even like the destination? The clock ticks again on the wall. Bitter tea left in the ceramic mug, 4 hours left until the alarm goes off. Let the thoughts lie there on the linoleum floor. I flip the phone screen face down. The plastic frame takes my gravity as I sink in the midnight. This desk chair carries every heavy thought I couldn't organize. I close my eyes and suddenly I am back in your cramped bedroom, watching you stare at the ceiling, convinced you failed the exam. 19 years old, shoulders tight, breathing like you're running out of air. You thought every small mistake was a ruin you could never repair. I wish I could reach through the screen of time and pull your hands away from your face, tell you that the world doesn't crumble just because you missed your pace. Your head was a crowded bus with no seats left to sit. You held your breath through every test, scared to admit it. Now here I am, 7 years down the line, still figuring things out, but doing just fine. So take a breath, little kid, with the knot in your
into the light.
I remember how you used to count your flaws like grocery lists, staying up till dawn with clenched fists and blurry wrists. You thought 25 meant having every single answer drawn in pen, but I still sit in this heavy chair, starting over again and again. The noise in your mind was just fear trying to sound smart. You didn't need to break it back just to save your heart. All those nights you wept over unanswered texts and blank pages became the quiet strength that carries us through these adult stages.
Your head was a crowded bus with no seats left to sit. You held your breath through every test, scared to admit it. Now here I am, 7 years down the line, still figuring things out, but doing just fine. So take a breath, little kid, with the knot in your chest. You don't have to carry the whole sky to do your best. The tangled thoughts inside your mind will untie slowly with time. I know you feel lost in the quiet tonight, but trust me, you make it out into the light.
When the room goes cold and the screen turns black, I'll send this message back across the track. You were always stronger than the panic in your head. Forgive yourself for the tears you shed. We are still learning how to let things go. One quiet evening, sweet and slow. Deep plastic frame takes my gravity, but my mind is clear. Sleep well tonight, my younger self. I am right here, no more panic, no more fear. Just rest now. Just rest. Just rest. Yeah, mint green neon leaks across the pavement where I sit alone. My brain feels like a web of tangled wires inside a broken phone. A stranger pulls a plastic chair out from the corner rack, sits down a steaming paper cup and takes a quiet step back. He looks at me and asks if the wind is getting cold tonight. I tell him that my head is much heavier than the weather outside. He nods like he knows the exact weight of a crowded mind. Says the thoughts we drag around get heavier when we try to align. No names exchanged, just two tired ghosts on a quiet street, watching the traffic signal flicker red where the alleys meet. When everything inside your head is spinning out of control, sometimes the strangest simple words can calm a restless soul. We don't need to fix our lives before the sky turns gray. Just let the noise sit on the curb while we breathe the night away. He mentions how he quit his job 3 weeks ago without a plan. I talk about the deadline, pressure crushing down on who I am. We laugh a little bit low and quiet so the neighborhood can't sleep. Surprised how easy it becomes to talk about the things we keep hidden. He points to the pale green light reflected in a puddle below. Says even broken street lamps give you just enough to know where to go. He nods like he knows the exact weight of a crowded mind. Says the thoughts we drag around get heavier when we try to align. No names exchanged, just two tired ghosts on a quiet street, watching the traffic signal flicker red where the alleys meet. When everything inside your head is spinning out of control, sometimes the strangest simple words can calm a restless soul. We don't need to fix our lives before the sky turns gray. Just let the noise sit on the curb while we breathe the night away. He gets up, crushes his paper cup and tosses it in the bin. Says take it easy on yourself. The hardest part is letting the evening in. He walks off down the alleyway without looking back at me, leaving a strange kind of stillness where the chaos used to be. The mint green light still washes over the empty sidewalk chair. My head is still a little full, but lighter in the chilly air. Two strangers in the dark, just waiting for the noise to stop. Yeah, yesterday you said my voice sounded paper thin. It stuck with me while I watched the green tea cool down. A yellow bus car sitting next to a half-burnt candle. My left shoe has a loose lace dragging on linoleum. A pile of unopened mail sits on the microwave door. The corner of the wallpaper is peeling near the socket. I count 3 empty water bottles lined up on the floorboards. My mind keeps repeating the 4 small words.
When everything stacks up into a mountain of noise, I fixate on details that shouldn't even matter. The flickering hallway light, the smudge across my glasses, trying to tidy up the crowded room inside my chest.
A chipped ceramic cup, a forgotten bus stop sign, a battery is 7%, a stray thread on my sleeve. Too many tangled thoughts floating around the room. I watch the ice melt down inside the plastic tumbler.
Everything is quiet, but my head is talking fast, just gathering small things until the heavy feeling passes.
The convenience store clock clicks every single minute. A half-eaten triangle kimbap sits beside my keys. My thumb hovers over a text message I will not send. The neighbor tries softly on the squeaky top step. A red traffic light reflects off the wet asphalt outside. My jacket pocket holds a receipt from 3 weeks back. I notice how the dust gathers on the wooden speaker shelf. Small tiny details keeping me from falling down.
When everything stacks up into a mountain of noise, I fixate on details that shouldn't even matter. The flickering hallway light, the smudge across my glasses, trying to tidy up the crowded room inside my chest.
A chipped ceramic cup, a forgotten bus stop sign, a battery is 7%, a straight thread on my sleeve. Too many tangled thoughts floating around the room. I watch the ice melt down inside the plastic tumbler.
Everything is quiet, but my head is talking fast, just gathering small things until the heavy feeling passes.
I sit down on the floor and lean my back against the wall. The world doesn't ask me to solve every piece tonight. I trace the thin scratch across my phone screen with my nail. Exhale all the static, let the tempo slow right down.
Yesterday you said I sound a little tired. Maybe you were right, but I am standing right here. A dim glowing screen, a quiet room, a cool glass, breathing through the small observations.
Yeah, ribbon cotton cuffs cling around my knuckles while the screen flickers white. 10 different voices competing in my head tonight. I roll a stiff hand on this cheap navy pullover, and suddenly the noise in my brain rolls over. The rough fabric pulls me through a hidden door, back to a summer night on the auditorium floor. We were 19 lying flat on the stage backdrop, listening to rain on the tin roof, wishing time would stop. No bank balance, just a tech. No performance reviews, just cheap convenience store coffee and worn out shoes. My temple aches from thinking about tomorrow's debt, but touching this old sleeve brings back what I forget. How simple the world was when we didn't plan ahead. Before every quiet hour got filled with dread. When my head gets crowded and I can't breathe, I pull on the threads of who I used to be. That memory flashes like a film reel rewind, clearing out the clutter in a heavy mind. Back before the pressure made my shoulders drop, before the ticking clock refused to stop. I catch my breath in 19's gentle light and find a little space inside my head tonight. The scratchy fleece collar against my collarbone takes me straight to the bus stop where we sat alone. Your hands were tucked in your jacket, mom was shoved in mine. We talked about moving away like we had all the time. Now my inbox is overflowing with urgent demands, and my chest feels tight like a pile of wet sand. I press my thumb to the seam, feeling every weave, trying to recall how easily we used to believe. The smell of damp asphalt from 6 years ago floods my crowded room with a quiet, slow glow. My temple aches from thinking about tomorrow's dead, but touching this old sleeve brings back what I forget. How simple the world was when we didn't plan ahead. Before every quiet hour got filled with dread. When my head gets crowded and I can't breathe, I pull on the threads of who I used to be. That memory flashes like a film reel rewind. isn't fixing every broken piece right now. Maybe I just need to remember I survived somehow. The kid in the oversized pullover didn't know the future route. He just breathed in the cool rain and figured it out. So I hold the fabric tight, let the past exhale, and let the heavy thoughts begin to lose their trail. Ripped cotton cuffs on a tired wrist. The storm inside my forehead starts to shift. I remember how we left back then. I can start again, just start again. A fire 12 flickers green against the dark wall. My mind refuses to shut down tonight. Unfinished tasks and worries stack inside my chest. Too many unanswered calls and silent doubts. I trace the lines across my palm until they blur, wondering when this tangled feeling ends. Right now the heavy noise is overwhelming. Every random fear collides in my head, but I keep picturing a place further down the road where I do not have to fight for my breath. Someday I will sit by a quiet window, sipping warm tea without the sudden panic, looking back at tonight like a distant rainstorm that finally ran out of dark gray clouds. My thoughts will be silent and soft at last. I hold on to that future just to pull through. I close my eyes and imagine 10 years ahead. A small living room with light streaming in. No late night anxiety buzzing on my phone. Just gentle stillness and a steady pulse. The weight sitting on my shoulders right now will fade into a memory that does not hurt. It feels so impossible here in the shadow, when every single minute weighs 100 pounds. But future me is looking back right now, nodding gently and saying I survived it all. Someday I will sit by a quiet window, sipping warm tea without the sudden panic, looking back at tonight like a distant rainstorm that finally ran out of dark gray clouds. My thoughts will be silent and soft at last. I hold on to that future just to pull through. The clock changes slowly to 5:13. Just a little longer until the calm arrives. I will reach that peaceful afternoon. My head will finally be clear. A dry ballpoint pen rolls slowly across the corner of my desk. I stare at the plastic barrel while my thought threads intersect. And the notifications stack up on the screen beside my sleeve. Every tiny choice tonight feels hard to execute or leave. My brain feels like an overloaded silver car at 5 p.m. Too many passengers on missed their stop and can't get out again. I try to trace the origin of where this night began, but every string leads deeper than I planned. Maybe I pushed myself past my boundary line last week, or maybe I am scared of all the words I need to speak. The silence in this bedroom is getting far too loud. I'm standing in my own mind inside a frantic crowd. Too many thoughts are colliding in my chest. I cannot find a pause button to give myself some rest. I sit here completely still while the world is moving fast, hoping this heavy cloud above my head will pass. My mind is tangled like a pocket full of wire. I need a quiet minute just to put out this internal fire. I look at the dry pen again, stuck in 50% done, comparing my slow progress to the sprint of everyone. Feed after feed shows people living out their polished dreams, while I'm staring at the ceiling split by old plaster seams. Yeah. Responsibility feels heavy like wet wool coats in rain. I tell myself it's normal
normal, just an adult growing pain. But my ribs feel squeezed like a paper cup crushed in a fist. I drink some cold water, making a mental check off list. Too many thoughts are colliding in my chest. I cannot find the pause button to give myself some rest. I sit here completely still while the world is moving fast, hoping this heavy cloud above my head will pass. My mind is tangled like a pocket full of wire. I need a quiet minute just to put out this internal fire. I don't need a grand solution for everything tonight. I just need to let the darkness settle into quiet light. I will untangle one single thread before I turn off the lamp, leaving behind the pressure and the cold late night damp. The ballpoint pen stays motionless on the wooden grain, taking a slow breath in, letting go of the noise again. One thought at a time, just one thought at a time. A wet tar sloshes against the asphalt below, cutting through the quiet of our four-corner room. Yeah, you haven't said 3 words since you walked through the door, just staring at the floorboards while your shoulder sink down. Your brain is running laps that you never signed up for, tangled in the deadlines and the rent due. Next week, drop your coat on a chair, let the heavy air spill. You don't gotta explain every knot in your head. The world moves too fast for a mind made of glass, and you've been holding breath just to keep up the pace. Just sit on this rug while the tea cools down. Nobody is great in how you survive tonight, when your mind is a crowded intersection at 3, and the signals keep flashing yellow and red. You can lean on this wall, you can let it all drop. I'll hold the quiet right here next to you. Yeah, don't need a solution before morning arrives. Just rest your heavy forehead on your knees for a while. I see the notifications buzzing non-stop on your screen, people asking for answers that you don't even have. You keep replaying every single word from today, wondering if you felt or if you're falling behind. Listen to the rain tapping lightly on the glass, forget about the group chat and the unread emails. You spent the whole week trying to be strong for them. It's alright to be broken in front of me now. The world moves too fast for a mind made of glass, and you've been holding breath just to keep up the pace. Just sit on this rug while the tea cools down. Nobody is grading how you survive tonight, when your mind is a crowded intersection at 3, and the signals keep flashing yellow and red. You can lean on this wall, you can let it all drop. I'll hold the quiet right here next to you. Yeah, don't need a solution before morning arrives. Just rest your heavy forehead on your knees for a while. Yeah, we were 19 thinking 2030 was far. Now we're paying for taxes and forgotten dreams. It's heavy, I know, to carry who you thought you'd be. So unbuckle that armor and just take a deep breath. I won't tell you it gets easy, I won't give you cheap praise. I'll just stay in this room till the static clears out. The street noise is fading down on the main road. Close your eyes, my friend, we can figure out tomorrow when tomorrow gets here. Just stay right here. Just breathe. Toasted barley tea scent drifts through the narrow stairway. He leans his back against the cold concrete wall. His tempo throbs since 3 in the afternoon. 1,000 small decisions stacked up, ready to fall. He checks his wrist with a digital watch, face blinks. 5 unread messages from a team leader he barely knows. His mind is like a tangled ball of headphones, every thread pulled tight until his chest just freezes and closes. He wants to press a pause button on his thoughts, clear the clutter tab bar inside his head. He closes his eyes against the flickering light bulb, wishing for an empty room instead. When the noise gets too loud inside his skull, he steps into the hallway just to breathe. No slow steps down to the corner store entrance. The smell of hot instant soup fills the doorway air. His pockets hold a crumpled receipt and 3 coins. He buys a bottle of cold tea and sits on the plastic chair. He stares at his reflection in the dark glass window, noticing how tired his eyes look under the brim. Everyone else seems to have a map for tomorrow, while every open road feels narrow and dim. He wants to press a pause button on his thoughts, clear the cluttered tab bar inside his head. He closes his eyes against the flickering light bulb, wishing for an empty room instead. When the noise gets too loud inside his skull, he steps into the hallway just to breathe. Nothing makes sense and his pulse keeps rushing. He tries to loosen up his heavy sleeves. The city keeps moving like a speeding train while he stands frozen under yellow light. He tells himself it is okay to stop right here and let the heavy fog clear out tonight. Yeah, it is not about finding the perfect answer right now. It is about dropping the weight off your shoulders for a second. He takes a deep breath of the damn night breeze, ignoring the vibration in his palm that keeps calling. He lets the silence wrap around his tired mind, slowly letting the overwhelming thoughts stop falling. The barely smell fades into the midnight air. He exhales slow and pulls his hood up high, one step at a time, back up the quiet stairs. He will let his mind rest underneath the sky.
Why do I expect an answer from a ceiling that never speaks? The plaster cracks lit like map routes to places I missed this week. Phone battery hanging at 4%, bank statement sitting unread. I promised my past self I would be further along in this unmade bed. Did I pay the gas bill or just open the email and stare? My mind jumps from rant to a random comment someone made on my hair. I said something awkward to a coworker whose name I barely recall. Now I am replaying every single syllable while leaning against the cold wall. Tangled charges under the desk, mirror the knots inside my chest. Everybody on my feet is moving forward while I struggle just to rest. I count to 4 and try to breathe, but the air stops in my throat. Is this what being 30 feels like? Drifting without a coat. My head is a crowded subway car where everybody shouts at once. I am searching for a quiet corner, haven't felt clear in months. Toss my thoughts on the linoleum floor, watch them bounce and break. How much heavier can a simple mind get before the spirit starts to shake? I am just trying to make it to tomorrow, step by single step. Cold triangle rice ball from the corner store sitting on my knee. I spent my 20s building grand plans that crumbled into the sea. My high school friend got promoted, another bought a small apartment downtown, and I am calculating if buying an iced latte makes my budget drown. A message sits in my drafts, half typed, deleted, rewritten twice. I wanted to write that I am overwhelmed, but I changed it to doing fine and nice. Right is an expensive jacket that never actually keeps out the storm. My thoughts keep sprinting in circles, trying to find a place that feels warm. My head is a crowded subway car where everybody shouts at once. I am searching for a quiet corner, haven't felt clear in months. Toss my thoughts on the linoleum floor, watch them bounce and break. How much heavier can a simple mind get before the spirit starts to shake? I am just trying to make it to tomorrow, step by single step. Maybe I do not need to solve every problem before the sun comes around. Maybe the darkness is just space to let my heavy feet hit the ground. I'll loosen my grip on the future that I cannot control right now. If I do not have all the answers, I will survive anyway somehow. The ceiling stays quiet, but the air feels a little light. One slow breath filling up the dark. I let the noisy thoughts gradually settle down. Just one quiet step, right here, right now. Yeah, black mesh cushion absorbs my entire weight as I lean back into the dark room. My head feels like an overfilled hard drive, burning hot from endless quiet noise. If I could send a voice memo back 7 years through time, I would catch you right when you were staring at the ceiling, thinking you failed every test. You used to press your knuckles into your temples until they turn white, wondering if the pressure in your chest would ever settle into peace. All those frantic midnight hours you spent blaming yourself for every wrong turn. They did not break you even when the air felt too heavy to inhale. Listen to me now, you made it through the storm you feared the most. Even when the tangled thoughts inside your brain felt like a maze without an exit sign. You kept your feet on the ground and carried on through the fog. I am sitting here tonight, writing this message just to say you were always enough. You were terrified of failing everyone who expected you to run at full speed. You swallowed every complaint and wore a quiet smile like armor in the crowded street. Not feeling the solid frame of the seat support my weary spine. I wish I could wrap a jacket around your shivering shoulders and tell you to rest. The world was not ending back then, though your racing heart made it seem so real. Every scar you worried about became the steady beat of my rhythm today. Listen to me now, you made it through the storm you feared the most. Even when the tangled thoughts inside your brain felt like a maze without an exit sign. You kept your feet on the ground and carried on through the fog. I am sitting here tonight, writing this message just to say you were always enough. Drop the heavy baggage you've been clutching in your sleep. Unclench your jaw, uncurl your fist. Let the quiet evening wash over your mind. You do not have to solve every future problem before the clock strikes 1. The chair holds me steady now, just like you held on back then. Take a deep breath, younger me. We are finally doing alright. We are finally doing alright. Pale Valley streetlight bleeds into my tired eyes. I sit at this outdoor convenience store table, staring down too many thoughts, tangled up like headphones in a pocket. Can't untie the knots, no matter how hard I try today. Someone pulls up a red plastic chair across from me, sets down a warm hot can of black tea. Doesn't say a word at first. I just keep tapping my phone screen, pretending I'm busy, when all I'm doing is scrolling through blank notifications. Then you look over and ask, don't they on your shoulders? I chuckle a little, reply more like a long year. You pull out a fresh package of wet wipes and pass one over. Sometimes your head gets full because you hold every noise inside, and we just talk about nothing heavy under the pale violet glare. You tell me about your dog who runs away every Tuesday. I tell you about my dreams that keep shrinking every month. Two strangers floating through a midnight corner, unloading heavy thoughts into the cool night air, leaving the mess right here on this plastic table. Yeah, you take a slow sip from your tin can and lean back. When you're 29, you think every mistake is final. When you're 40, you realize you just kept walking anyway. Your words hit softer than any advice. My friends give me no pressure to fix my life before the sun comes up. No lecture about grinding harder or saving more money, just two exhausted souls sharing 5 minutes of honesty, while the traffic light blinks yellow for nobody in particular. Yeah, you look at your watch, stand up and smooth your coat. Head home soon, kid, the night won't solve it, but sleep might try. I'm not feeling the weight in my chest, shift just an inch. Thanks for the tea, I say it for the first time, I mean it. And we just talk about nothing heavy under the pale violet glare. You told me about your dog who runs away every Tuesday. I told you about my dreams that keep shrinking every month. Two strangers floating through a midnight corner, unloading heavy thoughts into the cool night air, leaving the mess right here on this plastic table. I don't even know your name, you don't know mine. Tomorrow we'll both be ghosting through the city crowd again, but right now my tangled thoughts
knot that'll loosen up whenever I stop pulling so hard. A pale violet glow, slowly fading gray. Empty tea can sits on the table. Mine's still a little full, but a lot less heavy. I stand up and walk towards the station.